Bind the system with sexy beauties to start a happy life. System. Mature woman. Rong City. Qianda Plaza office building. Yunzhou stared at the freshly activated system panel showing a bound mature beauty and hesitated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to speak. Sister Liu, my phone broke this morning. Could you maybe bring me lunch today? Liu was a graceful, elegant woman. Her delicate features were paired with long, jet black hair that flowed down to her waist. She possessed the soft, fragile beauty typical of southern women. Although she wore a plain white t-shirt, her extraordinary aura stood out. Her curves were perfect slender waist, a peach-shaped figure that filled out her dark slacks in just the right way. She raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, noting the awkwardness in Yunzhou's youthful, handsome face. Teasingly, she asked, "How do your phone break? You didn't smash it during a fight, did you?" "Yeah. We broke up." "What?" Liu covered her rosy lips in shock, clearly caught off guard. As HR director, she had heard bits and pieces about Yunzhou and his girlfriend. Word was, they'd been college sweethearts inseparable, practically discussing marriage. Why the sudden breakup? A flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. "Come on, lunch is on me today." They took the elevator down together. The small space filled with the subtle scent of the mature woman beside him. Yunzhou let out a deep breath, a mix of nerves and anticipation surging in his chest. If this lunch really worked, he'd finally confirm whether the so-called God-tier tycoon system in his head was the real deal. The system had appeared on the 7th day after the breakup. That night, he'd been drunk out of his mind, staring up at the night sky, saying goodbye to his past self. When he woke up the next morning, the system was there. As someone who frequented certain meme sites, he wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of systems. He just never imagined that a windfall like this would fall on him. But of course, heaven never just hands you blessings without first slapping you around. He'd been cheated on, dumped, humiliated at work. Then came the strange cashback condition. Cashback condition: after binding to a mature beauty, you'll receive a cashback bonus based on how much she spends on you, multiplied by her affection level. Mature beauty. Affection. Cashback multiplier. Put together, the meaning was clear. The system knew young women had broken his heart, so it sent older women to mend his soul. Earlier that morning, when he went to HR to pick up some files, the system had suddenly reacted and bound him to Liu. Hence, the current situation. Name, Liu. Stats, 32 years, 163 centimeters, 108.8690. Affection, 19. Note, the bound target is divorced. She enjoys pouring her heart out on niche social media late at night. While his thoughts drifted. Ding! The elevator doors opened. "What do you want for lunch, Xiaosu?" Liu asked. "Whatever you're having is fine," Yunzhou replied. "Me? I usually just eat salad to stay in shape, but you're in a mood today. Let us go for Thai food. They just opened a new place here at Qianda Plaza. Got a flyer yesterday, grand opening discount." Yunzhou's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely remembered the restaurant handing out coupons around the offices a few days ago. Thai food. Even with a discount, lunch would cost a few hundred yuan, easy. Looking sheepish, he said, "Sister Liu, no need to spend that much." Liu chuckled. "Don't worry about it. Got a deal. Don't be shy with me." "Well, okay then." He followed her out of the building. Her gait was elegant and poised, with a subtle charm in every step. R-tilde. Liu let out a soft yelp as her heel slipped on a wet patch of floor. She fell forward. "Careful." Yunzhou reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. "Are you okay? Did you twist your ankle?" Her face flushed slightly as she stood up, embarrassed by both the fall and the unexpected embrace. She twisted her slender ankle and nodded. "I'm fine. Thanks." Yunzhou secretly mourned the fleeting softness of the moment, but then a notification sounded in his ear. Affection +5. Now it was up to 24. Manai Thai restaurant. Even during lunch rush, the place was nearly packed. They were lucky a small table just opened up. Liu ordered a discounted set meal for two priced at 198 yuan. A server led them to a window seat. They sat facing each other. Su Yunju politely wiped down the table again. Affection +1. It worked. Women really did notice the little things. Of course, it helped when the guy doing them was good looking. The food arrived. They chatted while eating, the mood light and pleasant, but no further affection points came through. Then Liu Yi asked, Xiaosu, hope you don't mind me asking. What happened? I thought you two were doing well. Su Yunju paused mid-bite, memories crashing back. 3 years together, and all we had was that shabby apartment. I just asked for a handbag, and you said you were saving to buy a house. Only 16.8 thousand yuan for a bride price. And you wanted your mom to cut it down. What do you think I stayed with you for? Yeah, I cheated. And I don't regret it. Let us break up. Those words were like knives. They gutted him in the final days of their relationship. But life had to go on. He sighed. It's the kind of choice most girls would make. I come from a regular family. She met a second-gen rich kid at work. No idea how long it had been going on, but once I found out, she dumped me. His voice was low and bitter. Liu Yi, recently divorced, could relate all too well. Her own husband had cheated too, blamed her for focusing too much on work, said she neglected the family and his feelings. She couldn't accept that. No kids. So she had divorced him without hesitation. Only those who lived through it understood the pain hidden behind such simple words. She raised her teacup, meeting his tired eyes. I'm not great at comforting people, but if you can talk about it now, it means you're moving on. Let us drink to that with tea. Seeing his affection score rise another 5 points, Su Yunju gently clinked his cup with hers. Thanks, Sister Liu. Feels better saying it out loud. She smiled playfully. In modern terms, you just unlocked a whole forest of possibilities. Lunch took about half an hour. After the server returned with the POS machine and the payment went through, a sound chimed in Su Yunju's mind. Ding! Mature beauty spent 198 yuan on you. Affection, 30 points. Cashback, 5,940 yuan. Note, all system funds are legally obtained from that island country. The next second, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Oh, Sister Liu, excuse me, I need the restroom. Inside a stall, he checked his phone, hands trembling. Bank notification, on June 10, 2025, your card ending in 9527 received a transfer of 5,940 yuan. Balance, 85,940 yuan. This wasn't a dream. The system really paid him. At that moment, all his doubts vanished. He clenched his fists. This opportunity could not be wasted. After a quick moment to calm himself, he returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. I just remembered I've got a video call with a client this afternoon. So, could I trouble you to help me buy a new phone? I'll transfer the money to you right after I turn it on. Chapter 2, Money in the Pocket, Calm in the Heart. Mango Phone Store. A male shop assistant, wearing thick rimmed glasses and sporting slightly greasy hair, was enthusiastically introducing a product to them. Sir, you've got great taste. This Mango 17 Pro Max is equipped with the latest. Su Yunju waved his hand to interrupt him. Is this model in stock? The clerk's heart skipped a beat. This might be a done deal. He beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. It just arrived. We've got all the colors. And since it's our store's anniversary today, the 1 terabyte version is only 12,888. If you buy 2 at once, there's an additional discount. Final price, 20,888. It's our biggest deal of the year. Su Yunju was quite satisfied with the price. Actually, he would have preferred no discount at all. He nodded and turned to look at Liu Yi. Jie, want to change your phone too? Note, Jie means older sister, often used to address an older female with affection or respect. A flicker of temptation crossed Liu Yi's eyes, but she shook her head and held up her still new phone. I just got a new one a month ago. Su Yunju shrugged and turned to the clerk. Give me 1 black and 1 white. The clerk was overjoyed. He hadn't met such a straightforward customer in a long time. He dashed off to grab the POS machine and the 2 sealed phones. Liu Yi raised her delicate eyebrows in curiosity. Why are you buying 2? To give 1 away. Su Yunju replied casually. Jie, can you help me pay for it? The clerk twitched at the corner of his mouth, glancing over with barely concealed surprise. The elegant, mature woman in front of him was stunning. His thoughts were practically written all over his face. Bro, respect. Living off a woman so smoothly, you're a role model for us all. Liu didn't mind paying after all, they worked at the same company and knew each other well. She took out her phone and scanned the code. Thank you. Please keep your receipt, the clerk said, with a tone full of envy. This pretty boy just milked 20,000 from a rich lady. He's only a bit more handsome and slightly taller than me, and who knows if he's even better in bed. Sigh. When will this kind of luck fall on me? While internally grumbling, the clerk efficiently opened the black mango phone and began setting it up for the pretty boy. Mature woman spent 20,888 on you. Favorability plus 30. Cashback 626,640. The system notification was like music to his ears. Yunzhou was so excited he wanted to dance on the spot. Holy crap, is this real? He just made over 600k. In this world where making money is hard and eating SHT is harder, he used to slave away for a post-tax salary of just 7,500 a month. After months of scrimping and saving, he only managed to save 80,000. Last time he went home, his parents said they could help gather 300,000. He was hoping to save another 20,000 in the second half of the year. With 400,000, he could barely afford a down payment. But now, thanks to this mature woman cashback, he instantly achieved the dream he once fought so hard for. Yunzhou looked at Liu with burning eyes. Paying for a house in full doesn't seem so crazy now? But Liu started to feel a little uncomfortable. Xiaosu's gaze was a little too intense. Favorability 3. That sudden drop snapped Yunzhou back to reality. He quickly wore a sheepish smile. Jie, sorry, I just remembered something. Let's go. It's getting late. Liu turned and walked out. The shop assistant respectfully saw them off. Watching the elegant, swaying figure leave, like she was dancing on his heartstrings, he licked his lips and murmured. This young man skipped years of struggle. On their way back, Liu frowned at the 2 transfer records in her chat. Xiaosu, why did you send 2 payments? Jie, I don't mean anything by it. I just think people who are willing to help out colleagues these days are too rare. This is just a small thank you, hope you'll accept it. One transfer was 20,888. The other was 666. He was afraid that if he sent too much, it'd be awkward. Too little, and it'd seem stingy. After all, he just earned 600,000 off her. Liu gave a soft "oh," accepted the 20,000, and refunded the 666. You're too polite. It was nothing, really. Alright, I'm getting back to work. That afternoon, Yunzhou was a bit distracted at work. He kept checking the balance on his phone. Honestly, compared to working, it seemed more promising to research new cashback strategies. After work, he headed to Qianda Plaza. This time, walking around with money in his pocket, he didn't feel that insecurity he used to have while shopping with his ex. As expected, money in the pocket, peace in the heart. But he wasn't planning to splurge today. What's the point of performing without an audience? He wanted to pick out a gift for Liu. Not too expensive so she wouldn't reject it. But not too cheap so it didn't seem insincere. After thinking it over, he finally found the perfect gift. After paying handsomely, he stopped by a noodle shop upstairs that he walked past many times but never entered. Juji Noodle House. It was a small place, decorated in elegant Chinese style. There weren't many diners after all. When a bowl of noodles costs nearly 100, not many people come, even if it's been nominated for a Black Pearl Award. Boss, I'll have a large crab roe noodles. That LLB 398. Please pay first. The sound of a successful payment was music to his ears. Several customers turned their heads curiously. This crab roe noodles was known more for its hype, very few people actually ordered it. At one table, a couple of salesgirls from a nearby store were gossiping. Wow I want to try the crab roe noodles too. Hey, didn't you say it was too expensive earlier? Also, do you really want to try the noodles, or just the noodle guy? Keik tilde. They laughed as they eyed Yunzhou. To be fair, that guy is good looking. Why don't you go flirt with him? You're wearing your killer combo today, black stockings and pencil skirt. The younger girl seemed tempted. She touched up her makeup, walked over, and gave a flirty smile. Moments later, she stomped back in a huff. What happened? He wouldn't even add me on WeChat. He said very tactfully that he's not into my kind of girly type. So mad. So Yunzhou had always been handsome. He'd been hit on before, but used to decline politely because of his ex. Now though, he simply wanted to enjoy his noodles in peace. Unconsciously, his mindset had already shifted. After finishing his meal, he returned to the office and quietly placed the gift under Liu's desk before heading home. Back at the apartment, old memories stirred again. He shook his head and brushed the thoughts away. Looks like it's time to move out. Later that night, lying in bed, Su Yunzhou found Liu's Xiaolan profile at Yang Liu. Her posts were all about serenity, sunshine, flowers, poetic vibes. Although she never showed her face, her elegant figure and unmistakably curvy peach-shaped hips made it obvious who it was. She had divorced 3 months ago. Around that time, her posts were filled with sad quotes and moody photos. One post had a ton of likes. My past, my present, and my future all deserve respect. The past is over, the future hasn't arrived, cherish the now. You've got this. Carrot. Su Yunzhou hesitated, then sent her a DM. Thank you. Your post reminded me of something I went through recently. I'm going to be like you, let go of the past and live well in the present. But no reply came, even after a long wait. Wasn't she always online late at night, chatting with people on Xiaolan? The night passed quietly. The next morning, Su Yunzhou got up early with hope for another boost in favorability. But reality had other plans. He had just sat down and made a cup of tea when favorability 7. Liu's favorability dropped to just 20 points. What the hell happened? Chapter 3, 800 acres of good farmland were expropriated. Hartilder. Liu yawned. Last night I had a small gathering with my best friend who knew about my divorce. We talked until very late without realizing it, and it was already 1 in the morning when I got home, packed up and went to bed. She arrived at the office on time. A good female colleague joked. Sister, do you have a gift? What? She was confused. After sitting at her workstation, she found a shoe box. After opening, a pair of pink and white co-branded AJs. I looked at several colleagues around me with strange looks. Liu pretended to be calm. My feet hurt from wearing high heels these days, so I put a pair of spare shoes in the office. Instead of wasting time on gossiping, you might as well think about your next job. They are all doing personnel work. Naturally, everyone was very good at reading people's expressions, and since Liu was the director, several people immediately dispersed. Liu opened the computer absent-mindedly. She guessed who gave her the shoes. This gift was actually a well-chosen one, neither expensive nor cheap, and it showed thoughtfulness. But the problem is. Never mind. Liu forced herself to get into working mode. 10:30 in the morning. Finished the current work. Liu then sent a message to Su Yunzhou, who was feeling restless. Thank you for your gift. Another message immediately popped up in the dialog box. Sister Liu, I'm not sure about the size. If the size recommended by the clerk is not suitable, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. See this message. It reminded me of the other person going to a women's shoe store to ask about sizes. Liu felt a little nervous, but as a senior human resources director, her reason told her what to do next. I accept this gift, but only because of what happened yesterday. Do you understand what I said? See this message. Su Yunzhou's guess became reality. At the same time, I secretly cursed myself for being stupid and not considering it so comprehensively. The ideas of young women are very different from those of young girls. After realizing the problem. Sorry. I know what to do. After this message was sent, Liu did not reply, put down her phone and devoted herself to work. It was almost noon. She stretched, revealing her abs from long-term yoga training. Sister Liu, what are we going to eat for lunch? What do you want to eat? Only then did Liu notice that there was a red dot on her work email. After clicking, a resignation letter. Applicant, Su Yunzhou. There was a look of surprise on her face. She didn't expect it to turn out like this. Sister Liu, what's wrong? Yunzhou from Design Team 3 has applied for resignation. Yes. Yunzhou, the most handsome guy in the design department. Xiaoqing frowned. As a HR person, what she hated most was facing this kind of sudden resignation. Liu's expression returned to normal, and she stood up and said, "Let's go. Have lunch first, and then you can talk to him in the afternoon. I heard that Yunzhou is very capable at work. Let's see if there is any chance to keep him." Good. Xiaoqing nodded. Lunch break. Several urban white-collar workers were chatting and laughing while eating a simple meal. Liu looks normal, she can joke, socialize, and appear calm on the surface, but in fact, the image of Yunzhou in her mind is becoming clearer and clearer. Sometimes, the more you suppress a thought, the more it becomes difficult to shake it off. However, as a workplace elite, concealing emotions has become instinctive. It's just that today's time feels exceptionally long. Back to the office. Liu closed her eyes and took a nap, her eyelashes fluttering back and forth, which was enough to show that she was not as calm as she appeared to be on the surface. In the afternoon, she forced herself to start working, but the data that she was familiar with on weekdays became particularly naughty today. Finally, I waited until Xiaoqing came back from outside. Sister, let me report to you about Yunzhou's situation. Liu's slender hands were typing on the keyboard. Wait a minute. I'll be done in a minute. 2 minutes later. Liu raised her head. How is it? I can't keep him. Xiaoqing shook her head and said, he is very satisfied with the company. Is his resignation entirely due to personal reasons? Liu nodded slightly. There was a hint of amusement in Xiaoqing's eyes. I don't know if what he said is true or not. He said that his family's 800 acres of good land had been requisitioned, so he doesn't have to work and can still support himself. Liu frowned. My ex-girlfriend encountered a demolition household. He now also says that he has demolished the house. What is he thinking? But the next words made her expression change. Xiaoqing's tone rose a few notches, a gossipy look on her face. Sister, he also mentioned a second reason. You definitely can't guess it. He said the company doesn't allow office romances, and he broke up and doesn't have any social life, so. The following words. Liu didn't listen. She took a deep breath, suppressed her churning thoughts, and spoke in a deep voice. I can't keep it, forget it. Keep working. Design 3 groups. The news of Yunzhou's resignation naturally spread to the entire office. Especially after understanding the reasons. Everyone is more interested in the 800 acres of fertile land. The team leader looked a little regretful. Yunzhou was very capable at work and, for a young man, he was very obedient. Xiaosu, what are your plans next? Yunzhou smiled and replied, the world is so big, I want to go out and see it. Another colleague joked, Brother Su, you have to treat us to a big meal before you leave. No problem. Once the process is completed and the time is confirmed, I will treat the department to a good dinner. Very good. Brother Su is so domineering. At this time, a female colleague who had always had a crush on Yunzhou took advantage of the excitement and spoke cautiously. Brother Su, are you really breaking up? Yunzhou admitted generously, yes. It's a pity that she didn't wait until my family's fertile land was confiscated. Everyone was a little nervous at first, thinking that the little girl couldn't speak, but when they heard Yunzhou say this, they immediately joined in the joke. What a pity. If she knew, she would definitely regret it. Yeah. This is a real missed opportunity. With everyone's jokes, it was soon time to get off work. Yunzhou returned home after a hearty meal. Until 9 o'clock in the evening. Finally I received Liu's WeChat message. He didn't have time to reply. The message was immediately withdrawn. TSK. He smacked his lips, thought for a moment, and instead of replying to the WeChat message, he opened the little blue book and posted a moment. The world is so big, I want to go out and see it. With pictures. Photo of office workstations. Then. Put down your phone and fall asleep. Royal Bay. Liu lay on the large and soft bed, with her white arms, delicate chin raised, and her big almond-shaped eyes glancing at the mobile phone in front of her from time to time. She was wearing a white silk pajamas, the fabric was soft and delicate and very comfortable. It's just that the skirt is a little short, just enough to cover her round and smooth buttocks. A pair of slender legs exposed outside is very tempting. If someone sees it, I guess their nose will bleed. Waited for a long time. Didn't get a response from anyone either. Not even the other person is typing. You don't play by the rules, Tilda. She turned over, revealing her beautiful scenery that no one appreciated. Opened the little blue book. There are quite a few messages in the message column. Although not replying. But she would always take a look. Among the newly added followers, there is a person named Yunzhou. Judging from the profile picture, it seems that he has sent a private message. After clicking to see the other party's notes, she was stunned for a moment, recited the words silently twice, looked at the familiar workstation photo, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She found the private message and replied. Come on. Living well in the present is the best way to say goodbye to the past. After sending this message, she put down her phone, clamped a stuffed toy between her long legs, and finally felt a little sleepy. Chapter 4, Ladies and Gentlemen. The next day, when Yunzhou saw this reply, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I really like playing with the little blue book in the dead of night. Think about it for a moment. He replied to the message. Good morning. A new day, full of energy, I wish you peace and joy today. After washing up, there is news. A full day starts with a breakfast. With pictures. There was an exquisite sandwich and milk on the table, plus fried eggs and cherry tomatoes. Yunzhou looked at the nutritional combination and suddenly felt a little hungry. I'm so jealous. I can only go to breakfast shops to eat fried dough sticks and soy milk. On their way to work, the two chatted about random things. I arrived at my workstation, turned on my computer, and continued to ring the clock. In the afternoon, the resignation progress shows that the approval is completed and now I need to go to the Human Resources Department to sign. Dong dong Tilda. Come in. A pleasant voice came. Yunzhou pushed the door open and walked in, his eyes lit up when he looked over. Today, Liu was wearing a light-colored shirt and a dark denim skirt. Her long hair was tied up high and her cheeks were lightly made up. A pair of big eyes, clear and transparent. You can see that she is in a good mood. Xiaoqing walked over and joked while looking at Yunzhou, who was dressed casually. It seems that the family's fertile land has lost a lot of money. I just sent you a notice, and you are so impatient. Yunzhou chuckled and followed the procedures. Finally, Liu's signature is needed. He stood in front of his workstation and looked at the other person. Liu sat in the office chair, supporting her forehead with one hand, and smiled at Yunzhou. Although Xiaoqing has already asked, I still want to ask again as a matter of routine. Do you have any good suggestions or opinions about the company? Yunzhou raised the corner of his mouth, and his voice contained 3 parts of sincerity and 3 parts of ridicule. I hope the company will allow office romance. The words fell. Attract the attention of all staff in the office. Xiaoqing, who was standing next to him, smiled and said, You really dare to say that? By the way, handsome Su, who is that person? Since you've resigned now, tell us about it, a female colleague asked curiously. Yunzhou smiled and shook his head. It cannot be said. It cannot be described. Several girls wanted to continue asking questions. Ahem. Liu coughed twice, then said, Thank you for your answer. We will record it truthfully. As she spoke, Liu picked up the pen and signed her name on the resignation agreement form. Next second. Favorability plus 10. Look at the favorability that was lost and regained. Yunzhou knew that he had made the right decision. He said goodbye with a smile. There was a strange light flashing in Liu's beautiful eyes. I wish you a bright future. Yunzhou answered irrelevantly, The world is so big, I want to go out and see it. This joke caused everyone to laugh again. But what no one noticed was that a blush inexplicably appeared on Liu's face. She could naturally understand the meaning of this sentence, and the lake of her heart, which had finally calmed down, began to ripple again. Favorability plus 3. Yunzhou returned to design group 3 feeling refreshed. At this moment, the favorability level became 33 points. Hey! The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Return to your workstation. Colleagues were talking about it. Xiaosu, the formalities are all done. I envy you. Brother Su, where are you going to enjoy life next? Su Yunju smiled and said he hadn't thought about it yet, looking at his colleague's expectant eyes and said generously. It happens to be Friday. If you have nothing to do in the evening, I would like to invite everyone to have a small gathering. Hearing this, everyone was excited. Okay. Brother Su is treating us, we must have time. Second generation Big Pot, what are we having for dinner? Su Yunju raised his lips. 6 o'clock in the evening, Shanjing Japanese restaurant on the third floor of Qianda Plaza. Their words haven't finished yet. There was another round of cheers. Brother Su is so generous. Let us eat seafood. We will definitely go. The team leader waved his hand to stop the noisy crowd. Okay, we're still working. Then he said to Su Yunju. Xiaosu, originally I should have treated you to this meal, but now that you have money, I'll go shamelessly. Team leader, you are too polite. Thank you for taking care of me before. It's not like we're just colleagues. At this point, the team leader smiled bitterly. However, you have now increased the scale of our group's future dinners. Su Yunju laughed, sat at his workstation, and began to organize his personal belongings and clear out various work groups. 3 years of employment. There are about 17 or 18 work groups of various sizes. This is all proof of hard work. Now I am giving them up one by one, and I still feel a little reluctant. No. How could you have such an idea? I've been a slave for too long and it has become a habit. Few tilde. Su Yunju took a deep breath and said to himself that he would be an ordinary person from now on. Design 3 groups. A colleague who didn't get along well with Su Yunju was whispering to another colleague. Fuck. It costs 498 per person to go to the well at night. Is his house really demolished? Who cares? It's a waste if I don't eat it. I've never eaten such an expensive buffet before. 2. Brother, you should be happy. You too often had conflicts in design concepts in the group before. Now that he is gone, you are the leader of our group. A. What's the use? The monthly salary is only a few thousand yuan more. For other people, this meal cost us 3,000 to 4,000 yuan for 7 people. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Listen to these sour words. Another colleague didn't know how to respond. Because he was also envious and jealous in his heart. Half a month ago, his girlfriend went to eat at this Japanese buffet, but he was reluctant to leave, and the two of them had a very unpleasant argument. It's not that he doesn't love his girlfriend, but spending $1,000 on a meal is really painful for an ordinary office worker. And now looking at Su Yunju, who was calm and composed not far away. That sentence is the most appropriate to describe their mood. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. After working together for 3 years, we all know each other well. Suddenly others became rich. This feeling is really TM. The female colleague who had a crush on Su Yunju immediately sent a message to her bestie saying that there was a company dinner tonight and she would not go shopping with them. At the same time, I felt a little annoyed. I didn't dress up carefully, so my look today can only be rated 7 points. Do you want to go to the convenience store and buy a magic tool to add points? But I don't know whether brother Yunju likes silk lining in pants. So conflicted. Everyone's thoughts. Su Yunju had no idea. He was chatting enthusiastically with Yang Liuyi on the little blue book. After confirming resignation. It is obvious that the atmosphere of the chat has improved a lot. The two knew each other's identities, but they tacitly avoided talking about such topics. Just like a gentleman and a lady who just met. Although the language is unrestrained, it is still elegant. Instead, there is a strange sincerity and thoughtfulness. In this fast-paced society, the so-called lady is nothing but a fox with a plan. The so-called gentleman is nothing more than a patient wolf. The so-called reserve and steadiness are nothing more than observation of weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 5, The beginning is ambiguous. After finishing a delicious seafood Japanese meal, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. I didn't encounter any situation where the waiters looked down upon me, nor did I run into my ex-girlfriend or anyone else. It was just a simple farewell dinner. It was just a normal meal of 4,186 yuan. A day ago, the price was prohibitive. One day later, it's so easy. The extra money is because I came at around 6 o'clock. The group felt that the lobby of the Japanese restaurant was a bit noisy. So Yunzhou waved his hand and chose a private room. Although a service charge of 100 yuan is added per customer. But the private rooms have dedicated service. There are also some special dishes that are not available elsewhere. For example, bibimbap mixed with the essence of 18 hairy crabs. There is also bitter glucan rice and so on. This rice has a weird name. Su Yunju also asked the waiter specifically. The young waitress explained, "This is a magical rice that won't make you fat and will lower your blood sugar." Su Yunju was skeptical about this and ate a small bowl of it. It tasted really good and more like rice than ordinary rice. Evening party. He also clearly noticed the changes in status and identity that money brought. Colleagues who were once somewhat proud have become fawning. He raised his glass to toast from time to time and told the truth against his will. There was also a female colleague who deliberately exposed her pantyhose when no one was paying attention. This made Su Yunju, who was not used to being the protagonist of the banquet, feel a little uncomfortable, but it was indeed a great feeling. At the entrance of Qianda Plaza, Su Yunju rejected his colleague's second round of invitations, got on the luxury car and waved goodbye to everyone. After all, this is a farewell. Maybe we can only meet in the circle of friends. Society is so realistic. It is difficult for colleagues to become true friends. Because all relationships based on interests will not last forever. The driver was a middle-aged man with deep wrinkles around his eyes. Seeing Su Yunjo's ruddy face, he reminded him, "Sir, there is mineral water in the back seat. Please remind me if you feel uncomfortable." "Okay, thanks." Su Yunju sat in the spacious back seat with his legs crossed. The leather interior was clean and tidy, with a light aroma and Evian mineral water in the car. This is in stark contrast to the ordinary cars I took before. It's really frustrating when you encounter a driver who smells like cigarettes or doesn't want to turn on the air conditioner. It feels so damn good to have money. Not long. Arrive at destination. Wanher community. You can guess the age and level of the community just by listening to the name. The driver did not look down on the passenger because he did not go to a high-end residential area. After parking the car, he asked politely, "Sir, can I stop here?" "Good. Please take your belongings with you." Su Yunju said, "Thank you," got off the car and returned to the rental house. After washing up, he lay down on the bed. It was exactly 10 o'clock. He opened the little blue book. Follow the home page for update notifications. After clicking, Yang Liui posted a note. "I haven't worn it for a long time tilde. The illustrations are still the same. No face shown. Long, smooth, black hair. And a dreamy back view." She also deliberately pulled up her trouser legs to reveal a pair of pink and white co-branded AJs under her slender calves. Su Yunju curled the corners of his mouth slightly, smiling like a cat that has discovered the traces of a mouse. The other party sent out a very interesting signal. It's a small step. It's also a big step in their relationship. He sent a private message. "What a good eye, these shoes are so beautiful." A moment later, the dialogue box has a reply. The party ended so early. Su Yunju had previously said that he was going to have a party with his colleagues. Liu said they would talk again in the evening. But I didn't expect the other party to come back so early. Urban white-collar dinners are one of the few places where they can freely vent their emotions. It happened to be the weekend, and most of the time, parties would last until very late. After all, workers living in the urban jungle have too many troubles that need to be vented, so there are so many men and women who like to get drunk to release their emotions. Every family has its own problems, and everyone faces different pressures. Family conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The tuition fees for children are getting more and more expensive. And there's that so-and-so, who is obviously not as pretty as me, but married a rich husband. But in the end most of the problems come down to one point. That's money. Money can really solve most problems. This has been the truth since ancient times. And now Su Yunju finally has a legitimate way to make a lot of money. So he replied seriously. "Yes. Actually, I don't like parties very much. I usually go out of helplessness." "Oh tilde, I thought you were a person who liked to be lively. By the way, What are you going to do this weekend? Yang Liui hesitated for a while before sending the message. I haven't decided yet. I was planning to go hiking, but my bestie happened to have something to do. Su Yunzhou sent a message tentatively. If you ask me to go hiking, I will reluctantly agree tilde. Hee hee. I want to meet up with netizens. See this message. Su Yunzhou pursed his lips and thought to himself, Sister Liu really wants to act to the end. Typing at the same time. I haven't tried it either. I was rejected the first time. First of all, I stated that this was the first time I did this. Then changed the subject. Do you know which hospital is better for physical examination? Royal Bay. Liu looked at the message, was slightly startled, and sat up from the bed. Her movements were quite large, causing other parts of her body wrapped in her silk pajamas to shake several times before stopping. She crossed her long legs, revealing the girlish pattern, and asked seriously. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Huh? No. I just want to get a comprehensive physical examination. Hatilda. Liu patted the tall and soft talent with her white palm. I see. You scared me. Wait. Why do I care so much about the other person's feelings? Even if he really resigned for me, that's only one of the reasons. His 800 acres of fertile land is the decisive factor. He and I are just online friends. Yes, we are just online friends now. Liu murmured to herself, convinced herself, and typed a reply. Provincial Hospital Physical Examination Center is okay. Then I will make an appointment tomorrow. The two chatted until late that night, and their favorability increased by 5 points intermittently. Liu's favorability became 38 points. With a yearning for a better life, Su Yunzhou took the initiative to end the topic. First of all, it was because I was so sleepy. Secondly, men and women must learn to take the initiative when chatting. Liu only realized belatedly that they had been chatting for so long. But it's been a long time since I had this feeling when chatting with the opposite sex. It's like going back to my youth when hormones were surging. Matters between men and women. The most interesting moment is the ambiguity at the beginning. She put down her phone, went to the bathroom, turned on the light, and saw a slender and graceful curve in the mirror. Liu has a great figure, which she has maintained thanks to years of exercise. Her skin is fair, smooth and tender thanks to the protection of her body. She has a slender waist and elegantly round hips, exuding the seductive aura of a mature woman. She looked at herself in the mirror. Although time had left traces on her, she was still liked by young guys. Think of this. Liu suddenly felt her body getting a little hot. She reached out and touched her cheek, feeling the warm touch, and a sense of yearning and desire surged in her heart. She lay back in bed, but tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, her mind full of chaotic thoughts. Final. She opened her bedside table and took out the fairy that she hadn't used for a long time. Chapter 6. Now that I have money, I will make an appointment for a physical examination. 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Yunzhou hung up the phone with a sense of relief. As expected, the only people who can support me wholeheartedly are my parents. He told her about the breakup. My mother, who is always nagging, was not as excited as I had imagined. But said it seriously. Son, I didn't want to tell you before because she was the one you chose, but now you've broken up. Mom thinks you were right to break up. That girl is too strong and often yells at you. Your dad and I have seen it a few times and we are already upset. And you know that she doesn't care about us old couple. Until my mother said this. Su Yunzhou then realized that his parents had really endured some troubles that they shouldn't have endured for him. Of course, resignation. Su Yunzhou didn't say that in the eyes of his conservative parents, only hard work is the capital for making a living. And I am in this situation now. Going to work is also for making money. Why should I give up my easy work and waste my time doing other things? I originally wanted to transfer some money back, but after thinking it over, I gave up the idea. It's too much trouble to explain. And my parents are still working hard to save money for my down payment. I'll tell them after I buy their house. Later, Su Yunzhou told his parents that a colleague of his worked overtime and ate takeout every day. He had a physical examination last time and found out that there were health problems, so he advised his parents to go for a physical examination as well. Although his parents agreed, Su Yunzhou knew them well enough to know that they might not go. So after hanging up the phone, He asked a former high school classmate who worked in a hospital to help him make reservations for 2 medical examination packages. After hearing that the money had been paid, my parents finally agreed and went to the hospital for a physical examination 2 days later. This made Yunzhou feel relieved. I have money now. He must want to encounter the unpleasant situation of a son wants to support his parents but they are no longer there. Then he went downstairs to eat some dumplings and called a luxury car to go to the provincial hospital. Really? No matter when. There are so many people in the hospital. Yunzhou consulted the medical guide, went to the physical examination center, and made an appointment for a physical examination package with 86 items. After payment of 21,800 yuan, the nurse became noticeably more enthusiastic and repeatedly reminded me of the things I should pay attention to when I come for the checkup next Monday. She also hinted that the young and handsome Yunzhou could contact her if he had any questions. Yunzhou nodded politely and finally chose to add the work WeChat. He really didn't have the energy nor did he want to waste time on these little girls. Walk out of the hospital. It's already noon. Suddenly I don't know what to do. Open the little blue book. Sent a message to Yang Liuyi. The medical checkup appointment was successful. Are there any food recommendations nearby? A few minutes later. The phone vibrated twice. There is a good hot pot restaurant nearby Tilda. You must be doing this on purpose. Why would I want to eat hot pot alone? Tilda, this shows that you are not strong enough inside. Think about it for a moment. Yunzhou is typing. I am going to look at cars this afternoon. Do you have any recommendations for models that are suitable for an ordinary person like me who is handsome but not rich? See this message. Liuyi, who was drinking juice, choked, coughed a few times, and patted her chest before she recovered. I never saw him like this. Immediately. Think about it. It's a good time to try it out. You can also help your best friend who has to work overtime because she didn't complete her property showing assignment. If you go to look at the car this afternoon, could you do me a favor? I can, but I won't go to do anything that would cause harm. Wait. See that the other party agrees. Liuyi called her best friend who had stood her up. Hey. What's wrong with E? Should I introduce you to a potential client? Is it reliable? More reliable than a woman like you who likes to stand people up. I don't want to either. My performance this month is not up to standard, I'm so miserable. Tell me what's going on with the client, and if I can get you a deal, I'll treat you to a nice meal and take you out. After the phone call was hung up, Liuyi sent a message. This is my best friend's phone number 158XXXXXX. She is the sales manager of Porsche. You are here to look at the car anyway, so just help her complete the task of showing it. Porsche? These 3 words have an invisible magic. It suddenly came to my mind. The shape is cool. A classic red model that catches the eye. This car is the dream of many young people. It doesn't matter if we don't know whether it is 718 or 911. Yunzhou still had more than 600,000 yuan left in his pocket, so he was not afraid to go and see $1 million luxury cars. Let us go check it out today. Wait until Liuyi helps me save enough money, then I will buy a luxury car worth about 1 million and return to my hometown XX. Isn't it wonderful? Enter the number to dial. A pleasant voice came from the receiver. The two chatted for a few words. After adding WeChat, the woman named Li Yang immediately sent a confirmation message of the location and the appointment for the viewing. On their way to the car, Yunzhou had nothing to do, so he browsed through the other person's circle of friends. I have to admit that the hardware requirements for female Porsche salespeople are well deserved. This appearance and figure are quite good, but I don't know what she is like in real life. Porsche Center South Sales Office. After seeing the message that the other party confirmed the appointment, Li Yang immediately started to prepare. My best friend said that the other person's house was demolished. Young people who suddenly become rich are prone to impulsive spending, so she must be fully prepared. She pre-selected several ideal car models on her iPad and chose some accessories that young people would like. For example, the famous screaming armrest. Wheels with a high-tech feel. The scene of her working hard immediately attracted the attention of another female colleague. This young and beautiful female colleague is called Liu Ru. Not only does she have a pretty face, but she also has a hot body. However, the most attractive thing about Liu Ryu is not her beautiful face with dimples, but her big, watery eyes that are adorable. When I first came to the Porsche Center half a year ago, I behaved like an innocent little lamb. Her deliberate weakness aroused the desire to protect her among her male colleagues. With enthusiastic help, she grew quickly and mastered many skills and resources in just 1 month. In order to pursue her, the former sales champion gave her all his knowledge and even gave her 2 clients to help her place orders. Everyone thought they were boyfriend and girlfriend. But who would have known that this pretty woman who looked like a little lamb was actually a high-level green tea? That month, 2 potential customers chose to place orders. Everyone was surprised. The sales champion suddenly chose to resign. Rumors spread everywhere for a while. It is said that Liu Ryu's 2 big orders were obtained by sleeping. It is said that not only did the sales champion get nothing from that woman, but all his resources and clients were also taken away. There are also reports that the sales champion resigned because that woman had an unclear relationship with the store manager. Anyway, the final result was that the woman stayed. Once she takes off her disguise, she will do anything to win clients. A lot of orders have been missed in the past few months. This series of actions naturally aroused dissatisfaction among other colleagues. But who would have thought that several colleagues who went to report the incident would be scolded by their immediate superior instead? Sales is a wolf culture. If your order is snatched away, you should reflect on your personal reasons instead of reporting it like a weakling. It's easy to imagine whether there is something fishy going on with the boss defending Liu Ryu so much. Several veteran salespeople left in disgrace, and from then on everyone had a tacit understanding and began to distance themselves from this top-notch green tea. But Liu Ryu acted as if she didn't care. A person who keeps to himself. It does not affect the order opening. Not long after, Li Yang walked out happily. It looks like a customer is coming. Liu Ryu did not show any abnormal behavior because the transaction cycle for every Porsche customer is not short. In the early stage, she will wait for others to lay the groundwork slowly, and in the later stage, as long as she gets the customer resources, she will be able to grab the order. It looks like I have to accompany my boss again. She doesn't mind these unspoken rules. It's just that the store manager is both naive and playful, so I always have to pretend to cooperate with him in his performance. Hey! I'm really tired. After all, who doesn't he want real sexual happiness? Chapter 7: The Unexpected. Mr. Su, here. Li Yang waved her slender arms tentatively at the handsome man not far away. Li Yang? Su Yunzhou looked at the young woman in front of him who was even prettier than in the photo, and thought to himself, birds of a feather flock together. Liu's best friend is equally beautiful and radiant. She was wearing a tight black business suit. The 2 buttons on the collar of her white shirt were a little too heavy to button, revealing her full breasts. The black hip skirt made her beautiful gray legs look slender and straight. It reminds people of Mr. Mo's masterpiece. Mr. Su, please follow me. Her voice is pleasant to the ears, like a gentle spring breeze, which makes people feel good. Su Yunzhou looked at the swaying peach in front of him with a smile in his eyes, and a system prompt came to his mind. Mature woman binding successful. Name, Li Yang. Attributes, 34, 168, 116, 93, 66, 95. Favorability, 8. Friendly reminder, the bound object craves money and status, but will not use selling her body or other means to obtain them. Her original family is an indelible pain in her heart for a lifetime. This reminder. Su Yunzhou paused and his expression changed. He didn't expect that he would get such a pleasant surprise when he came to see a car. He also had another big money-making project that was legitimate. But a woman who seems so amazing may have such big psychological problems in her original family. This could be a breaking point. Secondly, he was a little surprised that Li Yang had such a positive view on money. The other party's original family brought her such great trauma, but under such circumstances, she did not choose to take shortcuts, but made money with her own hands, which is very rare. Li Yang saw Su Yunzhou suddenly froze, and frowned calmly and said, Mr. Su, what's wrong? Su Yunzhou took out the latest model of Mango mobile phone, took a look at it, and replied thoughtfully, it's okay, I just received a message from the bank. Hearing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up. This sentence was full of information. She smiled brightly. Mr. Su, we have coffee, tea, and soda water here. I'll get you whatever you want to drink. Soda, please. Li Yang brought over a bottle of elephant soda water, and after asking, she considerately cut 2 slices of lemon for her. Thanks. Su Yunju took it with a smile. We are acquaintances, so there is no need to be so polite. Favorability +1. A polite man. It is indeed easier to gain favor. Li Yang nodded slightly and said softly, Mr. Su, do you have any car models you are interested in? Seeing the other party shook his head. Li Yang continued, I see that Mr. Su is not very old, so can I recommend you a few models suitable for young people? Good. Su Yunju responded and followed Li Yang to visit the luxurious and grand exhibition hall. The exhibition hall is divided into 3 areas: sedans, sports cars, SUVs. Li Yang's business ability is as mature as her plump figure. She speaks concisely and explains the advantages and disadvantages of a car model in just a few words. When he saw Su Yunju's expression change, he would explain it in detail. This woman is charming when she works. Su Yunju nodded from time to time and made eye contact, which made her sales status even better. Li Yang has received many clients, including those who are genuinely wealthy, those who are just pretending to be wealthy, those who deliberately bring female companions to show off, and those who are nouveau riche who suddenly became rich like Su Yunju. These people have different personalities, but they all have one thing in common: they are too ambitious. Even if the customer seems polite and courteous in words, he cannot hide his arrogance in his bones. She doesn't like this kind of people, but she has to deal with them for a living. But the Su Yunju in front of them was obviously different from them. He would listen very carefully, with a gentle tone and without any airs. This feeling of being respected also made her feel relaxed and comfortable. I looked around. The favorability increased by 2 points again. The two returned to the reception room. Li Yang sat next to him, with a faint scent of perfume just right. She held an iPad and said with a smile, Mr. Su, if you don't see the car you like, there are many cars on my iPad that are not on display. You can also take a look. Su Yunju glanced forward and quickly retracted his eyes. The charm of the other person's proud cleavage was too amazing. He didn't want to leave a sleazy impression and lower his favorability. I want to see Lameller's series again. Panamera? Li Yang smiled and praised, you have a good eye. Panamera series, our center has the basic model, the executive extended version, and the new Panamera for e-hybrid. Su Yunju looked at the pictures and pointed to one of them and asked, I like this one very much. Can you tell me more about it? Li Yang said, we have a test drive car for this model. Why don't you come with me and I'll take you to the car to experience it while we talk? After a moment, a low-key and luxurious Panamera appeared in front of Su Yunju. The black appearance, domineering wheels and luxurious interior all highlight its unique charm. In the co-pilot seat, Li Yang explained enthusiastically, this one is the Panamera Executive Extended Platinum Edition, which can accelerate to 100 km per hour. A few minutes later, Su Yunju got down from the main driver's seat with a fiery look in his eyes. How much is this model? Li Yang said softly, the landing price is 1.28 million. If you want to choose the optional modifications, it will be based on your needs. You are his friend, and also my friend. I will definitely apply for the largest discount for you. After saying that, Li Yang looked at Su Yunju's expression nervously. The customer's expression changes at this time are particularly important. Let's order this one. Su Yunju said calmly. Li Yang said in disbelief, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, are you saying, just order this one? Well, any problem. Su Yunju said with a smile. Favorability +11. Li Yang's body trembled with excitement, and the rich fruits also shook, which made Su Yunju swallow his saliva. Of course, no problem. I just haven't met a client as generous as Mr. Su. This is the truth. Purchasing a luxury car worth millions is not an easy task. Every link is extremely important. Therefore, the service cycle is particularly long. Some customers often ask salespeople for hints of this or that. But in the end, the vast majority of people don't buy. These customers all have some money and background, so the salespeople can only swallow their anger and keep bowing their heads to try their luck. And customers like Su Yunju who made a deal within a few hours. Apart from having seen him in her favorite cool novels, this was also the first time Li Yang encountered him in real life. Li Yang held the iPad and said in a more respectful tone, "Mr. Su, do you want to see the options?" "Okay. Mr. Su, I suggest you use this wheel." Following Li Yang's introduction, prices on iPads are also increasing. Except for the color, Su Yunzhou basically listened to the other party's professional opinions on other selections. Li Yang's favorability is also increasing. Wait for the selection to be completed. A Panamera like the Darth Vader appears on the iPad. The price has reached as much as 1.58 million. Li Yang's favorability increased by another 7 points. Li Yang's favorability, 29 points. Su Yunzhou looked at the other party's expectant eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Then pay a 30% deposit as previously agreed, and the balance will be paid in one lump sum after the car arrives." The words fell. Li Yang's eyes lit up with excitement, and a bright smile appeared on her pretty face. She stood up and bowed, saying, "Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I will go to the store manager and ask for instructions to give you a minimum price and then draft a contract." After saying that, she walked quickly towards the door. After a moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Yunzhou thought it was Li Yang who came back, and called out, "Come in." Next second, a beautiful woman with a pretty face, a hot body and a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water came in from outside the door. The innocence on her face and her curvy figure create a unique and fascinating temperament. Her voice is soft and sticky. "Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Liu. Are you? Sister Li has some things to take care of. I will be at your service from now on." Chapter 8 Reasonable. Oh tilde. Su Yunzhou raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It is not difficult to guess the intentions of this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared. Liu Yu had a flattering look on her face as she looked at the man in front of her who was dressed in ordinary clothes and had delicate features. She didn't expect that the other party was so secretive. The store manager just sent her a message saying that this man wanted to place an order, and her first reaction was that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. After reacting, he realized that there was no need for the store manager to lie to him, as passing on information was part of their transaction. Liu Yu replied immediately. The store manager agreed to keep Li Yang for a while. Liu Yu sensibly replied, "See you in Vienna tonight," and hurried to the reception room. "Mr. Su, Sister Li just told me the situation. The maximum amount of money I can give you is 1.5 million yuan. I can also apply for 1 year of maintenance and..." Su Yunzhou listened quietly without replying. There was no embarrassment on Liu Yu's face. She leaned over, revealing her charming fair complexion and faintly visible lace patterns, and then she took out her trump card in a delicate voice. "Mr. Su, I know you don't need this little money, but I have some other benefits. Speaking of..." She took out her cell phone, opened the photo album and handed it over. The photo is a blood test report. She also deliberately magnified the time and content. Human immunodeficiency virus HIV type 1+2 antibodies. Result, negative. Anti-TP. Result, negative. The inspection was done 2 days ago. See this photo. Su Yunzhou's expression changed and his eyes became hotter. He didn't expect this woman to be so sincere and considerate. His expression changes naturally did not escape Liu Yu's eyes. Liu Yu was secretly delighted. "Oui. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. See if you won't take the bait." Liu Yu exhaled softly, and the warm breath made the other person's throat move slightly. Her slender fingers touched the screen of the mobile phone and slid back to reveal a bold and presumptuous picture. The thin black gauze dress reveals her snow-white and plump figure, and her face is covered with a veil, coupled with garters, giving people endless room for imagination. Hatilda. Su Yunzhou took a deep breath. I didn't expect this female salesperson to be so sincere. The person in the photo is so alluring, charming yet not vulgar. She perfectly displays her advantages and accurately grasps the little interests of men. Su Yunzhou, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, even felt. "How is it? Do you like it?" Liu Yu's eyes were charming. From the other person's expression, she knew that he was attracted to her. Su Yunzhou swallowed, looked at the system panel, and his voice became a little deeper. "You are very sincere." Bang tilde. The door to the reception room was violently pushed open. Li Yang stood at the door, suppressing her anger. Her good manners prevented her from losing her temper in front of the clients, but it was obvious that she was extremely angry. Standing behind was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He was the manager of the Porsche Center. He looked to be in his 40s, with regular facial features, but for some reason the combination of these features gave off a particularly vulgar aura. His face was serious and he looked at Li Yang with a warning in his eyes. Su Yunzhou narrowed his eyes and continued. You are very sincere, but I am really not interested. Ms. Li is my friend, and I believe she will give me a satisfactory price. Favorability plus 13. This is a system prompt. This made Su Yunzhou, who was almost shaken, very happy. Then he turned his gaze to the middle-aged man and his voice became louder. Are you right? The store manager was very smart and immediately put on a respectful smile. Mr. Su, you are absolutely right. Li Yang asked me to apply for the lowest discount this year, and we are about to come and tell you. Hearing this, the three people had different expressions. With an unwilling look on her face, Liu Ryu and the store manager left the reception room dejectedly. Li Yang's expression was very excited, her towering chest kept rising and falling. In just a few short minutes, she went from heaven to hell, and then from hell to heaven. It was really fucking thrilling. She took several deep breaths, adjusted her mood, and said sincerely, Mr. Su, thank you. You're welcome. Su Yunzhou had a faint smile on his face. Li Yang sat on the other side, and she despised the stool that the bitch had sat on. Right now. Looking at the other person's dark and deep eyes, Li Yang's heart beat faster. This man was so handsome at this moment. Mr. Su, as for the price, I have applied for 1.5 million for you. To thank you, I can give you the commission. Stop. Su Yunzhou shook his hand and interrupted the other party. We are friends, and you have helped me get the best discount. I saw that the favorability had reached 42 points. Su Yunzhou was even more excited than Li Yang. He forced himself to calm down, and at the same time thought about what to do next to maximize the benefits. Hey. Let's go over the contract. Li Yang took out the electronic contract on her iPad and began to explain it. The contract is in triplicate. Su Yunzhou had a flash of inspiration and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then I'll pay a deposit of 500,000 first. Good. Until this moment, Li Yang still found it a little unbelievable. This time her best friend was really reliable. She respectfully took Su Yunzhou to the payment department. All the sales staff and workers on duty today cast envious glances at me. Oh, I can't believe it. This Li Yang is so capable. Yes. This woman usually pretends to be very serious. If she gets this order, she will probably be the sales champion this month. She will make a fortune from bonuses and commissions. But you really can't tell that handsome guy is a rich guy. A Panamera worth 1.5 million. He bought it right away. Some people are jealous, some are envious, and some find it unbelievable. There are also some people who cancelled the Vienna Love Hotel due to the popularity. The financial officer asked politely, Mr. Su, how do you pay the deposit? Su Yunzhou took out a bank card. The POS machine made a beep. The finance staff's face changed, and she tried again calmly. Still the deduction failed. Mr. Su, it seems that your card has insufficient balance. Hearing this, the whole place fell into silence. Li Yang, who was feeling triumphant, suddenly trembled. How could? Liu said that her house was demolished. Wrong. There must be something wrong with the process. Liu Ryu, who was originally jealous, couldn't help but whispered ridicule to her colleagues. Insufficient balance. I'm dying of laughter. Isn't that handsome boy some kind of criminal? I don't know if Li Yang is fully committed. He tilde. Favorability 3. Favorability 4. Favorability 5. At this moment, Li Yang was confused, but when she turned her gaze to Su Yunzhou, she found that the other party had a calm face. There was no panic at all, but he was smiling calmly. The pot-bellied store manager, who was already furious because the Vienna dinner that evening was cancelled, immediately called Li Yang over and said coldly, What's going on with this client of yours? Are you trying to tease us? Your performance was not good to begin with. I asked you to serve more physically and mentally, but you still. I'm telling you, if you fail to complete the sales plan next month, you have to figure out how to give me an explanation. Li Yang nodded with a grim face, then returned to the client. Looking at his calm demeanor, she felt inexplicably relieved. Yunzhou looked at the favorability level that was no longer decreasing, and the smile on his face widened. The current scene was within his expectations. Then let us have a big rebound in favorability. Chapter 9 $0 purchase. Oh Tilder. Did you just take the wrong card? He looked around at everyone calmly, and the expressions on each face were different. How interesting. Especially the fat store manager, he looked at me with an impolite look. He pulled another card from his wallet and shook it. I have 470,000 yuan in this card. Can you withdraw this money to me? The financial staff looked at the customer with a serious face and was a little unsure until he got a hint from the store manager. She then took out the POS machine again and carefully entered the amount of 470,000. Ding Tilder. Scan code successfully. This reminder sound was like a loud slap in the face of the crowd watching the fun. Everyone's expressions were very interesting, just like Rongqing's unique skill face changing. This. The other party is really rich. But why did he only spend 470,000? But it's no problem. Just revise the contract again. Now. Liu Ryu's pretty face turned blue and white. A few minutes ago, she was gloating with her colleagues. This is a slap in the face. The store manager, who was overwhelmed by lust today, had a bitter face. Just now, he rudely called Li Yang over in front of the client. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude probably said everything. And young car owners who can afford to buy the Panamera. What these wealthy second generations care about most is the consumption atmosphere. Now I'm holding Jer in my hand, it's over. Oh shit. A remedy must be found. Looking at the surprised and envious eyes of the crowd, Yunzhou felt secretly happy, then he sighed, praising the powerful and looking down on the weak. That's human nature. The financial staff stared at Yunzhou with eyes as big as bells and handed him the receipt respectfully. Mr. Su, please sign. Yunzhou picked up the pen, signed his name, and turned his gaze to Li Yang, who had an interesting expression. Ms. Li, let's make a deal. Please advance me 30,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat tomorrow. Li Yang came back to her senses and felt a little strange, but still nodded. In a short period of time, her mood was as high as the stock market. It's really exciting. Favorability plus 21. Bumping back from the bottom. It suddenly rose to 51 points. Li Yang glanced at the stupid store manager who wanted to explain herself, and swiped her card for 30,000 yuan without hesitation. A young woman spent 30,000 yuan on you, with a favorability of 51 points, and a cashback of 1.53 million yuan. The moment the money arrives. Yunzhou was very excited and thanked Tongzi, while also praising his own intelligence. 1.53 million. It's equivalent to buying a Panamera for 0 yuan. Earlier, he had an idea to try a little trick. He wanted to ask the young woman to pay a little more, but he was afraid that it would be embarrassing if the other party disagreed. Fortunately, with the help of these tools, everything went smoothly. The results are quite encouraging. I have the money. The favorability level also jumped from 8 points when we first met to 51 points now. It is true that 3 gives birth to all things. At this time, the store manager came forward very nervously, with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Su, can we talk further? Oh Tilder, no need. Yunzhou shrugged, said something, and walked forward. Well. The store manager looked embarrassed, not knowing whether to leave or stay, so he just stood there smiling awkwardly. He wanted to slap himself twice now. The most feared scene still happened. This rich second generation, although calm on the surface, will probably mobilize the family power to make himself. Think of this. He started to use his brain, which was always clear as long as he wasn't drunk. When he had an idea, he immediately took out his cell phone to send a message. Li Yang respectfully saw Yunzhou off, and her cell phone started to ring. I glanced at the message. She hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Su, is this evening convenient for you? Kindness. Yunzhou stopped and a strange look appeared on his face. Mr. Su, the manager asked me to leave work early. I must treat you to a meal tonight as an apology. Yunzhou stopped and thought that he should not miss the opportunity to make money, and he could also have dinner with the young woman. He joked, it's not cheap to treat me to a meal. Li Yang chuckled and said, didn't the manager say that we must apologize? Then let's go. Su Yunju nodded in agreement. Li Yang happily went to change her clothes and asked him to wait for a while in the lobby lounge. Not long. Li Yang came over and changed into casual clothes, which made Su Yunju's eyes light up. She let her hair down, revealing her elegant neckline and the snow-white chest. She wore a black satin fishtail skirt, which fully displayed her graceful figure. Under the snow-white beautiful legs, a pair of high heels makes her figure look even taller and slenderer. This woman really deserves those for words. Li Yang saw the other party's fiery eyes and her face turned red, but soon returned to normal. In her heart, she was secretly happy that she was right to choose to wear this battle robe just now. Su Yunju's eyes flickered as he said, "I didn't drive. I opened it." The corners of Li Yang's mouth curved slightly. "By the way, can we call Li up? She is alone." Chapter 10: The Drunkard's Aim. Royal Bay. After Liu hung up the phone with her best friend, she still felt a little unbelievable. The other party really bought a car. It's still their 150W Panamera. How much money did Xiaosu's family pay in compensation? My best friend probably got a lot of commission this time. No wonder you want to treat us to a meal. I must give her a good meal tonight. She just wanted to go out simply. But when I walked to the door and looked at myself in the dressing mirror, I always felt that something was missing. Then she returned to the bedroom, thought for a while, and chose a blue knitted shirt with white stripes. The collar design was very thoughtful, cleverly revealing the soft lines of her collarbone, and the cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing her white arms. The lower body is a pair of simple yet not ordinary light blue jeans, which outline the shape of the buttocks just right. The flowing long hair was tied behind her head with a black ribbon, and a few strands of hair were picked out, making the overall look casual and natural. Traffic was very light on Saturday. More than half an hour later, Liu arrived at her destination Sunshine New Industry. This shopping mall is located in a prosperous area of Rongqing. In addition to shopping, it is also famous for its food. Liu called her best friend. "Sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road. Where are you?" "We just arrived too, at the Starbucks on the first floor." "Okay. I'll be right there." Starbucks. Su Yunju looked out the window and immediately noticed Liu, who was dressed completely different from usual. He waved his arms. "Sister Liu, here Tilda." When Liu saw her best friend and Su Yunju sitting there, she became inexplicably nervous. She forced a smile and walked in quickly. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Li Yang handed over a cup of light sugar latte and joked, "It's okay for me to wait for you, but you should apologize for making Mr. Su wait for so long." "Mr. Su?" Liu called out with a light smile. Su Yunju smiled and said, "Sister Liu, why do I feel like your voice is weird? You are still the same as in the company." Liu hasn't spoken yet. Li Yan was somewhat unhappy. In the end, the three decided to discuss their own issues and not interfere with each other. Par tilde. Su Yunju clapped his hands to attract the attention of the two women and asked, "It's getting late, what are we going to eat?" Li Yang smiled and said, "You can eat whatever you want. Anyway, this time we're eating and drinking on public funds." Public funds. Liu was a little confused. "Shouldn't you pay for it out of your own pocket?" Li Yang shook her head and then recounted what happened today. On the other side of the store. "Old Wang, look over there, there are two beautiful young women." A young man with many acne scars on his face said quietly. "Wow." The man called Lao Wang shifted his gaze from the linear trend chart on his notebook, pushed his glasses up, and revealed an envious expression. "This figure, this appearance, this is the real top grade." The young man looked at him quietly and said, "Old Wang, which young woman's lover do you think that boy is?" "That's nonsense. Look at the expressions of those two young ladies. They must be hugging each other and enjoying the happiness of having two men at the same time. Oh my god. It's awesome. We both drink Starbucks, why do I have to drink with an ugly guy like you?" "Well." Lao Wang looked at the other person's ordinary t-shirt without a logo, then looked at his own Under Armour, which was obviously a step up from his beer belly, and sighed softly. "Hey Tilda. Maybe it's because he has a small belly. Listen to my bestie's story." Liu looked indignant, accusing them of having poor management that led to such a low-level mistake. On the contrary, the person involved, Su Yunju, looked calm, which made Liu even more angry. HMPH Tilda. Then we must have a good meal, since you can't choose. I'll choose. Finally, we decided on a high-end Chinese restaurant called Tang Palace. The three of them got up and left Starbucks. Traveling with two women, each with their own unique qualities, made Su Yunju experience a kind of pleasure that is difficult to describe. Many men who were shopping with her in the mall cast envious glances at her. There was another one who was caught by his wife and was being criticized and educated. Li Yang and Liu Yi are both beautiful. They are like a beautiful scenery when walking together. Plus, they dress up carefully, so it is no surprise that they get so many people turning their heads to look at them. The environment of the Tang Palace is very elegant and the decoration is very sophisticated. The waitress wearing a black vest and a white shirt politely led the three people in. Li Yang said, "Please arrange a small private room for us." The waiter smiled and nodded. For private rooms, there is a minimum meal standard. If it is not reached, a service fee will be charged. Li Yang nodded slightly and said nothing, but her expression seemed to be saying, "Do you think we are short of money?" The private room is elegant and luxurious, with an exquisite dining table emitting soft light under the bright chandelier. After the three of them sat down, the waiter refilled the tea and asked politely, "Excuse me, who ordered the food today?" Su Yunju waved his hand to indicate that he could eat anything. Li Yang and Liu Yi looked at the menu together. "Give me a king crab. 3 honey-juiced pigeons. Seasonal vegetables." "No. We're just eating meat. Foie gras with caviar. Besides." The young waitress had a barely concealed smile on her face, and her commission for service for this table would not be small. She looked at the two ladies with outstanding temperament and the young and handsome man, and made a bold guess in her heart. Then, seeing that they had almost finished ordering, she suppressed her smile and asked politely, "Dear guests, you ordered a lot of seafood. These cold foods can be paired with some rice wine. We just received a batch." The words haven't fallen yet. Liu Yi and Li Yang looked at each other strangely, then turned their inquiring eyes to Su Yunju. Su Yunju casually said, "Would you like to drink something?" "I'm fine with it." Li Yang did not refuse, but said that she could not drink much, but today she was willing to have a few drinks to thank Mr. Su. Liu Yi showed a strange look and said, "Since you all want to drink, then I'll have a drink with you." Not long. Delicacies from land and sea were served on the table. Li Yang picked up the wine glass and said, "I really want to thank Mr. Su and my good girlfriend today. This glass is for you. Favorability +1. The wine glasses were lightly tapped together, and the crisp sound of the collision echoed throughout the private room. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Yunju vaguely felt that something was wrong. The rice wine tasted good, but after a few glasses, he still felt a little drunk. Liu Yi kept saying that she couldn't drink, but it seemed that she drank a lot. Li Yang started to feel dizzy after the second cup and is still feeling dizzy now. The dish has 5 flavors. Su Yunju ate another big crab leg and felt dizzy. The scene in front of him became blurry. He put down his chopsticks, rubbed his eyes, and stood up, feeling a little unsteady. I'm going to the bathroom." Seeing this, Li Yang immediately stood up. "Mr. Su, are you okay?" Su Yunju's words were a little lisp, "It's okay. I'm not drunk." The two women looked at each other, both stood up, and sent the staggering Su Yunju to the bathroom in the private room. Listen to the noise inside. Liu Yi blushed a little. I didn't expect his alcohol tolerance was so average. Favorability +3. Li Yang looked at the empty bottle of rice wine and the wine dispenser on the table and joked, "You did it on purpose. You and he are in the same company, but you don't know how much alcohol you can drink." "I wasn't familiar with him before." Liu Yi shook her head. He. Li Yang's face was not drunk at all at the moment, and her eyes were sober. "I think someone is not interested in drinking." Liu Yi lowered her eyes and said, "You are talking nonsense." Crack tilde. The bathroom door opened. There were still some water stains on Su Yunju's face, but his expression looked better. "What are you talking about?" Liu Yi pursed her lips and said nothing. Li Yang's eyes flickered as she said, "He said she hasn't had enough to drink yet," and asked Mr. Su if she could have another round. Chapter 11. This is life tilde. Under the stimulation of alcohol. How can a man say no? And who can resist 2 young women who are obviously a little drunk? Their expressions become more and more charming, and the charm revealed in the corners of their eyes and eyebrows makes people unable to stop. Li Yang ordered another bottle of rice wine. with the cooperation of two best friends. Yunzhou drank more than a glass of wine, and finally said that he couldn't swallow anything. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of the two women, so he had to compromise and say he would take a nap before drinking. As a result, he fell on the sofa and fell asleep within a few minutes. Li Yang tiptoed over and gently pushed the other's arm, but Yunzhou had no reaction and even started snoring softly. She shrugged at her best friend and spread her hands, indicating that the other party really had a low alcohol tolerance. The two women returned to the table. Liu picked up the cup and clinked it with her best friend. After drinking it all, Li Yang crossed her legs and assumed a comfortable yet very seductive posture. She raised her eyebrows a few times. He is really drunk tilde. Long and contrived tale. Liu had no choice but to roll her eyes at her. Then she turned sideways and unbuttoned a button on her jeans. Tilde. I'm dying of bloating. Haven't you eaten so much in a long time? Li Yang giggled a few times and looked at her best friend who was smiling happily. She thought to herself that it had been a long time since she saw her so relaxed since that incident. She suggested, tomorrow is a day off anyway, why don't we two sisters get drunk tonight? Liu cast her eyes towards the sleeping Yunzhou and said, what about him? Someone gave you a big order today, and you just left him behind. Ouch. Li Yang pouted and teased, are you heartbroken? Are you annoying? As Liu spoke, she took advantage of the other party's inattention and stretched out her little hand and gently grabbed forward. Ouch. Caught off guard. Li Yang cried out, covered her chest, and said angrily, you stupid girl, you attacked me. Liu chuckled and said, who told you to keep teasing me? I think you are the one who is not interested in the tea. You keep calling me Mr. Su and I am so tired of it. I just met him today, okay. That just shows how fast things are developing. It feels so good, tell me, have you found a strange man recently and are being pampered every day? His tilde come again tilde. Let me check you out. Li Yang also stretched out her hand as she spoke, and the two women instantly became a mess. What a pity this scene. Yunzhou didn't see it. Otherwise he would definitely sigh. Young women's conversations are the real talk of dragons and tigers. They played around for a while. The two women finished the remaining rice wine. Li Yang repeated her previous proposal. Have you thought about it? How do you plan it? Liu blushed and said, let's send him back first, and then go to my house and get drunk. Li Yang blinked her big eyes, what a waste of time. How about this, we go get a suite, lock him in, and continue. Seeing Liu looking hesitant, Li Yang helped her make a decision immediately. After the call bell rang a few times, the waitress came over. Li Yang looked a little tipsy, pay the bill, and packed these two dishes. Sir, please wait a moment. A moment later, the waiter brought the consumption list and POS machine. Li Yang took the list, took a look at it, and clicked on the mobile payment code. Liu also leaned over and was amazed when she saw the price. This meal cost 9,800 after the discount. Fortunately, the company paid for it, otherwise I would have felt really bad. After successful payment, the waitress asked, carrying the packed lunch box. Sir, I see your friend is drunk. Do you need our help to help him downstairs? Li Yang nodded quickly, thank you very much. The waitress called two male colleagues over the intercom. They lifted Yunzhou up, one on each side, and followed the swaying young woman in front of them towards the elevator. After getting off the elevator, Liu took the initiative to take over the staggering Yunzhou. The waitress bowed slightly, thank you for coming, please take care. After saying, they took the elevator back. The two young male waiters looked at each other, with expressions of surprise and admiration in their eyes that all men understand. The waitress looked at the brightly lit high-rise buildings outside the elevator and made a secret decision. I must quit my job and start my own business as soon as possible, so that I can become a rich woman who is independent and confident like them and can support a gigolo. Now, the moon rises above the willow branches. A cool breeze blows. Yunzhou vaguely heard someone calling his name. Wake up! Xiaosu! Mr. Su? Are you okay? Yunzhou muttered a few words, his eyes were blurry, his body was moving around, and he only felt two soft things sticking to his body. He vaguely remembered that he was still drinking, so he spoke in a daze. Come, continue. I can't hold my alcohol, but I'm a good drinker. Seeing this, the two women showed helpless expressions. Liang clapped her hands suddenly, which scared her best friend. Liu asked, "Why are you so startled?" "I just forgot to pack a bottle of wine." Liang's pretty face showed a trace of annoyance. "I'm so reluctant to spend money on it later." Liu rolled her eyes at her bestie and said, "Come over and give me a hand, I can't hold on any longer." Liang glanced at her cell phone, took a few steps forward, and held Su Yunzhou's other arm. 200 meters to go. Sisters, perseverance is victory. After a moment, the special car driver drove the three people towards their destination. He looked at the sleepy young man and the two beautiful young women through the rearview mirror, feeling indescribable envy. The other party's destination is Hilton Hotel. What are you going to do? You can figure it out with your feet. This is the first time I have encountered a drunk gigolo in all the time I have been driving a private car. Is this a lack of business ability? Or is it some new trick? 5 minutes later, the two women pulled the staggering young man out of the car and walked towards the magnificent hotel gate. The driver watched the three people leave, sniffed the lingering fragrance in the air, exhaled deeply, and stepped on the accelerator to take the next order. Hey Tilder. Some people work very hard to make a living. Some people make money just by lying down. Some people shed tears of sadness at night, while others sweat of joy at night. Some people can't put it in somewhere, while others have already put it in the second time. This is life. Fucking life. Hilton Hotel. Executive Suite. Liu's face flushed. The looks from the front desk clerks when she came up just now made her feel so ashamed that she almost wanted to run away. This room is pretty nice. Liang sat on the sofa, took off her high heels, then undressed and walked towards the bathroom. Do you want to take a shower together, Tilder? Liu was speechless about this outspoken bestie. You go wash first. I'll watch over there. If he wakes up, we won't. Liang looked at the room in front of her, with a sofa blocking the door outside. What are you afraid of? How can he be a match for the two of us? Oh Tilder. Liu was too lazy to pay attention to her and started taking out the drinks and various snacks she had bought. Half an hour later, Liu said with a little excitement, holding the wine glass. I just can't understand why. What's wrong with me, old lady? I want a good figure and good looks. That SB is still cheating. Liang cursed for a while, picked up the wine glass and shouted. Come on. Let's wish him impotence for life. Good. He Tilder. The two of them laughed wildly in the room. After chatting for a while, the topic turned to Su Yunzhou. Liang said drunkenly, can I ask you a question? Tell me. Do you have a crush on this Xiaosu? What nonsense are you talking about? Oh. Then I'll do it if you don't like me. Liu let out an R. What? He's young and rich, but I don't know if he can do his job well. But I can cultivate him in this aspect. Liang said with a hiccup. Are you serious? Liu asked with a little seriousness. He Tilder. Liang suddenly laughed. Seriously, I'm just kidding. I don't want any man, nor do I want any love. I just want to focus on making money. Liu opened a bottle of wine and handed it over, then picked up one for herself. Girlfriends are like siblings, and men are like clothes. Love? Love is a twisted love. Come on. Keep drinking. Chapter 12, Women's Mind. The next day. Jiaoyu District People's Hospital. Su's parents arrived at the hospital early to prepare for the physical examination. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Dr. Kobayashi. We're here. It's in the physical examination building. Okay. I'll wait for you here. After the phone call was hung up. A few minutes later. A young doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out. Uncle, here. The doctor's name is Lin Shouqing, and he is Su Yunzhou's old classmate. The two were classmates in elementary school, junior high school, and have always had a very good relationship, the kind of deep friendship that comes from watching DVDs. After the college entrance examination, the two went to different cities, but they always kept in touch. After graduation, the two also chose different paths. Su Yunzhou stayed in the city and became a white-collar worker to make a living. Lin Xiuqing returned to his hometown, found some connections, and got a job in the hospital through the talent introduction program. It is relatively comfortable in my hometown, and my relatives can help me if I have any problem. Although I occasionally yearn for the outside world, the passion in my heart is gradually worn away by time. Father Su said politely, Dr. Xiaolin, I'm sorry to bother you this time. What's the trouble? Uncle and aunt know the relationship between me and Su Yunzhou. As Lin Xiuqing spoke, he led the old couple towards the physical examination center. The physical examination nurse was naturally much more enthusiastic when she saw that there was an acquaintance accompanying her. In the doctor's office on duty, the head nurse asked curiously, Dr. Lin, these old couple are really generous. The medical checkup package costs more than 10,000 yuan per person. Lin Xiuqing thought of the phone call 2 days ago. His old classmate asked him for a favor and gave him a big red envelope out of his wealth. The red envelope was naturally confiscated. But he was still very curious about how his buddy had made a fortune, and the two of them made an appointment to have a good drink together next month when he went to Rongqing for further studies. Lin Xiuqing smiled and said, Yes. My buddy made some money outside, this is not filial piety to parents. Their head nurse paused and said, There are still such young talents in our hometown. Why don't you introduce them to me? I have a niece who is very well behaved and has a good family background. Lin Xiuqing smiled dumbly and said, I'm in Rongqing. That's not far. I have a distant relative there. Lin Xiuqing rubbed his nose. He didn't know why these older women always like to matchmake. Sister, I still have cases to write, please help me here. After saying, he left the physical examination building and called his old classmate. The voice prompt is, the user you are calling has turned off the phone. Please try again later. I don't know what this kid is busy with so early in the morning. And on the other side, Su Yunzhou was just waking up from bed with a dry mouth. He fumbled for his cell phone for a long time, but the screen was black, obviously it was out of battery. He looked around the elegantly decorated room with sleepy eyes. Lost in memories. The last memory scene seemed to be at the bottom of some Tang palace. Aren't you going to take a taxi home? Why are you here at the hotel? He lifted the quilt, looking as energetic as ever. It seemed that he did not lose his composure yesterday. It's a little regretful, and also a little. A tilde. Fuck tilde. There are two system prompts in my mind. The young woman spent 9,800 yuan on you, her favorability was 49 points, and she got a cashback of 480,200 yuan. Young lady spent 1,888 yuan on you, her favorability is 46 points, and she will get a cashback of 86,848 yuan. The huge sum of money in the front was expected. It wasn't cheap there yesterday. The latter one should be the hotel fee. But why did Li Yang's favorability drop by 3 points? Did I do something? Or because nothing was done? The reason for thinking this way is because Liu Yi's favorability inexplicably increased by 5 points. This woman's thoughts are just like the weather, hard to figure out. Su Yunzhou found a bottle of mineral water and drank it down in gulps. Everyone feels a little more refreshed. There was a bathroom in the room, and he took a shower, feeling completely refreshed. Yesterday's rice wine was pretty good. At least I didn't feel any discomfort the next day after drinking it. The clothes were so smelly that I had to go back and change them. He pushed the door. It didn't even push forward. Strange? He pushed again. There was a sound of heavy objects rubbing against the ground outside the door. What's going on? Su Yunzhou pressed his body against the door. The door was pushed open 2 feet wide with difficulty. Oh my God! He couldn't help but exclaimed, and his eyes fell on the sofa not far away. I saw 2 beautiful young women in bathrobes sleeping soundly on the black leather sofa. Liu Yi's face was flushed, and her hair was loose, covering her smooth and delicate shoulders and the large white area on her chest. Su Yunzhou couldn't help swallowing his saliva when watching this scene. Li Yang, who was standing next to her, had a pair of slender legs draped over the sofa. She was wearing a bathrobe, but it was almost the same as not wearing anything. Her perfect figure was vaguely visible, and a hint of. She heard the noise, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes with a dazed look. His eyes just met Su Yunzhou's. Moment. Her pretty face flushed, she let out a scream, and then quickly covered her mouth. R tilde. Hear the sound. Liu Yi waved her lotus root-like arms, revealing her surging emotions, and muttered. Stop making noise. Let me sleep a little longer. Woo-woo tilde. Su Yunju closed the door reluctantly, took a deep breath and returned to bed. It's such a sexy scene to see so early in the morning. It really is. He could only curl up in silence. Not long after, there was a rustling noise outside. There was also a slight sound of conversation. Su Yunju pricked up his ears curiously, but he still couldn't hear clearly and could only imagine it in his mind in the room. A while later, Liu Yi's voice came from outside. Xiaosu, you can come out now. Su Yunju, feeling anxious, immediately went to open the door, but still couldn't push it open. Sorry, I forgot to take precautions last night. Ouch tilde. Liu Yi's voice stopped abruptly. Li Yang interrupted, let's move together right away. A moment later, the door finally opened. The living room was filled with a faint smell of alcohol and the scent of a woman. Both women were dressed, but they had not had time to wash. Their hair and makeup were a little messy, but they gave people a different kind of beauty. This is what it means to have a good foundation of talent. Liu Yi's face was clouded with gloom. She didn't know if she was really embarrassed or. Li Yang sat on the sofa, folding her arms across her chest, looking at Su Yunju with a half smile. Su Yunju didn't know what to say, and the three of them stared at each other for a moment. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and shook his black-screened phone. I'm going downstairs to borrow a power bank. Oh tilde. Liu Yi lowered her head and responded. Li Yang looked at Su Yunju, who seemed to be fleeing, with her beautiful eyes and suddenly laughed out loud. This little man is so cute. If Su Yunju knew what she was thinking, he would definitely prove it to her. At this time, Liu Yi suddenly reacted. Isn't his phone out of battery? How can he go down to connect it to a power bank? He tilde. Li Yang smiled and shook her head. Who knows? I'm going to wash up. I stink. Do you want to come with me? You go first. Liu Yi shook her head and looked towards the door, the meaning was self-evident. Chapter 13, Maximizing Profits. Thanks for the power bank. Su Yunju said to the girl at the front desk. The two girls at the front desk looked at me strangely and said, You're welcome. They have seen all kinds of guests in the hotel, but it is rare to see one in such good health. Look at how energetic he is. No wonder those two rich ladies like it so much. One of the receptionists, who smiled with his fangs showing, said, Sir, the system shows that you all haven't had breakfast yet. If you need it, we can arrange for someone to deliver it to your room. Su Yunju nodded and said, Okay. I'm really hungry, please ask them to send more. The front desk immediately called the kitchen and said it would be delivered in 15 minutes. The phone was turned on by then. The call display shows several missed calls. Su Yunju returned the power bank, scanned another one, and called his father back. The father's voice was filled with a hint of blame. Why didn't you discuss this expensive medical examination with us? How long will it take to save this 20,000 yuan? Listening to his parents' chatter, Su Yunju could only respond and explain that he had received a bonus which would not affect his saving money, and now that they had broken up, there was no rush to buy a house. He also started to lay the groundwork by saying that he had seen an interesting project and was ready to invest in it. Hang up the phone. Su Yunju sat in the chair and rested for a while, then called his old classmate again. The two chatted for a while and talked about his next visit to Rongqing. Su Yunju patted his chest and promised that he would make good arrangements for him to have fun when the time comes. After the call was returned. It seems that the time is almost up. Su Yunju yawned and walked into the elevator. Return to the room. There is running water sound in the bathroom. Li Yang sat on the sofa, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. Su Yunju thought of the scene he had glimpsed earlier, his heart was moved, and he changed the subject. I went downstairs to order breakfast. The two joked a little. Liu Yi came out in a bathrobe, this time she covered herself tightly, and walked quickly to another room. Not long. The sound of blowing wind was heard again. Su Yunju sat on the sofa, playing with his phone somewhat awkwardly. He then transferred 30,000 yuan to Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and clicked the payment button. Then he transferred last night's room money to Liu Yi. The other party refused to accept the payment. He wanted to ask. Just at this moment, Boom 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 tilde. There was a knock on the door. Room service. I've brought your breakfast. Su Yunju opened the door immediately. The male waiter came in pushing the food cart, trying his best to control his eyes from looking around, but the combination of 2 women and 1 man was really uncontrollable. Sir, can I put the breakfast here? The waiter pointed to the only relatively clean table on the battlefield. Okay, thank you for your help. Su Yunju replied politely. After a moment, the male waiter bowed slightly and retreated, closing the door. After walking out, the expression on his face relaxed a little, and he felt envious. Comparison makes one feel dreadful. At the same age, others are playing young mature women AVI virtual reality. And I'm still working hard delivering meals. In the room, there were 2 Western and 2 Chinese breakfasts on the table. It's a star hotel and even the breakfast looks so pleasing to the eye. The 3 of them didn't talk much, but it was obvious that the atmosphere had become much more relaxed after yesterday's interaction. The 2 women were already hungry, so they didn't hesitate to eat quickly and delicately. Su Yunju picked up the knife and fork. The sweet and refreshing taste on his taste buds made him sigh that rich people know how to enjoy life. Even eating an egg is so complicated. After breakfast, it's already 10:30 in the morning. To maximize benefits, Su Yunju imitated the tone in the TV drama and said, I wonder if you 2 are free this afternoon. Liu Yi's lips curled up nicely. Any suggestions? Su Yunju smiled and praised, I feel a little ashamed to be traveling with you. I dare to ask you 2 to accompany me to buy some clothes to improve my personal taste. I wonder if you will do me the honor. He tilde. Li Yang joked, it's not cheap to ask us sisters to be styling consultants. Su Yunju's eyes lit up when he heard that. As long as you go, you will have the opportunity to get something for free. I'm willing to pay any price. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Li Yang did not express her opinion. She looked at Liu Yi and deliberately imitated her. Sister, what do you think? Liu Yi covered her mouth and chuckled, are you 2 done yet? I have nothing to do today so I can go shopping with you. Hearing this, Su Yunju was extremely happy, and began to think about how to increase his favorability and gain some benefits. The 2 girls said they were just going to go and have a look, but they were actually quite serious about it and were already discussing where to go shopping. After all, dressing up a man is a lot of fun. The 3 of them walked out of the elevator. Liu Yi went to check out. The 2 receptionists moved very skillfully, but their unintentional glances still made the slightly shy Liu Yi feel a little embarrassed. After the processing is completed, she left the front desk with brisk steps. The 3 of them took a special car. It takes only a few minutes to reach Qianda Center. Because it's the weekend, there is a large flow of people, and many stores are doing better business than usual. Li Yang was obviously familiar with this place, and she took the 2 of them directly to the innermost part of the first floor. After passing a corner elevator, there are obviously fewer people here. And the people who come here to shop are more elegantly dressed. Walked a few more steps. A row of upscale-looking brand-name shops appeared in front of us. The shop windows at the door are more gorgeous than each other. The variety of goods is dazzling. At the same time, I felt a sense of luxury coming towards me. If Su Yunju had come to such a high-end brand gathering place before, he would definitely be a little nervous and timid. But now he has more than 2 million in his pocket. Although he is still a little nervous, at least he looks calm. Li Yang led the 2 of them a few steps inside, then stopped and asked, Mr. Su, do you have any favorite brands? Su Yunju was stunned for a moment, without hiding anything, and spread out his hands and said, as you can see, I was really a bumpkin before, and I only saw these brands on the internet. Is that why I have to trouble you? Faced with such honest expression, the 2 women did not look down on him at all. Instead, they felt that he was particularly real. Favorability +1. Favorability +2. Su Yunju didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, and a smile appeared on his face. As expected, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. But I have a small request. I don't really like clothes with big logos. The words fell. Li Yang smiled and said jokingly, Hey Tilder, I was just thinking of taking you to buy some clothes with big letters on the chest, which just happens to highlight your nouveau riche temperament. Su Yunju thought of the spirited young men wearing t-shirts with big letters on them that he would occasionally meet on the streets, and shook his head decisively to refuse. I prefer a simpler style, like black, white, and grey. Hearing this, a brand flashed through Liu's mind. I know there's a brand that fits your idea. How about we go check it out first? Chapter 14, Laughing or Crying. Zegna is a world-renowned Italian luxury menswear brand. The female shopping guide in the store is a girl with a very sweet smile. She wore a fitted black business suit that perfectly outlined her curvy figure, and her presentation was very good, not at all awkward. Yunzhou looked at the deep cleavage and black stockings, and had a preliminary understanding of this brand. The clothing in the store covers a very comprehensive range, from head to toe, with elegant colors and very comfortable texture. The female shopping guide looked at the two young women with outstanding looks and strong aura, and then looked at the pretty boy with handsome features, simple and even shabby clothes. After understanding the other party's needs, I immediately made a judgment based on my experience. This boy has a high nose and a perky butt. At first glance, they are all capable guys. Very good looking. He is so much more handsome than the duck models I usually order. No wonder the two rich ladies like him so much and bring him here for lavish consumption. This gentleman has a good figure, and is very suitable for casual wear. Our store just received a few sets of new clothes. Several people moved to the other side. The two women used their aesthetic talents to pick out some nice items. The female shopping guide followed behind him, giving some professional advice from time to time. One circle down. The female shopping guide was holding several sets of clothes. Ladies, please rest here for a while. After saying that, the female shopping guide said to Yunzhou again, Sir, please follow me. I will take you to the fitting room. A moment later, when Yunzhou came out of the fitting room, the two girls' eyes lit up. He changed into a black casual outfit with a straight neckline and exquisite details. The overall combination was clean and neat, which combined together formed a hipster style that was very attractive to women. Liu was stunned for a moment when she looked at Yunzhou in front of her. Although clothes make the man and saddles make their horse. But after dressing up a little, Yunzhou really looks like that. Li Yang's eyes were sparkling. What she said last night was not all a joke. Although she didn't want to get married, she still longed for someone to nourish her. It's just a pity. This handsome guy who can be both elegant and playful is my best friend's favorite. How is it? Yunzhou smiled at the two girls, is it okay? They both nodded. I have to say, this outfit really adds points to my appearance. Well, can you consider debuting as a young idol? Yunzhou said with a double meaning, you guys have good vision. Speaking of. He went into the fitting room again. When you come out again. He changed into a light blue casual shirt on the upper body and jeans on the lower body, which made his slender figure look more upright and highlighted his figure very well. Coupled with his handsome face, the waitress couldn't help but stare at him. After reacting, Sir, I suggest you roll up your trouser legs like this. The female shopping guide took a few steps forward and squatted gracefully. From above, the snow-white area on her chest was bottomless. She couldn't help herself and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Sir? Which store do you work in? I'll patronize your business next time. Hearing this, Yunzhou was confused, what do you mean? The female shopping guide thought that the other party had two customers present and was embarrassed to take on other business. She didn't say anything more, but moved slightly and rolled up his other trouser leg. Use a little more force. Pants compacted. The curves of the monster were inadvertently revealed. It even made the female shopping guide who liked this thing so excited that her heart was trembling with excitement. OMG! This long solid line arc is so comfortable. Think of this. The female shopping guide only felt her heart beating faster, and she couldn't help rubbing her beautiful legs in black stockings, feeling a little envious. Hey! I don't know how to charge for this top-notch male model. I must go and have some fun with him. Yunzhou frowned slightly, looking at the looming beauty of the female shopping guide in front of him, and mistakenly thought that the other party saw that he had the purchasing power, so she deliberately. This is also a privilege for rich people. Wherever you go, there are people who throw themselves into their arms. The female shopping guide stood up quietly, with an indescribable look in her eyes. Liu twisted her round peach buttocks, turned around to Yunzhou and nodded. I didn't realize you were such a clothes hanger. This simple style doesn't look simple at all on you. Favorability plus 2. Watch the favorability increase. Su Yunju was very happy. Women are also very beautiful. Su Yunju looked at the female shopping guide and said, I want all these sets. The female shopping guide was slightly stunned and didn't say anything. Instead, she turned her gaze to Li Yang and Liu Yi as if asking for their opinions. Liu Yi was a little confused. But the veteran saleswoman Li Yang immediately realized that the other party had misunderstood, and then an interesting expression appeared on her face, and she pulled Liu Yi to whisper. Su Yunju was somewhat speechless and said, What are you standing there for? Pay the bill. Oh tilde. The female shopping guide's eyes were darting around. The two girls couldn't bear to watch it anymore and started to giggle. Li Yang smiled voluptuous and pointed at the embarrassed female shopping guide with her delicate fingers and said, Stop talking nonsense and go get the POS machine. Otherwise, I think this order will be cancelled. The words fell. The female shopping guide's face suddenly changed. She looked at the two women who were laughing non-stop and realized that they didn't seem to be joking. She looked at Su Yunju with some disbelief. Finished. Own preconceived ideas. I thought he was a male model at a nightclub. After all, the other person was dressed too ordinary, casually, and the two young women were too elegant. She felt like crying but couldn't. You are obviously the protagonist, why are you so low-key? How to make it work? Fortunately. I guess. I didn't say anything excessive. Use your clever little brain. The female shopping guide's brain was working rapidly, and seeing that Su Yunju's anger value was almost full, she spoke first. Sir, allow me to explain myself. It's very popular recently to play the game of exchanging gifts among confidants. I thought you confidants also played this game, so you. Su Yunju's face flushed. He still doesn't know what the other party has misunderstood about him. But, this kind of thing. It's ridiculous to argue face to face. Hey. Since the step has been given. Then go ahead. Su Yunju said, I won't change out of this outfit. Yes, sir. The female shopping guide wiped the sweat from her forehead, gave a grateful look, and trotted towards the bar. Su Yunju was also somewhat helpless. Hey. I finally managed to have a high-end consumption, but in the end I failed to show off. He. You're so funny tilde. The two girls couldn't stop laughing. Li Yan patted her towering capital and said, I can't take it anymore. My chest hurts from laughing. Liu Yi said the same thing, this little girl is quite smart. She even gave you a discount. Har har har. Su Yunju sighed again and said, actually, it's all your fault. What? Blame us. Have you ever heard my brother's song blame you for being too beautiful? It's just that you guys are too outstanding, I'm not even a supporting role. Puff tilde. Li Yan was amused, Mr. Su, you are a little greasy. Liu Yi's pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes curved into crescent shapes. Oh my, why didn't I realize you're so interesting before? Not long. Su Yunju left the store with the two women, carrying large and small bags. The female shopping guide bowed slightly and said respectfully, Thank you for coming, please take care. Watching the customers back as he walked away. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was smart enough and the little brother didn't make trouble for her. And the way he looked like he didn't care about paying was really manly. After discount it's 110,000. When paying, the other party's expression did not change, as if he was just buying a 200 yuan fast food meal. This time it also sounded a wake-up call for myself. You can no longer have preconceived ideas. Dog eyes, bar, beautiful eyes look down on people. But he is really handsome. Can't stand it tilde. After get off work, I must ask my girlfriends to go to their male model studio to play. Comfort my frightened heart. Several people walked to the service desk. Su Yunju put a few bags here. He looked towards the LV store with the flashing logo in front of him and said half jokingly, half seriously. Next, it's time to reward me handsomely. Ladies, please don't be polite to me, a handsome guy with a few dollars. Chapter 15 Ex-Husband. Looking at Su Yunju's sincere and honest eyes, Liu Yi hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. There was regret in Li Yang's beautiful eyes. She actually wanted to go. LV. That woman doesn't like it. Although she has a few, most of them are not from counter stores. Li Yang said reluctantly, Mr. Su, I was just joking before. Su Yunzhou interrupted him, I'm not kidding. To this, he felt a little helpless. This is different from the online articles on candianz.com before. Others go out to spend a lot of money with school beauties or internet celebrities. Instantly increase your favorability to the maximum, and get at least tens or even hundreds of millions in cash back. But it's hard to spend money here. In fact, there are two types of young women. One is talking about money but not body. One is to find the feeling through love. Liu Yi happens to be the latter. She is rich, pretty, intellectual and elegant. Such women want to be impressed with money. The difficulty can be imagined. Li Yang is in between the two. Her original family forces her to care about money, but what she wants is not a small amount of money. Su Yunzhou looked helpless. Just about to say something. Suddenly the two girls were startled. Su Yunzhou followed his gaze. Not far away. There is a young girl dressed exquisitely, wearing a very thoughtful black fairy dress, with a glittering golden zodiac necklace hanging under her slender neck. Cute little animals are jumping on the towering land, looking particularly youthful and energetic. She was holding the arm of a middle-aged man with a smug look on his face. The man looked to be in his 30s, wearing a suit and tie, with shiny hair and a slight beer belly, looking like a successful man. Men and women walked towards this side, talking and laughing. Li Yang's expression showed undisguised disgust. Liu Yi frowned and her expression became very ugly. Let's go back. I'm a little tired. Speaking of. Liu Yi pulled her best friend and was about to leave. But a slightly mocking voice came from behind. Liu Yi, your taste in choosing men is getting worse and worse. Even though you left me, there's no need to lower your standards like that. Hearing this, Li Yang stopped and said, Zhao Xiu, don't think that everyone is as dirty as you. Zhao Xiu smiled with disdain. And you, an old aunt who can't get married, I think your family is the most filthy. Zhao Xiu, shut up. Liu Yi guessed what the other party would say next, and this was the deepest pain in her best friend's heart. She said coldly with anger in her eyes. You have to understand that it was me who chose to divorce you. Secondly, it's my freedom to be with whomever I want. Speaking of which, Liu Yi took a few glances at the young girl and said, Young girl, you should be more selective when choosing a man. He has only been divorced from me for a few months, and I don't know how many girls he has been around. We are all women, so let me give you a piece of advice. Don't end up with nothing and being cheated of your money and sex. The young girl looked a little uncomfortable, but said nothing. She is not stupid and is with this man just for money. She often saw this kind of classic plot of ex-wife and ex-husband meeting each other in melodramatic TV dramas. She would not be foolish enough to wade into such muddy water. Hearing this, Zhao Xiu was a little angry and embarrassed. He had felt uncomfortable when he saw his ex-wife walking with this young man, especially when he noticed that the other man was more handsome than himself. He wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks, but he didn't expect his ex-wife to be even more aggressive than him. He. Zhao Xiu glanced at the silent Su Yunzhou provocatively. Little white face, I'll teach you something, a man must have hard power. After saying. He then hugged her slender waist and walked towards the LV store in front. See this scene. Su Yunzhou felt a little unhappy. I already have a system, and you dare to pretend to be powerful in front of me. Liu Yi looked at her ex-husband who was walking away, her tone a little cold. Yang, we are going back too. Etc. Su Yunzhou looked at the two women and said, I said I would reward you handsomely. And. Speaking of this. He paused and looked forward. That guy just acted silly in front of us. According to the plot, shouldn't we return the favor? Shouldn't we expose his true face? Li Yang nodded and said, I don't think we should leave like this. We should be so angry. But. There was a hint of hesitation in Liu Yi's eyes, and Li Yang added a few words to assist. After a moment, she finally agreed to go to the store to dampen her ex-husband's enthusiasm. At the same time, she whispered to her bestie, if he really bought something, we'll transfer the money to him when he comes out later. LV store. Sales consultant Amy. I had already seen two groups of people not far away. Among them are Zhao Xiu and Liu Yi. She still remembers it. In the past, on important holidays, the two would come here to choose gifts for each other. Based on consumption level, he can be ranked as a Class B customer. However, the two have not traveled together in the past few months. Instead, Zhao Xiu would come to the store every now and then with a young and beautiful female companion to buy a low-end, out-of-season women's bag. Amy scoffed at this. I can only sigh that these young girls are so gullible. But for the sake of money, he would always give others enough space to show off. The scene before my eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what's going on. She straightened her work clothes and gave a sweet smile as she looked at Zhao Xiu and his new female companion who were approaching her. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I will provide you with VIP service today. Zhao Xiu nodded with satisfaction. This female salesperson was very good at handling things. That was why he always sent her a message in advance every time he came to ask her to wait for service. After saying that, Amy smiled politely at Liu Yi and said, Ms. Liu, please wait a moment with your friends. A consultant will be here to take you there soon. Zhao Xiu urged, let's go. My time is not as cheap as some people's. Amy nodded obediently. Mr. Zhao, please come this way. Then he said into the microphone on his collar, Lucy, come here and receive another group of guests. Liu Yi frowned, feeling a little unhappy, but in the end she didn't say anything. She stood aside and waited quietly. A moment later, a young girl wearing black work clothes and with a few freckles on her face walked over quickly. Hello, my name is Lucy, I will be serving you today. As a sales intern, she has few opportunities to receive customers, so she cherishes every opportunity. There are hidden rules in the store. Generally speaking, guests who are judged to have low consumption quality will be received by interns. Hello. Su Yunzhou smiled politely, we want to see some women's bags. Okay. Please move and follow me. Lucy led the three of them inside. At the same time, he would discreetly look at the customers' clothes to judge their purchasing power. This is a compulsory course for every gold medal salesperson. Needless to say, both ladies were very elegantly dressed. Although the man's outfit was simple, the light blue casual shirt was of good texture and did not look cheap. The material of his jeans was also very exquisite, and it seemed that he had a good purchasing power. I just didn't see any logos or classic patterns on the outside of the clothes, etc. Lucy's eyes turned and she noticed a very small detail. In the past few days, in order to get a permanent job, she has been studying the characteristics of major luxury brands. With her eagle eyes, she discovered a very inconspicuous alpaca-colored equal sign logo on the side of men's jeans. This is Zegna. One can imagine the purchasing power of customers who can afford to wear this brand. Why would Sister Amy allow such a guest to come to her? Did I misunderstand her before? Is she helping herself grow in a seemingly oppressive way? Holding such doubts, Lucy is constantly adjusting her status. She had a hunch. Become a regular employee. Maybe today. Chapter 16 Two-Way Emotions. Right now, Amy was still pretending to be enthusiastic in her introduction. She now plays the role of a supporting actor and must give Zhao Xiu enough face so that he can gain favor in front of this young girl. Because she has had many cooperation experiences, she basically recommends some small bags with high-cost performance. Miss, as a professional salesperson, I can tell you responsibly that these classic styles are slightly incompatible with your matching style. This Nano NOE handbag is our best-selling model. Its style is tailor-made for you. Their sincere recommendation from the female salesperson, plus Zhao Xiu's occasional comments. Rui was posing in front of the mirror. No, she was posing. The more she looked at this handbag, the more she felt that it was suitable for her. It just feels a bit too small and delicate. I always feel like something is missing. Zhao Xiu behaved like a gentleman, but he was staring at the young girl in front of him with some passion in his heart. After his divorce, he completely let himself go and got to know many girls with his money. These young girls are easier to fool than he thought. The usual routine is to have a meal in a high-end restaurant, watch a movie, give flowers, and buy a bag. At this point, he can do whatever he wants with just a little push. Some of them don't even require you to actually buy a bag, but the girl in front of me is smart, so I have to spend a lot of money. This feeling is really great. Although they are not as beautiful and charming as my ex-wife. But the advantage is that it's fresh and has large quantity. And you don't have to consider the other person's feelings, as long as you feel good. He booked a love hotel tonight, hoping to try something new so that he could prolong the battle. At the same time, it also lets these young girls see what it means that older girls are more experienced. Thinking of the pleasure that would happen in the evening, Zhao Xiu's anger was rising and falling. He swung his arm casually, revealing a Longines Concast diving watch. Rui, it's getting late. I have a reservation at a Western restaurant for dinner. Yeah. Then choose this one. Rui nodded obediently, her voice as sweet as a feather, gently brushing Zhao Xiu's heart. The time to show off has come. There was a strong sense of confidence in Zhao Xiu's eyes, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his tone was brief and powerful. Pack it up for me. Amy smiled politely and gave enough face. Mr. Zhao, you are a regular customer. Today we have a membership anniversary gift. I will bring it to you. After saying that, Amy left quickly. Hey. Not easy. 13,800 yuan. It took me more than half an hour. But it's open today. She went to the warehouse to get an unopened handbag, then went to the bar to get the POS machine, but saw several shopping bags at the service desk in front. Several shop assistants were surrounding Lucy and talking in a buzzing voice. I'm so envious. If I close this order today, I can get a permanent job smoothly. Lucy. We made so much money today, would you like to treat the sisters to dinner tonight? Hey. How often do you get to meet a big client like this? Sister Amy is here. Compliments from colleagues. Amy, who had just walked over, vaguely felt that something was wrong. This is all very easy to associate with. Open an order. Guest. Could it be that? Lucy said with gratitude, Sister, thank you so much for letting me get such a big client this time. What do you want to eat tonight? Look at the other person with sincere and grateful eyes. Amy felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in her heart, but she still had to force a smile on her face. Your service is still good. How much did the big customer buy? Lucy smiled so hard that wrinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes. She raised one finger on her left hand and two on her right hand. 30,000 shouldn't be compared like this. Could it be? The heart that had been galloped by the alpaca was cracked into pieces. Amy spit out a number that even she found incredible. 120,000. Yer tilder. Lucy nodded excitedly, with a hint of pride in her tone. The two ladies tried several new bags at Mr. Su's suggestion. I thought they would choose a side trunk series handbag at most. But Mr. Su said he was going to answer a phone call and ran directly to the front desk to prepay 200,000 yuan. He said he would pay more if it was not enough. I was also shocked when I heard the confirmation in the headset, so I ran to confirm it. Hearing this, Amy has already bought the disc. I worked hard for a long time, but the other party spent 13,800 yuan. But he gave the customer who could pay 200,000 yuan in advance to Lucy. You are really lucky. Woo 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 tilder. Shiitake mushrooms. Hard to lose weight. Amy took the POS machine and returned to the triumphant Zhao Xiu with tears in her eyes. Mr. Zhao, today's spending is 13,800 yuan. Here is the receipt, please keep it. Zhao Xiu paid the bill in a very pretentious manner. Rui, let's go. Rui held Zhao Xiu's arms with both hands. The warmth from her arms made Zhao Xiu's eyes flash with desire. Amy followed the two of them absent-mindedly and saw them off. When I walked into the men's area, I saw Lucy trying on a brown leather belt for Mr. Su, who was originally one of her big clients. This one only has a small logo, which is perfect for you, sir. Liu said to Su Yunzhou, who was standing in front of the mirror. This color suits you very well. Yang gave you a tie, so I'll give you one. Zhao Xiu, who was passing by, saw his ex-wife and her two companions appear, and after hearing this conversation, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and couldn't help but mock them. TSK tilder. You little whiteface is good. You've swindled more than 10,000 yuan in a short time. Remember to take some medicine at night and work hard to serve others. Listen to these dirty words. Li Yang angrily said, Zhao Xiu, you are f-king sick. I have tolerated you for a long time, but you are so shameless and vulgar. Har har har. Hearing the other party's excited voice, Zhao Xiu laughed even more arrogantly. You're so excited, I guess I was right. You two dared to do it, but you don't dare to take responsibility? You are such a bitch. Liu felt sick and wanted to vomit when she looked at the face of the man in front of her. She thought she was so blind that she was deceived by him. The silver lining in this misfortune is that we stopped the loss in time. She opened her red lips slightly, but every word she said was heart-wrenching. The return gift of friendship has become like this in your eyes. It turns out that when a person is dirty, everything looks dirty to him. Zhao Xiu shrugged, a look of disdain on his face, a gift in return of friendship. As expected of a human resources director, every word you choose is really well chosen. Liang stopped her best friend from saying anything else, and said as if she was looking at a clown, Mr. Su gave each of us 3 LV handbags of the season. Zhao Xiu, I'm curious about what you bought for your female companion. Hearing this, Zhao Xiu laughed non-stop as if he had heard a huge joke. Just this pretty boy. Har har har. Are you planning to make me die of laughter? But it's just laughable. He keenly noticed that the saleswoman Amy standing next to him had a strange expression on her face. What's the meaning? Isn't it funny? Seeing the first big client of my career being insulted. Lucy couldn't bear it any longer. Hello. Please don't disturb my guests anymore. This is Mr. Su's receipt for recharging 200,000 yuan. You can. Zhao Xiu's expression changed in shock. He took the receipt and said with a twitching mouth, no. Impossible. Absolutely. Su Yunzhou inexplicably walked up to him and delivered the final blow in a flat tone that only the two of them could hear. They said they experienced happiness for me that they had never experienced before. I'm not talking about money tilde. Hearing this, Zhao Xiu's face turned red and white, his hands were clenched into fists, and his knuckles had turned white. But reason told him not to be impulsive. This would ruin everything. He knew very well how capable a young man who could easily come up with 200,000 yuan was, and he could not afford to offend such a person. MD. Hit a wall. As an experienced salesperson, Amy had no choice but to smooth things over. Mr. Zhao, didn't you just say you had an appointment with a friend? Yeah, oh. Zhao Xiu came back to his senses awkwardly and walked outside covered in dust. Looking at the two women's favorability levels skyrocketing, Su Yunzhou smiled. Really? Being a tool is the fastest way to increase your favorability. At the same time, reminded enthusiastically. Who? You haven't picked up the little things you bought yet. Chapter 17 Moving. Please go slowly. Welcome to visit us next time. Lucy bowed deeply and watched the 3 distinguished guests leave. She turned around and went back to the store like a joyful little bird. In the lounge, several female colleagues looked at Lucy enviously. Wow tilde. I just noticed when I was checking out earlier that the handsome guy is really low-key. He's wearing Zegner from head to toe. No wonder he's so extravagant. You either don't open an order, or open such a big one. I'm really envious. Listen to your colleagues. Lucy could hardly suppress the smile on her face. I'm just lucky. He tilde. Chatted for a few minutes. The topic turned to Zhao Xiu again. This is the kind of plot where one tries to show off but ends up getting fucked. I still see it occasionally in LV stores, but this is the first time this exciting thing has appeared this year. One colleague said with great emotion, what a pity. You didn't see the man's expression when he left. It was really amazing. At this time, the door of the lounge opened again. Amy walked in. Several experienced salespeople naturally knew that Amy had made a mistake. Everyone started laughing and changed the subject. However, a colleague who didn't get along with her deliberately said, Amy, Lucy said she'll treat us to dinner tonight, and we'll focus on your recommendations. Amy's heart was still bleeding because she had missed a big client with her own hands, but in order to maintain a superficial relationship as a colleague, she could only put on a smile. I'm fine with either. What do you guys want to eat? Finally decided to eat hot pot. Very prosperous. At this time, the store manager asked Lucy to come over. The store manager first praised her performance today, encouraged her to keep up the good work, and finally signed a regular contract with her. Lucy warmly invited the store manager to have dinner together in the evening. The store manager agreed and gave a suggestion. We must cherish and hold on to important customers like Lucy. We must not neglect or slack off on them. Lucy nodded seriously. Manager, I have added Mr. Su's WeChat and will maintain it seriously in the future. And the clients Lucy cares about. At this moment, I am sitting in the luxury car on the way home. The three people who came out of the store earlier no longer had any interest in shopping. Yunzhou originally wanted to have a meal together, but considering that the timing was not right, the three of them went back to their homes. Between adults, a sense of propriety is especially important. Although with the help of her ex-husband, the favorability between the two girls increased a lot, but Liu Yi's condition was obviously not very good. Too much is as bad as too little. Some things need to be taken slowly. Besides, now I have money. More time. Liu Yi's favorability, 66. Li Yang's favorability, 59. Plus. A tie worth 1,900 yuan, cashback of 112,100 yuan. 5,800 belt, cashback 382800. The total assets will soon exceed the 3 million mark. This was simply unimaginable in the past, but with the system in place, the future is bright and promising. Yunzhou returned to the Wanheyuan rental house carrying a lot of bags. Take a short break. Then I started to organize my belongings. Earlier in the car, he had already made an appointment with the landlord and planned to cancel the lease today. Hatilda. Yunzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He had lived here for 3 years, and all the past experiences seemed like a dream. Now that he was leaving, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. He threw away most of his belongings and took only a few personal items, which only filled a small suitcase. Half an hour later, a square-shaped female landlord with big curly red hair appeared quietly. Xiaosu. The house you rented is doing well, why don't you live in it? Today you suddenly told me that I didn't play mahjong in the afternoon. Yunzhou interrupted the square landlady's chattering. Sister Zhu, something unexpected happened to me, so I planned to cancel the lease. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him to stay, Sister Zhu took out a rental contract from the small bag next to the belly fat. Xiaosu, you are temporarily cancelling the lease. According to the contract, I will not return the deposit. What about the remaining rent? I will check the house and settle the water, electricity and gas bills before transferring it to you. Yunzhou nodded. The square landlord showed a sensitivity that was inconsistent with his body size and began to move around the room. Look at the lampshade for a moment. Take a look at the cracks in the wall for a while. A moment later. This posture is like holding a lamp. That's absolutely amazing. Fortunately, the final result. Yunzhou did not pay any compensation. Although she also calculated some trivial matters, she still refunded 886 yuan in the end. This number made Yunzhou smile slightly. He smiled and opened the payment code. Then he left with his suitcase. Just at this moment, the square landlady suddenly spoke up. Xiaosu. I guess you must have encountered some difficulties. There is no hurdle in the world that cannot be overcome. Yunzhou turned around and looked at the red-haired Sister Zhu with gratitude on her face. Just as he was about to speak, she pouted her big red mouth and spoke. My sister got married early, divorced early, and her children are now in college. Speaking of. She raised her eyebrows, like two pigs and bugs, the room at home is empty, if you. Yunzhou's forehead was covered with sweat. He understood the hint very well. He shook his head like a rattle and turned away. Looking at the young, handsome, strong and powerful back. Sister Zhu pursed her lips with a hint of regret. Snort. Young man, if you don't take shortcuts, one day you will know. When you are young, you don't know how good your aunt is, and you mistakenly treat a young girl as a treasure. Yunzhou fled downstairs and took a last look at the place where he used to live. Goodbye. An hour later. A luxury car brought Yunzhou to Qinfu Holiday Hotel. This is an old 5-star hotel in Rongcity, located in a prosperous area and famous for its high-quality service. He swaggered in dragging his suitcase. The doorman greeted me respectfully and asked if I needed my luggage. After receiving a rejection, he returned to his work. The front desk clerk bowed and said, "Hello." Yunzhou had already checked the room types on the way here, and said bluntly, "Book me a 1-bedroom luxury apartment." Okay. Do you have an appointment online? No. Sir, our online and offline prices are the same. The room you selected is 2,388 per night. Okay. Then let's subscribe for half a month first. As soon as the words fell, the receptionist was stunned for a moment and said, "Sir, are you going to stay for half a month?" Su Yunju nodded. "Any questions?" The receptionist shook his head respectfully and explained, "Sir, if you are staying here for a long time, I suggest you choose to become our member and enjoy an 18% discount on the room rate, as well as exclusive butler service." Oh tilde. Su Yunju casually asked, "What are the requirements for membership?" Hearing this, the female receptionist's eyes lit up. If this gentleman applied for membership, all of her KPIs for this month would be completed. Her attitude became more respectful. "Sir, our members are divided into two types. Ordinary members need to deposit 88,000 yuan at one time to enjoy a discount of 88% on all room types. Diamond members need to deposit 188,000 yuan at one time. In addition to room rate discounts, they will also be provided with exclusive butler services." Speaking of which, the female receptionist carefully assessed the guest's demeanor. Su Yunju did not let her down and continued to ask, "What can a dedicated butler do?" "The housekeeper is like your personal secretary. She will be fully responsible for any problems or matters that need to be handled in the hotel." Hear this explanation. Su Yunju thought for a moment and had a bold idea in his mind, and he couldn't wait to try it out. Then get a diamond membership. Chapter 18 Holiday Inn. Tianfu Holiday Hotel. 1-bedroom apartment 1808. Su Yunju is very satisfied with the modern simple style and smart home. The price of 2,000 yuan a night is worth it. Certainly. This is on the premise that there is no shortage of money. He lay on the comfortable single sofa, staring at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. The sun sets. A few rays of afterglow sprinkled on the exterior walls of a high-end residential area not far away. It's like saying goodbye to today. Click tilde. This beautiful scene was recorded. Su Yunju opened the little blue book and habitually found someone without updating the notes. He thought for a moment, editing his notes to send the beauty of the moment. Live hard tilde. With pictures. Clouds outside high-rise window. Put down your phone. He stretched comfortably. Really? Staying in a hotel is a wise decision. With the money you have now, you can't buy a house that is either too high or too low, so it's better to keep the money to make money. Besides, what a great hotel! There is food and drink. There are people serving. If you feel uncomfortable, just change to another one. This is what it means to be unrestrained and love freedom. Just at this moment. Boom 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 tilde. There was a knock on the door. At the same time, a gentle voice was heard. "Hello, Mr. Su. Is it convenient now? According to your needs, I have brought all the hotel butlers here. Come in." Su Yunju responded. A supervisor wearing the hotel's black work clothes swiped the door card and walked in first. The supervisor was a woman in her 40s, well-maintained and with a good temperament. Immediately following, another man and 4 women entered wearing the same black uniforms. The 4 housekeepers, like spring, summer, autumn and winter, look very pleasing to the eye. The supervisor introduced, "Mr. Su, let me introduce you to the basic information of these housekeepers." Su Yunju listened quietly and looked at the person as he was introduced. But the system didn't respond. Hey! It seems that Tong's standards for selecting young women are not low. He couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this, the supervisor immediately asked, "Mr. Su, is there any problem?" Su Yunju shook his head, although he really wanted to choose a female housekeeper. But from a long-term perspective, in order to improve favorability as quickly as possible, unnecessary trouble must be avoided. Finally, her eyes stopped on the only man. Just choose him. The supervisor was a little surprised because most young men would choose a female butler, while female customers would choose a male butler. The reason? It goes without saying. After deciding on the housekeeper, the supervisor and the other 4 housekeepers slowly retreated. One of the young and beautiful housekeepers felt a little unwilling. Why doesn't this handsome guy choose himself because he is the most beautiful? Could it be that he must be? I have never lost to you in terms of charm. After they leave, the man with a buzz cut, strong features and who looked to be in his 30s introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Jian Shan, and I will be your personal butler from today on. Just let me know if you need anything at the hotel. So Yunzhou nodded and said, okay. I haven't eaten yet. Is there anything to eat in the hotel tonight? Jian Shan thought for a moment and introduced, on the 9th floor of our Chinfu Holiday Hotel, there is a delicious, Sumoto Western restaurant. The chef was specially invited by our boss from a Michelin restaurant. We only accept 20 guests every day, and reservations are required in advance. For hotel member guests, they can dine directly without making a reservation. The menu is based on the ingredients available each day, so I recommend you try it. Su Yunju nodded with interest. Thank you very much, I'll take a shower and then go downstairs to eat. Mr. Su, do you have other friends? Just me. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. After confirming that there was nothing else, Jian Shan turned around and left. Exit behind the door. I immediately called the 9th floor. Make dining arrangements. Guest spending in the hotel is linked to the performance of the butler. When the employer asked, he actually had several alternative options. But if you can promote it well, the commission will be higher. Why not? And this is the feeling that the rich second generation wants. In the room, Su Yunju walked towards the bathroom. I am a little tired after running all day today. The water temperature is just right and very comfortable, but it's a pity that I haven't eaten meat for a long time. But at the current pace it should be fast. For men, 5 minutes is enough for one person to take a shower. Su Yunju came out in a bathrobe, picked up his cell phone, and saw a message from Jian Shan. Mr. Su, everything has been arranged. You can come down to eat anytime. He said, okay, and blew his hair dry. He changed into a white t-shirt, black shorts, and slippers, then walked downstairs. 9th floor. Suimoto Western Restaurant. This store is well known. Because of its high quality and various gimmicks, the business is very hot. Miao Miao, the food anchor who visited the restaurant, waited in line for a month and finally got to taste the food today. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, revealing her slender white arms and slim waist. There was a large soft area on her chest, and I didn't know what she had applied, but it was surprisingly white. She had long hair draped over her shoulders and a sweet smile on her face. She held her cell phone in one hand and waved a call number with the other. Dear family members in the live studio, it's my turn soon. I'm so excited. I'll be able to taste the food of a Michelin chef soon. It's a pity that the store has a rule that prohibits live streaming, but Miao Miao will definitely record all the food and share it with everyone when she gets home in the evening. The screen in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. One fan lamented, what a crappy store, why can't they broadcast live? Bad review. The average cost per person in this Western-style restaurant upstairs is 2,000 yuan. Can you imagine what kind of people are spending there? And they want to live stream. I understand. Rich people don't like to be in the spotlight. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are all so superficial. This is because their third and fourth children don't like to show up in public. The above person gave the right answer. I took my female colleague to eat spicy hot pot, but we did it secretly. If anyone dared to take a photo of me, I would smash his phone. Mala? You're a tough guy. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. This scene is exactly what Miao Miao wanted. What internet celebrities want is traffic, and the more these leaks fight with each other, the better. Thanks to 18018 for the big plane. Brother 18, I received the express delivery you sent me. I'll wear it for you to see at 10:30 p.m. My dear family, you called my number, I'm going to log off first, love you guys. Heart. After Miao Miao turned off the live broadcast, the sweet smile on her face disappeared instantly. She put on the light-colored coat she was wearing, stood up slowly and walked towards the waiter who called her number. Between the march, she turned into an elegant lady with a slightly cold look. Their voice also changed, with a hint of thunder. I'm number 20. After the waiter confirmed, your seat is in area C, please follow me. Chapter 19, Suimoto Western Restaurant. When Miao Miao followed the waiter through the long entrance hall, she entered the chickly decorated restaurant. The lighting here is dim, and every guest looks so elegant under the light and shadow. She immediately turned on the little radar mode. The guy in front is wearing a Rolex. The slightly younger guy next to him is wearing a Marni. That woman, there's something obviously wrong with the Hermes logo. While Mia was doing her analysis, the waiter led her to her seat. This is a booth by the window. The city under the night sky sparkles like a gem. The beautiful scenery from the top made her a little dazed for a moment. She was the only one who knew how sad it was for her to go from being an art school student with no background to this point. Mia, you will definitely become a superior person in the future. She encouraged herself in her heart, took a sip of lemonade elegantly, and said to the waiter who was asking questions. For the appetizer, I want French baked snails. I don't like soup that's too sweet, so I'll have lobster bisque. No bacon in salads. I'm trying to lose weight lately. For the main course, I'll have a beef Wellington, medium rare. Dessert. After the waiter finished taking note, he asked if we wanted wine. Mia waved her hand elegantly and said, I'm driving, let's drink next time. The waitress smiled slightly. She had been in this line of work for quite some time and could make a pretty accurate judgment of the customer's weight after just a few minutes of contact. This beauty keeps her mouth shut. He told her. This kind of guest is the most difficult to serve. The actual situation was similar to what the waiter had inferred. Mia's seemingly professional way of ordering dishes actually comes from the guides on the internet. Although she has some savings now, she doesn't spend money on expensive meals just to improve her status and let her sponsors see how good her taste is. She just couldn't bear to do it. Not long. At the waiter's introduction, 2 delicious dishes were served. Mia took out her cell phone and started taking photos and checking in. Just when looking for various angles, Mia frowned and kept enlarging the photo until a figure wearing a white t-shirt, shorts and slippers appeared in the screen. So annoying. These photos cannot be used. That person just happened to be stuck in this composition. Think of this. Mia called the waiter somewhat unhappily. Waiter Tilder. I want to ask why that person was allowed to enter the restaurant dressed like that. Isn't formal attire required? The waiter didn't expect the customer to find fault with this place and immediately explained. We at Suemoto Nishi do recommend that every guest dress formally, but this is just a suggestion, and that guest. Mia interrupted the other party, caught the first half of the sentence, and habitually took out her mobile phone to record it. Since there are dining requirements, I hope your restaurant won't let in all kinds of cats and dogs. I think this is disrespectful to other guests. The waiter saw that the other party's voice was a bit loud and disturbed other guests, so he hurriedly said, Sir, please don't take pictures. It will affect other guests' meals, and that's. Mia stood up and interrupted the other party again, being unreasonable. I didn't shoot you. Why are you so anxious? And this is a management problem for you. The waiter waved his arms and said, Sir, please understand that photography is not allowed in the restaurant. R. Tilder. Mia screamed, What are you doing? You hurt me, Tilder. The waitress's face flushed red. She was just blocking the camera's view and didn't touch the other person at all. Guest, you can't wrongly accuse me, I didn't even touch you. Mia snorted coldly, Is this the service provided by your Sumoto Western restaurant? What a big store that bullies customers. This fuss naturally aroused the curiosity of other diners, but these sophisticated people present did not come over to watch like ordinary spectators. Many guests who were aware of the situation looked at the young and beautiful woman with the corners of their mouths slightly raised, revealing a smile that showed they were enjoying a good show. There's a lot of noise over there. This inexplicable and unexpected disaster left Yunzhou speechless. Jian Shan, who was standing aside, looked at the rich second generation whose demeanor changed, and bowed slightly and said, Mr. Su, I'll take care of it right away. A moment later, Jian Shan walked up to Mia and looked straight at her. Miss, your behavior has seriously affected the dining experience of the people around you. Please. Mia said nonchalantly, Why? Your store doesn't even follow the rules it set. Jian Shan showed a helpless expression, Madam, can you please have a word with me? I will give you a satisfactory answer. Mia glanced around and said confidently, Why can't you talk about it in front of everyone? Let me tell you, I'm a food blogger with hundreds of thousands of fans. Seeing the other person act like this, Jian Shan said in a deep voice. Miss, our Western restaurant only recommends that guests dress formally, but there is no mandatory requirement. Secondly, that's our VIP member area. Do you understand what I mean? As soon as the words fell, Mia was stunned for a moment, with an embarrassed and shocked expression on her face. A weird voice came from somewhere nearby. He tilde. You dressed up nicely to come here for dinner and check in. But others really just come downstairs for a quick meal. Internet celebrity? Interesting. The whispers around were infinitely amplified at this moment. Those teasing looks were like slaps in the face on her little face that had been built with so much money. But Mia was able to become a well-known internet celebrity, relying not only on her strength, but also on her thick skin as thick as a city wall. Even if I become a clown, that has to go all the way. She blushed and said pretentiously, I am a consumer and a food blogger. I have been to many, many famous restaurants. Today I am just giving you some personal suggestions. Jian Shan could see that the other party was putting on a show. The food blogger's fingers turned white and he almost left handprints on the table. It is a service industry after all. Jian Shan could only smile on the surface and give up in his heart. Thank you for your valuable advice. Enjoy your meal. Mia nodded proudly and sat down, took a few deep breaths quietly, and took a big sip of lemonade. Although he still felt embarrassed, he finally gave up the idea of running away. Not long. The waiter brought the exquisite dishes. For this kind of customers, the restaurant's attitude is to finish eating early and leave early. Mia started to eat, but she felt uncomfortable with every bite. At the same time, his eyes would glance at the man in the white t-shirt from time to time. She was a little embarrassed today, but there was still a chance to turn a bad thing into a good thing. I saw the other person get up and leave. She followed immediately. At the long entrance of the Western restaurant. Stopped the other party. Maybe it was because I was in a hurry to catch up. Mia's chest rose and fell, with a slightly larger arc, and she forced out a sweet smile. Brother, can I bother you for a few minutes? Chapter 20. Some things are like window paper. How? Yunzhou looked at the female internet celebrity in front of him and said. Mia said in a delicate voice, little brother, I apologize to you for what happened just now. Yunzhou shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he was fine. Mia looked at this rich handsome guy up close and felt that his ordinary clothes seemed to be extremely wealthy at this moment. Brother, to express my apology, can you give me a chance to buy you a meal? Yunzhou paused for a moment and said calmly, no need. If the system responded, he would definitely agree. Although the female internet celebrity in front of him was quite pretty, his heart was no longer something that could be aroused to this extent. After being rejected, Mia was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, she lowered her attitude and settled for the next best option. Then could you please leave me a WeChat? I'll apologize to you when you have time. Yunzhou looked at the other party's pitiful and persistent look and just found it a bit amusing. He was considering whether he could get to know more young women through female internet celebrities. After all, women who can become internet celebrities generally have a good foundation. His circle was too narrow and the system requirements were too high, so he had to expand the scope of his hunting. I saw the little brother remained silent. Mia used her special skills and acted coquettishly. Little tilde brother tilde. Although you are a generous person, I feel very sorry. Yunzhou nodded slightly, thinking that the plan was feasible, and opened the QR code business card. Ding tilde. After adding successfully, the female internet celebrity stepped back knowingly. Yunzhou and housekeeper Jian Shan walked towards the elevator. Jian Shan looked at his employer who looked so calm and composed, his heart filled with envy. This is the rich second generation. Even though you have slapped someone in the face, the other person still wants to lick your boots. Apology and dinner? That's bullshit. What do female internet celebrities want to eat? Of course. But I think my employer should be satisfied with my performance today. Between thoughts, the elevator reached the 18th floor. After Jian Shan confirmed that Mr. Su had no other requests, he respectfully took his leave. Return to the room. Lie on the soft bed. Yunzhou turned on his cell phone. Click on the little red dot on the icon. The female internet celebrity from before sent a message. Little brother, my name is Mia, I apologize again tilde. Tilde. Yunzhou did not reply, but opened his moments. Photos inside. They are all check-in records of entering and leaving various high-end occasions. It can be seen that Mia is quite good at dressing up and photo editing, and can easily master various styles. Exit the circle of friends. Click on the little blue book. Yang Liuyi sent a message as expected. Where did you take the sunset photo? Tianfu Holiday Inn. Soon there was a reply in the dialog box. You go to the hotel. Withdraw in seconds. Oh tilde. See this one. Su Yunju raised the corners of his mouth slightly and typed an explanation. The house over there has been vacated. I have nowhere to go, so I have to stay in a hotel. How pitiful. Royal Bay. Liu Yi was wearing a thin suspender pajamas, revealing her delicate collarbone. The hill on her chest was a little red, obviously she had just taken a shower. She crossed her long legs as she looked out the window at the four neon words, Tianfu Holiday, not far away, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the corner of the sofa. Is it really such a coincidence? You happen to live across from me. She felt like a kitten scratching her heart and wanted to ask Su Yunju, but in the end she suppressed the thoughts. Some things are like window paper, they are meaningless once they are broken. After all, who doesn't he like to sink into sobriety? The two chatted happily until 11 o'clock in the evening. The chat content has also become more vivid. There is a strong sense of ambiguity between the lines. Finally, the topic ended with Su Yunju going for a physical examination. Liu Yi looked at the two exquisite LV gift bags on the coffee table, and ripples appeared in her heart. She originally wanted to transfer the money, but gave up the idea after being dissuaded by her best friend. What Li Yang said at that time made a lot of sense. Mr. Su's house has been demolished. You know that ordinary people, when they suddenly become rich, will do many impulsive things, such as lavish consumption, seeking excitement, etc. These two bags are his thoughts and gifts. What do you think he will think if you return them rashly like this? Do you despise his money, or do you despise him as a person? We also gave gifts in return. Although the value is not matching, it is still a gift in return, and there will be more opportunities in the future. Although these words did not completely convince Liu Yi. But she chose to accept the gift for now. At the same time, I was thinking that I must find other ways to repay this favor next time. Tongjin Garden. A former wealthy area. The old residential building now. Li Yang has tried on several sets of clothes in front of the dressing mirror tonight, but still can't choose which one will best match these two LV handbags of the season. She stroked the leather of LV and still found it a little unbelievable. From buying a car to sending a bag, it all seemed like a dream. Fortunately, I persuaded my best friend to stay in the afternoon. Otherwise, if I really return these two bags, I will be heartbroken at night. Think of this. He thought of Su Yunju. That man is so charming. Young, handsome, wealthy, and rare in stability. As a senior salesperson, she knew very well that the other party's efforts were not for no reason. Although it is undeniable that she benefited from her best friend's help, she felt that Su Yunju should have some feelings for her as well. And although the best friend said that she and Su Yunju were just ordinary friends, it was obvious that she was ready to make some moves. Best friends for more than 10 years. She would never do anything to poach people. But what if? The next day, Su Yunju woke up slowly, pressed the button on the bedside, and the curtains slowly opened. Rays of morning light shine into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The warm sunlight falls on the body, creating a beautiful picture. It was a wonderful Monday. No more having to feel the charm of the morning rush hour. It feels so good not to be a slave. Su Yunju simply washed up, not even daring to drink water, and staggered out of the door. Along the way, the hotel staff all greeted us politely. Good morning, sir. If you want to eat, you can go to the restaurant on the 7th floor, or you can arrange for someone to bring it up. Su Yunju walked to the door with a smile. The luxury car is waiting. After getting on the bus, took a short nap. At the driver's polite reminder, we went to the Provincial People's Hospital. Here, there were as many people as ever. A hospital is a place where human nature can be most clearly seen. There will be no filial son for a patient who has been ill for a long time. This is a very common scene. Some things are even so unbelievable that you wonder how such people can exist in the world. Su Yunju took a short DT and arrived at the physical examination center at 8:30. Long queues have formed in front of many examination departments. Hello. I have an appointment for a physical examination this morning. As Su Yunju spoke, he handed over the valid ID. The nurse noticed that he was a handsome boy and her work efficiency increased. After registering the information, she printed out a stack of physical examination item forms. It is indeed a top-level physical examination package with 86 items. Anyway, Yunzhou has physical examinations in basically all departments of the physical examination center, so he just queues up in the place with fewer people. After a while, such as dentistry, ophthalmology, laboratory, etc. all done. Yunzhou took a short rest. Seeing their andrology sign on the door, I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in. The door is not locked. Hissed Tilda. Yunzhou was stunned. This is a female voice. What to do? Waiting online. Chapter 21 Physical Examination. Awkward. Think about it for a moment. Yunzhou pushed the door open with gritted teeth. Don't be afraid of anything. The money is all spent. Besides, it's not me who's at a disadvantage. I'm big. I'm proud. Continuous exclamation points. This is enough to show how stubborn Yunzhou is. Sitting in the front was a kind-looking woman who appeared to be in her 50s. She was wearing a white coat and her work badge on her chest vaguely showed her name as Jamai. She pushed up her glasses and looked at the patient. There was a professionalism in her eyes. The skin on her face was a little loose, and her nasolabial folds were deep when she spoke. May I have your name? Yunzhou. Dr. Zhao tapped on the computer clumsily, and Yunzhou's personal information appeared on the screen. Just follow the instructions on the wall and get into position on the examination bed. Right. This examination bed. Oh Tilda. Yunzhou responded again. Looking at the cartoon lithotomy position action guide posted on the wall. I just felt my scalp tingling. This posture is too embarrassing for a man. Just when he was hesitating, Dr. Zhao spoke in a very professional tone. Don't be nervous, male examination is actually more important than you think. Don't ignore it because you are embarrassed. Look at the other person's professional attitude. Yunzhou gritted his teeth, followed the instructions on the picture, and took off his pants with a blushing face. He lay on the examination bed, staring at the incandescent light on the ceiling, and for the first time experienced what it felt like to be a piece of meat on the chopping board. The inspection has begun. Some of them are hard to describe. But the other party's actions were indeed very professional. I feel like I have never been seen so clearly in broad daylight. Check completed. Par Tilda. Dr. Zhao took off his disposable gloves and threw them into the yellow trash can. He looked at the sweaty young man and smiled kindly. Okay. You can get up now. Yunzhou put on his pants very quickly and asked nervously. Dr. Zhao, I am not healthy. Dr. Zhao said seriously, from the outside, there is no problem. I will write the specific situation in the examination report. You can go to the next test now. Tilda. Yunzhou nodded heavily. This is a matter of dignity and cannot be taken lightly. Although I know that I am petty, this has not been officially certified. Now I can finally feel relieved. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Walk out the door. Looking at the anxious man queuing at the door, Yunzhou's body trembled, and his expression was self-evident. Stay for a while. I looked at the next item on the physical examination form. He walked towards other departments. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Surgical examination room. Yunzhou looked at the tall and thin middle-aged male doctor in front of him and asked a soul-searching question. Doctor, do you really want to do a digital examination? The male doctor said indifferently, your physical examination does include a digital rectal examination. If you don't want to do it, you can give up the test, but you have to sign a voluntary waiver consent form. Let me think about it. Yunzhou said. The male doctor said indifferently, in the eyes of us doctors, there is no difference between men and women. You can think about it slowly. I will give you a routine surgical examination first. Good. Yunzhou nodded. The male doctor put on a pair of gloves, an indescribable look flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his big hands with distinct joints. Surgical examination is a systematic examination of surgically related parts of the body through inspection, palpation, percussion, auscultation, etc. The inspection was fast. But Yunzhou felt unwell all over. I was touched all over my body. Some parts were rubbed several times. Or by an elderly person. Hey Tilda. You have to sacrifice something for your health. Su Yunju comforted himself in this way. After the male doctor finished the physical examination, he entered the test results into their computer and asked again. There is only one item left. Are you going to do it or not? If not, I will submit a report. Su Yunju gritted his teeth, his body was not clean anyway. Just do a finger check. What's there to be afraid of? Doctor, I'll do it, gently. The male doctor had a blank expression on his face, but Su Yunju always felt that there was a hint of a triumphant smile on his face. Did you see the picture on the examination bed indicating the movements? Familiar words. Familiar examination bed. Just change to another position side lying. Give it a go. For your health. Su Yunju walked over with firm steps, lay on the bed, imitated the body movements of the cartoon characters, and slowly took off his pants. His tilde. Next second. Su Yunju's anus tightened. It hurts tilde. The male doctor ignored the usual noise of work. Stretch out, turn and twist your fingers. After feeling the contraction of the sphincter, slowly pulled his hand out. All right. There's nothing wrong with the finger examination. Su Yunju's face turned red as he put on his pants tremblingly. When getting out of bed, I feel that between the two. A thought suddenly came to my mind. Why would someone like to walk on this kind of dry road? Looking at each other's strange expressions, the male doctor changed the subject and said, go home. You can do more pelvic floor exercises. This movement is very beneficial to the perineum. If men do it regularly, it can improve. Thank you. Su Yunju left the surgical examination room with dry lips, sat on a chair not far away, and rested for a long time before he felt back to normal. This experience is so shameful. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with my stomach. No need for gastrointestinal endoscopy. Such long tubes, one on the top and one on the bottom, just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. After thoughts calm down, Su Yunju works hard for his health and continues to offer his various firsts at the physical examination center. Finally, all inspections were completed around noon. Now, he was so hungry that he felt nauseous. The physical examination package comes with nutritious meals. After asking the nurse, he came to the cafeteria of the physical examination center. There are only a few people here. Most of the people who had undergone physical examinations had already left, and the staff at the center had also gone off work or gone to other posts. The nutritious meals were all prepared, so he took one and started to replenish his energy. When I had eaten most of it, there was a sudden loud noise around the corner ahead. A middle-aged fat man with greasy hair shouted anxiously, "You are doctor. You need evidence when you speak. Did your eyes see me taking a secret photo? I will go to your leader and sue you for slander and defamation." Dr. Zhao said sternly with a serious look on his face. "You're still making excuses. Did you take the photo? You don't know it in your heart." The fat man said sternly, "Looking for a leader? I want to look for the leader of your hospital. Get out of my way." The fat man said this as he walked outside in a rude manner. There were not many people in the cafeteria, and most of the remaining people were just watching the fun. This is normal. If it is none of their business, most people will choose to ignore it. Only Dr. Zhao stood in front very firmly. At this moment her petite frame seemed unusually tall. I saw the middle-aged fat man was about to push the female doctor away. A pair of strong hands held him firmly from behind. The fat man paused, turned around and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Su Yunju pulled his arm and said seriously, "What do you say I do? Pull the pig." Chapter 22. Dare to be angry and speak out. Hearing this, anger flashed across the greasy fat man's face. Although he is fat, he hates being called a pig the most. "Get out of my way, you bastard. You idiot." He exerted force with his arms, trying to break free, but embarrassingly he failed. Oh tilde. For a while, the two of them were stuck in a stalemate. The fat man yelled, "What's wrong with you? I don't even know you. Let me go." Su Yunju held on tighter. "Now we know each other." The fat man reacted and thought that this guy should be the kind of fool who has nothing to do after eating and likes to do things for justice. "Let me go. I'm going to find this bitch's leader. She framed me and she must give me an explanation for this matter." He Tilda. Su Yunzhou sneered, oh Tilda, you are quite angry. Dr. Zhao, who was standing nearby, recognized this young man with special talents. She looked grateful. Then he said to the disgusting fat man, I just saw you flipping through your phone, and it was full of secretly taken photos. I have called the police. When the police arrive, we will know who is slandering whom. The fat man swallowed several times. When he heard that the uncle in the hat was coming, he suddenly panicked and said something quick. I am innocent even if the police come. You are slandering me. Speaking of. He shook his arms but still couldn't break free. He complained in his heart that this guy looked fair and clean, but his hands were really strong. Let go. I'm not going to run away. My relative is a lawyer. I'll call him and ask him to come over. Su Yunzhou was about to loosen his grip slightly so that he could take out his cell phone. But the way of exerting force was wrong, and there was a ripping sound, and the fat man's clothes were torn. He seized the opportunity and fell to the ground. Ouch Tilda, you pushed me. It hurts so much. The fat man lay on the ground, crying loudly, and then said to Su Yunzhou viciously, you are in trouble. My whole body hurts now. Su Yunzhou didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. He subconsciously looked around to see if there was any surveillance. What a coincidence. It just happens to be a blind spot. But so what? This kind of disgusting thing has happened to me before. He was powerless and could only ignore it. After all, it is not uncommon in this society that people sincerely help others but end up making themselves sick. Years ago, a college student kindly helped an elderly man who had fallen, but was instead extorted for money by the man. This kind of news is not uncommon. So nowadays there are fewer and fewer people who are brave enough to do what is right. But now, encounter such a thing again. I must dare to be angry and speak out. Dr. Zhao, who has been practicing medicine for many years, has seen all kinds of people, but this is the first time he has seen someone so shameless. The fat man took out his cell phone without hesitation and pointed at the broken screen. My phone was broken too. You have to pay compensation. You guys are such a jerk. You only bully the honest people. He. Su Yunzhou looked at the other party's exaggerated performance and sneered, okay. You tell me. How much compensation do you want? The greasy fat man was startled. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. He then shouted even more shamelessly, I feel stuffy in my chest and my head hurts. I need a CT scan and a comprehensive examination. Can? Su Yunzhou unexpectedly agreed readily. The fat man's eyes turned, wondering if the other party was scared, and he immediately said loudly, and my cell phone, which I just bought. Su Yunzhou looked at the phone that was almost peeling off. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me. How much compensation do you want? At least 10,000. So little? Will you ask for money? Su Yunzhou calculated it and said, the medical expenses will be at least 10,000 yuan. The value of a cell phone is all about sentimental value. Just based on this sentiment, it's worth 10,000 yuan at least. That's a happy decision then. I'll transfer 20,000 to you. Yes. Sure. The fat man was totally confused and felt his head was buzzing. The other party's counter offer made him feel a little embarrassed. The other party took out his mobile phone and said, come on. Don't hesitate, open the payment code, I will transfer it to you immediately. Seeing that the other party is so straightforward. The fat man touched his greasy hair and felt vaguely that something was wrong, but he still quickly opened the payment code with both hands. Dr. Zhao, who was watching from the side, did not expect things to turn out like this and stopped them immediately. You don't transfer money to him, you are obviously being a rogue. Su Yunzhou smiled slightly and blinked several times. Dr. Zhao didn't understand and saw that the other party had not stopped scanning the code. She was so anxious that she was a little incoherent. You are encouraging bad social trends. You can't. Ding Tilda. XXX received 20,000 yuan. When the fat man heard the voice announcement, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face, and he no longer looked hurt. I didn't expect that I could get 20,000 yuan like this. The next step is to find a way to get out. But at this moment, the big pot that transfers money turns on the loudspeaker and makes a call. Hello. Is this 110? I was defrauded of 20,000 yuan at the Provincial People's Hospital. What? One of your comrades is on the way here. Yes, yes, yes. I'm also at the medical examination center. Yes. The scammer is right in front of me. Don't worry, I am a law-abiding citizen and will never do anything. I will just follow him. After the phone call was hung up, the fat man was horrified and said, "What are you doing? You are making something up out of nothing, secretly plotting, imagining." So Yunzhou snorted and said to the stunned Dr. Zhao, "Doctor, this pig has defrauded me of my money. Please be a witness for me later." Dr. Zhao didn't react until now. A look of delight appeared on her face. She immediately said that there was no problem. She saw with her own eyes that the fat man fell and tried to blackmail someone. The fat man suddenly became anxious. "Everyone saw that you pushed me down. Why is there no surveillance here?" So Yunzhou chuckled, "How can a fat guy like you fall down while walking?" This move of returning the tables in his own way made everyone present cheer 666. "I think I saw a fat man who was walking with his left foot hitting his right foot and fell down." "What do you mean by falling down? It's obvious that he fell flat on his face." Why are you insulting a dog, my friend?" The noises around him made the fat man so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that the other party was even more sinister than him. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak properly. You are slandering me." So Yunzhou sneered, kicked him on the fat butt without any hesitation, and then shouted, "Ouch tilde. Why did you hit my foot tilde?" The fat man was so angry that his face turned pale, but he finally restrained himself and didn't fight back. Because if you fight back, it becomes a mutual fight, and the nature of the fight is different. And I feel like I can't beat it. Finally, Uncle Hat arrived on the scene. The police were called twice at the scene. They all point to the same disgusting fat guy. How smart it is to be a public servant. In addition, there are both witnesses and physical evidence. The fat guy had no way to defend himself. After returning the defrauded money, he was directly taken into the police car. So Yunzhou and Dr. Zhao did not even go to the police station, but took the statement directly on the spot. The crowd watching applauded when they saw this scene. "Brother, although this method is not advisable, I have to say that you are awesome. That's what it means to use magic to defeat magic. How exciting." The wretched man got the silver bracelet. The incident was settled. The crowd gradually dispersed. So Yunzhou prepared to leave. Dr. Zhao followed. "Thank you so much for this, young man. There are too few people who dare to stand up for what is right now." So Yunzhou stopped and said softly, "It's not that there are fewer people who are brave enough to do what is right, but there are more shameless people." Hearing this, Dr. Zhao was stunned for a moment. "My niece just said this last night." "Your niece? Now that you mention it, your personality is really similar to my niece. She also often stands up for the weak." So Yunzhou smiled and said, "Dr. Zhao, I'll leave first." "Okay tilde." Dr. Zhao watched the other party leave, then returned to the physical examination center. With the help of the guide, he found Su Yunzhou's registration number and personal information. She looked it over carefully. Unmarried. In good health. No bad habits. I thought of the previous men's examination again. You will definitely be happy if you choose him as your husband. And he has a good brain too. Brave, resourceful and rich. Dr. Zhao felt from the bottom of his heart that this outstanding young man was a perfect match for his eccentric niece. Rongqing is not very big. But it's not easy to meet these two interesting souls at the same time. We must find a way to bring the two of them together. After all, my niece is almost 30. Chapter 23, Alive and Living. Night falls. So Yunzhou just woke up slowly. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to Qianda Holiday Hotel after the physical examination. A little tired. When I woke up, it was now. Life without work is so free and casual. Only half of the setting sun was left hanging in the sky, and the entire city illuminated by the sunset was shrouded in a faint halo. So Yunzhou stretched lazily, looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Cars after cars, people like ants. Suddenly I thought of a song. Standing on a tall building every day, looking at the little ants on the ground. Their heads are huge. Their legs are thin. They hold Apple phones. They wear Nike and Adidas. I'm going to be late for work. They are very anxious. He hummed a few lines, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, Tongzi. It allows me to have a real life, not just exist. Turn on your phone. Meow Meow sent inquiring messages tirelessly. Selectively ignore. There is also a new friend request. His name is Treading Snow to find plum blossoms. His profile picture is a bunch of plum blossoms, and he cannot see his moments. The system displays the other party's search by phone number. Yunzhou was a little confused and did not agree to it. I browsed my moments for a while. There is no exciting content. After all, most of the people in the previous circle were just cattle and horses. Numa's circle of friends is nothing more than company advertisements, and sometimes inspirational messages that are not sure whether they are sent to others or to themselves. Open the little blue book. Yang Liuyi updated a note half an hour ago. I wonder if you have this feeling. It seems like I have no control over my life. The accompanying picture is a photo of a person walking on the beach. Yunzhou was slightly stunned. Did the other person encounter something unhappy? Taking advantage of the opportunity, caring from the heart is the most important step to enter a woman's body, heart. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Yunzhou initiated a voice call invitation. After a few beeps, Li Yang's slightly surprised voice came. Good evening, Mr. Su. I suddenly thought of the issue of car plate selection. Do you have any connections there? The two chatted for a while. Yunzhou turned the topic to Liuyi. As a good friend, Li Yang naturally knew what had happened. She had nothing to say to Yunzhou, so she told him about the disgusting thing that happened today. It turned out that Liuyi's ex-husband ran into the three of them shopping together, and Yunzhou bought a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan without any care. The ex-husband might be a little angry, and coupled with the fact that he had been criticized a lot during the divorce, he spread obscene rumors among their mutual friends. She said he was not disciplined and had been hooking up with you, a rich second-generation man, for a long time. She also said he was not faithful to her husband. After hearing the news from her friend, he was so angry that she called Zhao Xiao and scolded him. Zhao Xiao knew he was in the wrong, so after hanging up the phone, he blocked all her contacts. This guy is really amazing. He has completely drawn a line between the two of them in this way. He asked me to come over for dinner in the evening, but because of what happened when you looked after the car last time, the leaders at the headquarters were very dissatisfied and arranged for people to come over for a week-long training on etiquette and sales skills. After understanding the outcome of the matter, Yunzhou hung up the phone. He didn't expect that he played such a big role in Liuyi's unhappiness. Think about it for a moment. He sent a message. Sister Liu, are you home? Is there something I want to tell you? There was a reply in the dialogue box, but it was obvious that Liuyi was not very eager to chat. Yunzhou thought for a moment and typed, this matter must be discussed in person. I'm right across from you, is that okay? At this time, what women need most is not words, but practical actions. No matter how much you talk, it's better to take direct action. Yunzhou looked at the dialogue box that had been displaying inputting for a long time and felt a little uneasy. Fortunately, the final result was not unexpected. Okay I'll see you downstairs in half an hour, how about that? See you there. After sending this message, Yunzhou immediately transferred 1,000 yuan to Jianshan and asked him to prepare a bouquet of flowers within half an hour. He went into the bathroom, took a shower and started to tidy himself up. In front of the bathroom mirror, there are styling products such as hair wax and hairspray. He scratched his long hair and changed into a set of black casual clothes that looked very hipster. A lively, handsome and cool man appeared in front of the mirror. Yunzhou nodded with satisfaction and walked downstairs. In the lobby downstairs, Jianshan was waiting at the front desk holding a very elegant bouquet of flowers. When he saw Yunzhou, he immediately walked up to him quickly. Mr. Su, we are a bit pressed for time. My friend only has Bulgarian roses, and the bouquet is a bit simple. Here is the invoice and list. Yunzhou took the bouquet and said leisurely, thank you for your hard work. Jianshan silently put away the invoice. He knew the other party would not read it, but he still told his buddy to open it high. He has served many wealthy people and knows very well that those who can make money are not idiots, but most of them don't care about small amounts of money. Yunzhou looked at the time and it was about time to walk there. Jian Shan followed behind and opened the door for Mr. Su, asking at the same time, Mr. Su, are you planning to go on a date? Su Yunju said casually, I guess so. Jian Shan volunteered, I have some connections. I can arrange a trip for you. Oh tilde. Su Yunju responded and left the hotel holding a bunch of red roses. Handsome pot and roses. This combination will attract a lot of attention on the street. Many young girls on the street saw this and showed a hint of curiosity and envy in their eyes. Su Yunju walked briskly. The last time he gave flowers was to his ex-girlfriend on Valentine's Day. I don't know how she is doing recently. Arrived downstairs at Yunjinwen. Waited for about a few minutes. A beautiful figure appeared at the door. Liu was wearing a khaki long skirt, which made her look a bit lazy. She wore a dark suspender inside and a hollow sleeveless sweater outside. This kind of home style seems more comfortable and natural than usual. And there is a visual sense that thin branches are bearing fruit. Her hair was tied up, revealing her fair face and a pair of eyes with distinct black and white. As she looked at the handsome young man holding a red rose, her heart was filled with ripples. At the same time, I regretted that I didn't wear any makeup and that I was dressed too casually. Liu took the flowers in a daze and lowered her head and said, Is there anything you want to tell me? Su Yunju touched the back of his head and looked at the people coming and going at the entrance of the community, feeling a little embarrassed. Sister Liu, how about we talk while we walk? Yer tilde. Liu snorted and lowered her eyelids as she spoke, My family, if you don't mind, let's go to the small park next door for a walk. Okay. Su Yunju and Liu walked side by side, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Walking and walking. The sky gradually became dark, and the street lights lit up one after another. The dim light shone on the two of them, and their shadows continued to lengthen. Silence at this moment is worth more than 1,000 words. But Su Yunju's stomach made an inopportune sound. Gugu tilde. Liu covered her mouth and chuckled, Didn't you eat dinner? Su Yunju said embarrassedly, I got up too early for the physical examination this morning, and took a nap when I came back at noon. Then I saw your notes and heard from Li Yang. Speaking of which. Su Yunju paused, stared at the other person's unpainted but beautiful face and said, I'm sorry. Because I caused you such trouble. Liu raised her eyes and met those sincere eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Is the physical examination okay? Su Yunju said softly, It shouldn't be, the report will be issued in 7 days. I'm a little hungry too. Liu smiled warmly, How about I treat you to a meal? Okay tilde. Chapter 20 for Medicine Pharmaceutical Factory. Downstairs of Yunjinwen. Su Yunju called Jian Shan, and after understanding the employer's needs, he immediately sent a location. Medicine Pharmaceuticals. This name is quite interesting. The distance is not too far. It took more than 10 minutes by taxi. Jian Shan sent another message. Mr. Su, I have already told my buddy that you can just look for Xiao Jiyu when you get there. There will be a live show there tonight. Okay tilde. After sending the message, Su Yunju looked up at the lights of thousands of houses upstairs, and didn't know which house Liu was in. They had decided to go out for dinner, and she said she had to go back and put the roses away first, so she asked Su Yunju to find a place and she would pay the bill. As a result, it was almost 10 minutes when I got there. And now upstairs. Liu was getting ready to go out in a hurry. She said she was going to set off flowers, but actually she wanted to change her clothes. But when I opened the closet, I don't know what to wear. After struggling for 2 or 3 minutes, I really couldn't choose, so I decided not to change it and just put on some light makeup and went out. But no matter how I draw today, I am not satisfied. Liu was anxious and angry, and 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. She went out wearing light makeup that could only be rated 66 points. Sorry, I just received a phone call. Liu told a white lie. Su Yunju looked at the red lips and eyeshadow on the other person's face, nodded silently, and waved his hand forward. Princess, the special car has arrived, please get in. Liu's mood instantly improved because she didn't put on her makeup well. Su Yunju gently opened the car door, raised his left hand and placed it on the doorframe to avoid hitting his head. Favorability +1. Hear the system prompt sound. Su Yunju was extremely happy. It was becoming increasingly difficult to increase his favorability recently. It was indeed the details that touched people's hearts. The limousine driver saw the customer getting into the car and explained politely. Guest, because we waited for a while, there is a delay fee, so the cost may be slightly higher than expected. So Yunzhou said nonchalantly, it's okay, let's go. Liu Yi's pretty face flushed with anger, and she changed the subject, where are we going? 15 minutes later. The two arrived at their destination medicine pharmaceutical factory. Liu Yi looked at some unique stores not far away, and her worries disappeared. While in the car, Su Yunzhou said that he chose a comprehensive bar with a live house. She was a little worried whether it was a noisy and chaotic place. But now it seems that I was worrying too much. Someone said. Where to go to eat depends on the other party's strength. What dishes to order depends on the other person's taste. What kind of wine you drink reflects your quality. Liu Yi looked at the handsome profile of the man in front of her, her mind in a whirlwind. The entrance of the pharmaceutical factory is entirely made of large frosted glass doors, forming a glass wall with great visual impact. There were a few scattered guests outside, forming a few small circles, chatting and smoking, looking very comfortable. Liu Yi would occasionally go to a bar for social events, but this was the first time she had seen a bar where smoking was not allowed indoors. Su Yunzhou walked to the door and said to the waiter, hello, I'm looking for someone named Xiao Jiyu. The waiter over there immediately called Xiao Jiyu through the intercom. He was a smart-looking young man, wearing a black shirt and black trousers. He walked towards this side, and after seeing Su Yunzhou, he confirmed in a low voice. Mr. Su. Su Yunzhou nodded slightly. I was introduced by Jian Shan. Xiao Gu's expression became a little more respectful, remembering what his buddy had told him. This was a wealthy man, so he must be served well and given good arrangements. Brother, I've reserved 2 VIP rooms on the second floor with the best view for you. Is that okay with you? Lead the way. Su Yunzhou was concise and to the point. Xiao Jiyu happily led the way. VIP is not only a symbol of status, but also a place for sales staff like them to place big orders. I just don't know what kind of party this old man and this young woman who looks more and more attractive the more she looks at her are having. Different gatherings have different ways of playing, and the consumption is naturally different. The two walked into the store and immediately felt a wave of heat and very moving jazz music. The cheerful music reverberated throughout the space, with extremely high sound quality, allowing people in every corner to hear it clearly. The dim and ambiguous light shone on every sofa. Men and women were all well dressed and graceful. There were also some very young men and women who twisted their waists to the music. The entire space is divided into 2 floors. The space on the first floor is very large, and the innermost part is a live scene with various musical instruments. In the other corner is a huge bar. The side against the wall is divided into hundreds of grids, filled with all kinds of colorful bottles. There were 4 or 5 bartenders, busy all the time. Xiao Jiyu was very good at reading people's expressions and immediately introduced them to each other. This is one of the characteristics of our pharmaceutical factory. We have gathered famous winemakers from all over the world, and the boss will personally change the wine list every week. Every time you come to the pharmaceutical factory, you can experience a different flavor. Su Yunzhou said, interesting. There was also a hint of experimentation in Liu Yi's beautiful eyes. She actually likes drinking, but most of the time she drinks alone at home, and alcohol helps her get through the most difficult nights. While Xiao Jiyu was talking, he led the 2 of them to the side stairs and went up to the second floor. There are dozens of VIP seats here, from which you can clearly see the performance stage downstairs. Xiao Jiyu took away the reserved seat sign on the table. Brother, this is a VIP reserved for you. As he spoke, he looked at his watch and said, there is a performance at 9 o'clock. We have invited a good folk singer. Su Yunzhou was very satisfied with the spacious booth and comfortable sofa in front of him, and casually turned his gaze to Liu Yi. Tilde. Liu Yi nodded slightly, then asked, do you have any special recommendations? Xiao Jiyu was delighted and said carefully, sister, the first drink on our menu this week is Free Flight, which is a groundbreaking cocktail. Liu Yi interrupted him, we'll order the wine later. What's to eat? Xiao Jiyu reacted, an apologetic look appeared on his face, and he immediately switched the iPad in his hand to the ordering page. He thought to himself, tonight is a sure thing. Generally, those who dare to eat in a bar. Liu Yi ordered some special dishes, and under Xiao Gu's professional introduction, she ordered 6 glasses of wine with 3 different flavors. Xiao Jiyu put away his iPad, turned his gaze to Su Yunju and said, "Sorry, we pay first here." Su Yunju took out his cell phone but was stopped by Liu Yi. "It's a deal. Today's my treat." There was a look of determination on Liu Yi's pretty face, as if she had to do it. Su Yunju smiled helplessly and sat down. Xiao Jiyu opened the payment code with some envy. Such a beautiful and charming woman is rushing to pay the bill. This Mr. Su looks young, but I didn't expect his level to be so high. I got an employee discount because it was introduced by an acquaintance. 1,600 yuan, thanks. Liu Yi paused. Scan code successfully. Su Yunju immediately received a system reminder for cashback. The young woman spent 1,600 yuan on you, her favorability was 68 points, and she got a cashback of 108,800 yuan. After a moment, there was fine wine and delicious food on the table. Xiao Jiyu was very considerate and sent a fruit plate and 2 cups of hot drinks, saying that they would warm his stomach first, and then he respectfully took his leave to go about his business. Liu Yi took the initiative to pick up the wine glass. The well-layered cocktail exuded a charming light blue color under the light. What did he introduce this drink to be called just now? Su Yunju raised his glass, clinked the rim with hers, took a sip and said, "Let it fly." Liu Yi's eyes were full of sparkling. She took a sip, and the fragrance lingered on her lips and teeth. Everything was said without words. Why do adults love drinking? Because only through this medium can I express my emotions like a child. With Su Yunju's deliberate guidance, Liu Yi gradually spoke more. 9 o'clock in the evening. A male singer with a guitar on his back stood on the stage and sang a song that was inappropriate but touching. We are born alone. We are born alone. No matter what you have. We are born alone. Liu Yi listened quietly, the suppressed emotions in her heart surged up, and a trace of memories and sadness appeared in the corners of her eyes. See this scene. Su Yunju didn't know how to comfort her and tried to speak several times, but when the words came to his lips, they felt too pale. Sudden. A flash of inspiration came to me. He came up with a bold idea. I'm going to the bathroom. Yer Tilder. Chapter 25 An Unexpected Surprise. Dear friends, there is an extra performance today. The singer is a friend who wishes to remain anonymous. He said his singing was not good, but he still wanted to take this opportunity to sing this song to someone. To express his apology, he offered everyone in the room a glass of Adonis Imperial Coffee Stout. Xiao Jiyu, who was standing on the stage, had just finished speaking. The whole audience suddenly burst into warm cheers. Wow Tilder. This guy is so generous. Adonis Empire is 168 yuan a cup. I don't know if the singer is a man or a woman. If she is, I will make her fall in love with my hot pants. A woman who was dressed up in a flashy way and wearing a low-cut dress that revealed a large area of white skin had just finished speaking. An old sister-in-law next to her said coquettishly with her index finger raised. HMPH tilde. No matter if this kind of generous person is a man or a woman, I want to get to know him and have an in-depth conversation with him. Some guests began to look forward to the next performance and cast their eyes towards the stage. Xiao Jiyu saw that the atmosphere was getting almost heated and gave a look to the band next to him. Everyone, the stage will now be handed over to him. Please give him some supportive applause. The band members had already been notified to provide accompaniment for this rich second generation. Although I am somewhat reluctant, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat, so I have to make money if I can. I just hope his singing is not too bad. Par par par. After a round of warm applause, all the lights on the stage went out. Next second, a beam of light fell next to their microphone stand. A tall and handsome man held the microphone in both hands. You could see that he was nervous, but his eyes were determined. Right now, Liu Yi is sitting in the VIP room on the second floor. I was completely stunned when I saw the figure on the stage. She also asked why she hadn't come back for so long since she went to the bathroom. But the result, unexpectedly. And this song dedicated to someone. The meaning is self-evident. She never expected the other party to be so bold. But it was this boldness, like a ray of light, that was thrown into Liu Yi's heart. Long-lost warmth. The haze in her heart was instantly dispelled. Under the influence of alcohol, she felt an overwhelming urge. Now that the rumors have spread, what is there to be afraid of? Let the rumors become reality. Liu held the railing, her jet black hair loose, her slender fingers, and her eyes blinking, just meeting the pair of clear and nervous eyes. Favorability plus 12. Liu's favorability rises to 80 points. Reward, skill point 3. System mall open, no super realistic props. Exchangeable items. Basic singing skills, skill point 1. Basic rock climbing skills, skill point 2. Kato eagle finger, skill point 3. The series of system prompts and the product grids in his mind made Yunzhou's expression change in shock. He didn't expect Tongzi to give him such a surprise. When the system was first introduced, Tongzi said, "You'll have to figure it out on your own," and there was no other hint. But I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise today. Before I could take a closer look, I heard an urging voice from the audience. Yunzhou came back to his senses, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Rock climbing is of no use at the moment. That damn Kato eagle finger is of no use to me with my healthy body, and it requires 3 skill points, so I just ignore it. As for the rest, I really don't have time to study it now. Tongzi? Exchange for elementary singing skills. Next second. Basic singing techniques flooded into my mind. The previous system grid also changes accordingly. Exchangeable items. Intermediate singing skills, skill point 1. Is this possible? Yunzhou hesitated for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Since there is an opportunity, we must perform perfectly. Keep redeeming. The items in that column changed again. Advanced singing skills, skill point 1. Ha! So cheap. Exchange. Master level singing skills, skill point 5. Well. This price. Are you jumping for it? He smacked his lips. At the same time, the exchange was stopped. Advanced singing techniques were stuffed into my mind. The amount of information is huge, including vocal techniques, pitch and rhythm, timbre, vibrato and glissando, etc. Yunzhou's body was shaking unconsciously. All this seems long but actually happens in a flash. But the people in the audience saw the rich second generation going from standing still to trembling all over, and their good impression of him was slowly fading because of a glass of wine. Handsome guy. Are you going to sing or not? Don't be nervous, little brother. I support you. Isn't this rich second generation a coward? Nonsense. Look, your legs are shaking. The guitarist on the stage hates these rich guys because his childhood sweetheart was snatched away by a rich second generation guy. But listening to the discussions in the audience, he had to remind. Tilde. A heavy cough. This brought Yunzhou, who was immersed in singing techniques, back to his senses. It turns out there are so many techniques to a song. His hand holding the microphone was no longer nervous, and the expression on his face became confident. Sorry. I just thought of something. This song is called Trouble Song. I hope everyone has no worries at this moment. The words fell. The band members looked at each other. The guitarist plucked the strings first. Light and cheerful chords echoed throughout the space. The keyboardist and drummer also joined in by clapping. He reluctantly began to lead the prelude. Lar tilde ar tilde. Da lar da tilde. When entering the first paragraph, he also gave the rich second generation a look. But I don't know when the other party closed his eyes. It's over. This performance is definitely going to be ruined. The guitarist thought to himself. But who knew that when the next 8 beats just began? Yunzhou spoke, his voice was deep and profound, with a unique charm. The constant interruption of unloved. The one you love is not in your arms. You don't need to get it. Desire to have cannot get. Distressed. It's better to say a smile. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. The band members were all dumbfounded and almost couldn't keep up with the accompaniment. The guitarist even played a wrong chord, but quickly turned it around and complained wildly in his heart. Is this called not being able to sing? Is it not good to sing? This pitch. This texture. She is a singer who can rival professional standards. Life doesn't need too much money. Too much will cause trouble. Overweight backpack. Excessive irritability. Nothing. Sing this sentence. Yunzhou opened his eyes, held the microphone with one hand, and began waving the other hand to the rhythm. Call together. No worries. Nothing else matters except breathing. Forget everything except now. My worries are like feathers, floating free and easy. Now. The people in the audience also recovered from their previous shock. Many people stood up excitedly, waving their hands and singing along with the rhythm of the singing. This impromptu live house performance turned into a collective chorus. The atmosphere in the entire pharmaceutical factory also reached a climax at this moment. Lar tilde la la tilde la la tilde. Call together, no worries, nothing else matters except breathing tilde. Chapter 26. This song. Par tilde par tilde. After the song was sung, the crowd became excited and the applause and cheers lasted for a long time. The guests in the audience became rabid fans. Keep shouting. Little brother, you can't leave, sing another song. Jackie Chung from Rongcheng. One more. Encore. Encore tilde. The band members on stage hadn't felt such a passionate audience atmosphere for a long time. They are a relatively well-known band that often performs at various events and have encountered many similar accompaniment performances. But I've never encountered a situation like this tonight. This gentleman's singing skills seemed to be on par with those of my teacher at music school. The guitarist even thought it would be higher. The other party's acting skills had shocked him beyond words. When it comes to the details of vibrato and transposition, he has reached the level of perfection. When Xiao Jiyu saw this scene, he recovered from his shock and immediately came to the rescue. I originally thought that the performance had failed and they came to save it. But I didn't expect it to be the exact opposite. In fact, he is still confused. More than 10 minutes ago, Yunzhou found him and said that he wanted to go on stage to sing a song. Xiao Jiyu wanted to say yes, but before he could open his mouth, the other party said money was not a problem. When you meet such a generous customer, how can you not satisfy his or her small requests? He was even prepared for how to save the situation if the other party sang badly. But I never knew this rich second generation could sing so well. He even suspected that Mr. Su was a Korean trainee or a talented student from the Berklee College of Music. Looking at the extremely enthusiastic audience below the stage, Xiao Jiyu said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry, this performance is only for this one time. I understand everyone's enthusiasm. I myself want to hear another song, but this performer is a guest of our pharmaceutical factory. If there is a chance in the future, he may come on stage to sing again. I just asked my boss to give me a 20% discount on drinks to thank you all for your enthusiasm. Please enjoy this worry-free night." With the efforts of Xiao Gu's eloquent speech, Yunzhou finally left the stage respectfully escorted by the band. At the same time, I was secretly happy. As expected of a system product, the effect is amazing. My favorability has increased so much in an instant. And there is also this system all. Just as Yunzhou walked through the crowded crowd with countless thumbs up, a beautiful woman in a low-cut dress blocked the way. Her voice was a soft, sticky twang. Fans offer wine. You sing so well. Not only does her voice sound hoarse, but her chest is also very hoarse. There is a saying that goes like this: when you stare into the ditch also stares into you. But this kind of voluptuous girl who looked like a regular at nightclubs was not worthy of Yunzhou's attention. "I can't drink," he said casually. The beautiful woman naturally heard the rejection in the words and felt a little regretful, but they were all girls from the nightclub, so she didn't insist anymore and turned away, maintaining the composure that a beautiful woman should have. When Yunzhou walked to the corner of the second floor, an old sister-in-law, who was obviously big and strong, but whose movements were more charming than the woman just now, suddenly appeared out from somewhere. "Little tilde brother tilde. I've been waiting for you for a long time. That song you just sang was so beautiful. I really like it. Can I buy you a drink? I promise to keep you free of worries tonight. Listen to this voice." Yunzhou instantly got goosebumps all over his body and almost couldn't help but slap the guy. The reason I didn't take action was not because I was afraid of trouble. But I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty. This damn gay is so disgusting. Yunzhou gritted his teeth and said, "I'll only say it once. Gun tilde get out tilde." The old sister-in-law, who had already used all her charm, looked at the indifferent little brother in front of her with some disbelief. "Hey tilde." The old sister-in-law sighed quietly. "Children of the nightclub. Never get entangled in dragging your feet. He just missed out on being a better version of himself. Many guests saw this scene and smiled knowingly, and of course there were even more women who were eager to make a move. Just because they can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. When you go to a nightclub, not just a bar or something else, everyone has some little thoughts of hunting for beauties in their mind. It's just that these seafood hunters are still waiting and watching. They would not fight a battle without confidence, and when Yunzhou went up to the second floor, many hunters were overjoyed. VIP tilde. These three words need no explanation. This man is talented, handsome and rich. I must take it down tonight. For a while. Women's bathroom in a pharmaceutical factory. They were all girls who were touching up their makeup, adjusting their battle robes, and deliberately tearing their black stockings. Yunzhou didn't know that because of this song, he had become their preferred choice in the hearts of all the women in the audience. Liu looked at the man who was walking towards her with shining eyes. The Song of Trouble, he sang tonight has been engraved in her heart forever. She likes the original singer of this song very much and has seen his concert. The version sung by Yunzhou tonight is the best one besides the original version. But because the other party was so outstanding, her excited heart gave rise to a trace of worry. Divorced self. A precious boy who is younger than me. This changes. Yunzhou said when he saw Liu, who seemed to be still a little conflicted. Sister Liu, didn't we agree to call for no worries tonight? Don't think too much, live in the present and enjoy life while you can. These words flashed through Liu's confused brain like a bolt of lightning. Yes. Why think so much? Why worry about something that hasn't happened? Besides, even if something happens, I won't suffer any loss, right? Yunzhou didn't know the time it took to say this. The other party thought so much, but her expression had obviously changed. She raised her glass and said, "Cheers to you. When you go to participate in the Voice of China next year, I will campaign for you." Har har tilde. Yunzhou raised his head and took a big sip. The two of them talked and laughed, and unknowingly sat closer and closer to each other. But there are always people disturbing the happy time. Liu put down her wine glass and looked at the woman not far away, who was swaying with every step, had a hot body and a face that had been expensively bought. Hey tilde. Is this the sixth or seventh one? It really affects the mood of chatting. Although Yunzhou would refuse every time, these pretentious daughters were really annoying. No eyesight at all. Liu, who was already a little drunk, hugged Yunzhou's arm the moment the girl who was twisting her hips opened her mouth. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and with a victorious attitude, she turned her head and nodded slightly at her. But even so, the girl still didn't give up and showed a charming smile that she thought could charm everyone. Handsome guy, my name is Coco. Yunzhou felt the pain on his arm. He was a little distracted, after all, he hadn't eaten for a long time. Excuse me, if you want to buy me a drink, you have to ask my girlfriend if she agrees first. Chapter 27, Wine Does Not Intoxicate. Girlfriend. These three words, which are obviously pronounced with greater emphasis, seem to have an invisible magic. Liu's pretty face turned red. She didn't expect the other party to say it so openly. Moreover, his arms are firm and strong, and his fingers are long and clean. Last time, Yang asked if it was okay to look at a man. Just look at the fingers, nose, and buttocks. Liu looked at him quietly. R tilde. What's on your mind? Calm down. Calm down. Yunzhou felt even happier at this moment. The soft touch on the arm. There are also system reminders in my mind. A girlfriend. Favorability +1. Skill point +1. After the system is bound to a young woman, as long as the other party's favorability reaches 80 points, you will receive 3 skill points as a reward. For every subsequent increase in favorability by 1 point, 1 skill point will be added accordingly. The more you progress in popularity, the harder it is to gain favorability. We must seize the opportunity today and move up in one go. Think of this. Plus now is perfect timing. Yunzhou looked at Liu's pretty face tenderly, the hot air from his breath sprayed on her snow-white skin, leaning over little by little. Liu naturally knew what the other party was going to do. Her body inexplicably tensed up and her eyelashes fluttered back and forth. It could be seen how nervous she was inside. She did not refuse. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her long hair fell on her shoulders. She looked so charming and attractive. The moment Su Yunju kissed her, her whole body felt weak and she felt a little dizzy. It was as if there were only Su Yunju and her in the whole world, and the surrounding noise and all the people and things had disappeared. Tilde. Liu Yi moaned, feeling the warmth brought by his lips. After she came to her senses, her remaining rationality made her reluctant to leave his gentle arms. Looking at Su Yunju, who seemed somewhat confused and lost, Liu Yi explained shyly, "There are lots of people here. I'm scared." Su Yunju frowned slightly, but his favorability did not change. It seemed that the other party really didn't like this. The taste of hormones lingering on his lips made him feel a little intoxicated, and his heart was burning with anger. He perfectly understood the meaning of the other party's words and raised his glass. "Sister Liu, let me toast you." Don't call me sister, you're making me sound old." "No way. Someone just asked me if you are my sister." "Nonsense." Su Yunju looked directly into the other person's eyes and said, "This cup is for you." Liu Yi's face flushed. She picked up the cup, said nothing, just touched it lightly and took a big sip. After finishing the drink, there was no excuse to stay. Su Yunju asked Xiao Jiyu to pay the bill. After scanning the code casually, he left the pharmaceutical factory with his arm around the woman with a graceful figure and drunken eyes. Xiao Jiyu sent the financial sponsor to the luxury car before returning to the store, thinking to himself, "Only the rich can finally get married, while the working people can only watch. This top-notch young lady, tonight." The spacious rear cabin. Su Yunju hugged the drunken soft jade and warm fragrance in his arms without saying a word, but his fingers made some small movements uncontrollably. Liu Yi closed her eyes, pouted her lips into a beautiful arc, and twisted her body slightly, silently expressing her protest. Su Yunju naturally didn't dare to do anything too aggressive in the car. "Just looking at the person who got drunk after 3 cups of wine tonight reminded me of an old saying. Wine does not make people drunk, people make themselves drunk. Beauty does not make people seduced, people make themselves seduced." The destination of the luxury car is Qianfu Holiday Hotel. Liu Yi's decision not to refuse was the best response. The street scene outside the car window flashed by. As the distance gets closer, Liu Yi, who was pretending to be drunk, felt more and more complicated. Desire, fear, nervousness, shyness, all kinds of emotions surge in my heart. We're here." Su Yunju's gentle voice sounded in my ears. The other person's hot breath blew on her sensitive neck, which made her feel numb and a little bit comfortable. I feel dizzy. Liu Yi pushed open the car door in a panic. "Watch your step." "Good." Liu Yi's voice was as soft as a mosquito. She leaned limply against Su Yunju, but walked into the Qianfu Holiday Hotel at a steady pace. Ding. The moment the door opened, Su Yunju gave her soft lips a passionate and domineering kiss. At this time, Liu Yi felt as if she was floating in the sky, feeling ecstatic. The feeling was very comfortable, like wandering in the clouds, making her forget everything. The beauty of women lies in the fullness of their bodies, which is an indescribable feeling. What happens next is a natural progression. A long time. Su Yunju raised his eyes to look at the beauty in his arms, and saw a hint of charm between her brows. Her watery almond eyes were half open and half closed, as seductive as a cat. Favorability increased by 3 points. This is enough to show that my hard work has not been in vain. There is a saying about gender relations. Women before going to bed and after going to bed, you can say that they are 2 different people. Although this statement contains some exaggeration. But as long as you really try hard to enter the other person's body and mind, you will be pleasantly surprised to find interesting changes. Liu Yi rested for a while, then turned over gently, revealing half of her smooth jade-like legs and slender waist. She stretched out her slender fingers and drew small circles on Su Yunju's strong and muscular chest. Cloud boat. Su Yunju, who was in good condition, responded and moved his hands again. "Are tilder so fast, don't, I'm going to take a shower first." Tilder. And on this busy night, there was more than one person who didn't sleep. Pharmaceutical factory owner. Jiang Shiyu was almost speechless after answering the phone tonight. She usually spends most of her time in the store. Today, a close friend of hers happened to come to Rongqing to visit, so she naturally wanted to play the role of host, so she used her little expertise and took her close friend to visit the store. But during the meal, her calls came in one after another. Although the way of asking is messy, but most of it is about who is a man. She was totally confused. Until Xiao Jiyu sent her a not very clear singing video. Then she understood why so many friends came to ask. The man waving his arm with one hand in the video has good aesthetic qualities and a great voice. It's absolutely amazing. The best friend next to her became obsessed with her. Wow tilde. This little brother has a beautiful Adam's apple tilde. The singing is so tasteful, I like it so much, please introduce it to me tilde. Jiang Shiyu spread her hands helplessly and said, everyone is looking for him tonight, but I really don't know him. The two girls finished their delicious cold pot skewers. The best friend got on Jiang Shiyu's new car, Kawasaki Ninja 650, and returned to the store with some fear. Along the way, many familiar customers greeted us warmly. Hey tilde, the boss lady is back tilde. Xiao Qi, please remove the word mother. Yes, yes, yes. Boss Jiang, is that okay? Jiang Shiyu nodded with satisfaction. She hates being called boss lady the most. She always felt that these three words carried some ambiguity. Moreover, this store was completed by me alone from start to finish, from site selection to decoration, design plan, and docking with various suppliers. It is not an exaggeration to call me Boss Jiang. Xiao Qi is an old customer who is so familiar with us that he loves music and drinking the most. She was more than satisfied with tonight's impromptu performance. And she shares the same idea as most people. This encore. This must be a traffic generating trick that Boss Jiang came up with. Although it's very old-fashioned. But the effect is unquestionable. Xiao Qi said frankly, Boss, tell me when the next impromptu performance will be. Otherwise, it will be a big loss if we miss it. Well. Jiang Shiyu was a little annoyed by the question and rubbed her unique short hair. I'm sorry. Xiao Jiyu gave her a cup of beeping beaver to shut her up. Goodbye. Xiao Qi could only accept it helplessly. After all, the burping beaver was one of her favorites. Back to the office. Jiang Shiyu looked at Xiao Jiyu, who had just revealed his relationship, and spoke with the authority of a boss. Ask your buddy to make some connections, and we'll go visit Mr. Su tomorrow. If you can do it, there will be a big bonus. Xiao Jiyu nodded and said, Boss, I'll do the job, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. No one answered my buddy's phone call. Xiao Jiyu scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, I didn't notice the time. It's already early in the morning. I'll contact you tomorrow morning. Chapter 28 Delicious Food. The next day, Jian Shan, who was half asleep, was awakened by the urgent ringing of the phone. Who is it, so early in the morning? After looking at the caller, he swiped open his phone. Hey. My friend. It's only 6:30 in the morning. There's no need to pay for tea so early, right? What? How much? 5,000. Jian Shan's sleepiness disappeared instantly. From time to time, he would introduce guests to his friends. My buddies will also give him some tea money based on his consumption. But most of them are around a few thousand. This time it doubled. How much did this rich second generation spend in one night? Jian Shan clicked on the speaker, swiped the screen, found the dialog box, and couldn't wait to click on the payment button. Thanks, buddy. It's been a while since I treated you to a meal. Are you coming today? Jian Shan paused for a moment before realizing that the other party was in trouble. Stop beating around the bush, kid. Tell me? What's the matter? After hanging up the phone, Jian Shan recalled the content of the call and still found it a little unbelievable. Mr. Su is a wealthy man, so it is reasonable for him to spend so much money. What song is so beautiful? It seems a bit far-fetched that the pharmaceutical factory owner wants to discuss cooperation with him. He had met the female boss several times. Apart from having a somewhat eccentric personality, she was a real beauty. Hey! Etc. Could it be that the female boss was attracted by Mr. Su's financial ability and deliberately found an excuse to let him act as a go-between? That's definitely the case. At this moment, Jian Shan seemed to be possessed by Conan, and saw the essence through complex clues. However, faced with the request of his long-term partner, he couldn't refuse, but he didn't agree completely either. He just said he would try his best and left himself room for maneuver. Deal done. It shows that you have made great efforts. No deal was reached. I also said that I can't guarantee it. As smart as I am. Looking at the additional 5,000 yuan in income. Not sleepy at all. Jian Shan took a shower, then went out and went to Starbucks. He didn't even choose the set meal, but just ordered an American coffee and a sandwich. After arriving at Qianfu Holiday Hotel, he changed into work clothes and began his day of working as a cow and a horse. I just go to the door of room 1808 from time to time. See if Mr. Su is awake. The girl at the front desk told me this morning. Yesterday Mr. Su brought back a woman with extraordinary temperament and hot body. I woke up a little later naturally this morning. Around 8:30 in the morning. Just when Jian Shan passed by for the third time. The door of room 1808 suddenly opened. He subconsciously prepared to say hello. But then a young woman with graceful figure and elegant appearance walked out from inside. Her clothes were still a little disheveled, and there was a hint of urgency in her expression as she walked towards the elevator. Jian Shan said nothing, just bowed slightly and looked at the charming back. It really is a small branch that bears great fruit. It is delicious and can help reduce internal heat. In the morning, a beautiful woman left with great pleasure, and in the afternoon, another beautiful woman threw herself into his arms. The lives of the rich are so simple. The sun is at noon. Su Yunzhou just woke up slowly. The electric curtain slowly opened, and the sunlight shone into the room, making people feel warm and comfortable. He stretched, looked at the empty battlefield, and began to feel uneasy again. Last night. The young man worked until half the night and just closed his eyes not long ago. I was woken up by Liu's alarm clock. The two joked a little. Liu rejected the proposal of taking a temporary leave, put on her clothes quickly, and left a passionate kiss. Su Yunzhou has been sleeping till now. The good news is that Liu's favorability has reached 88 points. This auspicious number also means 8 skill points. He excitedly browsed the system mall in his mind. There are many kinds of items. But there really aren't any surreal props. The products are divided into 2 categories, physical and skill enhancement. The skill type is the singing skill exchanged last night, and the exchange points are not particularly high. But the body strengthening products are ridiculously more expensive than each other. For example, the skill point redemption for the Ken Shimizu Peak Physical Strength skill requires an exaggerated 30 points. The notes are also very interesting. The peak physical fitness of human beings, no doubt about it. There is no distinction between elementary, intermediate and advanced levels in the physical strengthening category. It's all done in one step. Watched for a while. Su Yunzhou didn't know what to exchange for, so he just saved it for future use. He yawned and took a shower, and tidied up some things in the bathroom and bedroom. Although there is room service, I am not shameless enough to do that. After all. Turn on your phone. There is a message from Liu in the little blue book. The time is 9:15. I'm here Tilder. I ordered some special food for you at noon. Arrive at 12 o'clock. This is a young woman, she is very caring both physically and mentally. Thank you, Goddessy. I waited for a few minutes, but there was no response. I guess he was busy. Being a human resources director is not an easy job. It was almost 12 o'clock. Liu just replied to the message. Takeaway is coming soon Tilder. Su Yunzhou immediately replied, I'll give you an empty plate later. The dialogue box displayed, inputting. For dozens of seconds, and in the end only 3 words were received. Really? Su Yunzhou was a little confused and replied jokingly. I'm so hungry that I can swallow a cow. I need to replenish my energy. Liu sent an emoji of her covering her mouth and laughing. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I'm so sleepy. After putting down the phone. Waited for about a few minutes. The doorbell rang. At the same time, a familiar voice was heard. Mr. Su, are you awake? Come in. Su Yunzhou responded. The housekeeper had the room card, and he was too lazy to open the door. Drop. The door opened. Jian Shan pushed a food cart and stood respectfully at the door without entering. Mr. Su, this is your takeaway. Can I put it on the table for you? Okay Tilder. After getting a confirmed reply. Jian Shansai walked into the room without looking around and placed the 6 beautifully packaged takeout boxes from the dining cart on the table. With every box he opened, the air became more awkward. The corner of Su Yunzhou's mouth twitched slightly. Sister Liu, what does it mean that he ordered these dishes? Fried shrimp with leeks, fried kidney with ukamiya, fried oysters and eggs, stewed chicken with sea cucumber, and a bowl of dark red wolfberry rice. Well, I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Jian Shan's good professional ethics made him try hard not to laugh, but it was indeed a bit uncomfortable. He changed the subject and said, Mr. Su, I have something to report to you. Su Yunzhou pretended to be calm and sat down at the dining table. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a shrimp to eat. Really? The system prompt arrived as expected. A young woman spent 366 yuan on you, with a favorability of 88 points, and a cashback of 32,208 yuan. Just for the sake of the 30,000 yuan. Su Yunzhou forgave the other party's thoughtfulness and said casually, What's the matter? Tell me. Chapter 29 The Boss Lady. 1:30 p.m. After a short rest, Liu stretched and drank some tangerine peel water. Then he turned on his phone. When he saw the picture Su Yunzhou sent him of himself eating most of the food, a smile appeared on his lips. It's worth the nourishing meal I chose for him. Xiao Qing, who was working at the next workstation, looked at her boss who was chuckling and asked curiously, Sister, what are you so happy about? Liu said casually, Nothing, I just saw an interesting picture. Oh tilde. Xiao Qing responded, and then she realized that Sister Liu's skin condition was particularly good today. Looking at her radiant boss, she continued, Sister, have you used any new cosmetics or skin care products? I feel like you look much better today. Huh? How come? I didn't get enough rest yesterday. Liu said, thinking of the madness of last night, and even now there is still some. It was precisely because he was too unrestrained that she would choose a nourishing meal for him as soon as she rushed to the company in the morning. There was a hint of doubt on Xiaoqing's face. Sister Liu's skin was rosy and her temperament was much better. How could she not have slept well? She really didn't flatter this time. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, Xiaoqing's cell phone rang at a very opportune moment. She picked up the phone. Just ended this conversation. Liu also sent a message. What did you do in the afternoon? A moment later. The dialog box has a reply. Just as I was about to go downstairs, the boss of the pharmaceutical factory from yesterday was waiting for me downstairs. Liu snorted, her thoughts raced, and she couldn't figure out what was going on, so she asked. What's the meaning? I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems that the boss of the pharmaceutical company thought I was a good singer and wanted to work with me. Awesome. Liu let out several exclamation marks, thinking about last night, not that time, but before, the song he sang, which was indeed worthy of the boss making a personal trip. If I were the boss, I would probably do the same. It's a relief to be able to invite a singer of this level. That would be a huge boost and help to the business. You can imagine. After knowing that Su Yunzhou was in trouble, Liu took the initiative to end the chat. Come back to chat. I'm going to be busy now. This is a young mature woman. A considerate young woman. And now we are at Tianfu Holiday Hotel. Su Yunzhou changed into a light-colored Zegner casual outfit, fixed his hair a little, and went to the tea restaurant on the 7th floor of the hotel. When Jian Shan mentioned this earlier, he wanted to refuse, but after hearing that the other party was a beautiful female proprietress who was not young, and thinking that he didn't have anything to do in the afternoon, he agreed to give the other party a chance. After all, more opportunities mean more paths. As soon as the elevator door opened, I saw Jian Shan waiting respectfully. Mr. Su, please follow me. The two walked through the carpeted corridor and turned to the private room area on the left. The names of the private rooms are very interesting, all of them are the names of CI tunes. It took only a few steps. Jian Shan took Su Yunzhou to a private room called Yu Lin Ling. Knock on the door gently. There was a sound like the singing of an oriole. Come in. Jian Shan turned half of his body and said to Su Yunzhou. Mr. Su, please come in, I'll be waiting at the door. Su Yunzhou nodded slightly. The butler has just the right sense of proportion. After entering, the private room is very elegantly designed, which perfectly matches the name of this tune. There are landscape paintings hanging on the walls all around. In the middle there is a white wooden table and chairs, and in the middle there is a delicate potted plant. The uniquely shaped asparagus fern is covered with crystal clear dewdrops, emitting a soft glow under the sunlight. Opposite the table sat a woman who looked totally out of place in the elegant environment. The most eye-catching thing is her short hair. Her hair was cut quite hastily, or in a unique way, with different lengths and a few scattered strands of hair everywhere. The hair in front of her was also unevenly placed on her forehead, but this hairstyle, combined with her delicate facial features, added to her charm. Seeing someone coming in, the woman immediately stood up and made an inviting gesture. She was very tall, only half a head shorter than Yunzhou. She wore a black shirt and black pants and a pair of brown leather boots. Her body was well proportioned, except for her slender neck, which was flat downwards. However, her pair of comic legs perfectly offset this shortcoming, which was not really a shortcoming. "Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Jiang, nice to meet you." The sound is even better. This standard should be in line with the system's tone. Yunzhou thought so and was about to reply when the system prompt sounded as expected. Mature woman binding successful. Name, Jiang. Attributes, 29, 171, 111, 70, 59, 86. Favorability, 3. Friendly reminder, the bound object has a kind and sensitive heart under the seemingly resolute appearance. He likes to explore restaurants alone to find delicious food. In order to pursue the meaning of life, he often challenges extreme sports. Jiang frowned slightly when she saw Yunzhou suddenly stunned and his aggressive eyes. "Mr. Su. Favorability 1. Yunzhou came back to his senses and just looked at her a few more times. This was too sensitive. Look at the favorability level, which is only 2 points left. He gave what he thought was a very kind smile. "Sorry. You look a lot like a friend of mine, so you were a little distracted." Jiang curled her lips imperceptibly, she could even say such lame words. She actually wanted to ask the other party which friend of his she looked like, but after all, she had to ask a favor from him, so she could only suppress her temper and say it. "I ordered the Jingshan Xiezhong. Are you used to drinking black tea?" Yunzhou smiled and took a sip, then nodded. "Not bad, I quite like the taste." The two sat down and chatted for a while. Yunzhou observed the other party closely. Her skin is delicate but not white, and has a healthy tone. You can tell at first glance that she is someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. Seeing that the time was almost right, Jiang said bluntly, "You know why I came here, Mr. Su, do you think there is any possibility for us to cooperate on this matter?" Yunzhou hasn't spoken yet. The system predicted his prediction. Transaction behavior does not fall within the scope of cashback for young women. My thoughts were interrupted. Yunzhou reacted quickly, changed his tactics, and retreated to advance. "Singing is just my hobby. It's really not convenient for me to go to the pharmaceutical factory every week." Jiang felt a little disappointed when she heard this. From last night's spending records, it was clear that he was not short of money, but she had already shown her utmost sincerity. To be honest, apart from talking about money, she really couldn't find any other reason to attract the other party. Yunzhou looked at the other party's conflicted expression and continued to think about where to start to improve his favorability. After a moment, he finally had a vague idea. "But if you agree to one condition, I can consider going to your store in my free time." "Kindness." Jiang looked at the other person's unfriendly eyes and knew that he had no good intentions. She has been running their pharmaceutical factory on her own for so long, and she has met all kinds of men. And he sang a song to his female companion in the store yesterday. He told her. Man. Although Mr. Su looks handsome, he is actually a dirty person at heart. Favorability 1. Well. Yunzhou was speechless. What did he do? Why did his favorability drop again? He forced out a sincere smile that seemed a little hypocritical to the other party. "I don't mean anything else. I'm a foodie and I especially like the delicacies hidden in the streets and alleys. I just want you to take me to explore some delicious food, and after we're full, we can go to the pharmacy for a drink." After the explanation, Jiang stared straight into Yunzhou's eyes with her big, Kazalan eyes. How do you know I like to explore stores?" Chapter 30 Significance. Yunzhou felt a little scared when he was looked at. Face this problem. He really didn't know how to explain it. Could it be that there is a system? Look at the favorability level, which is only 1 point left. I guess I can't hold on for much longer. Well, I can only give up. So Yunzhou stood up helplessly. If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. Thank you for the tea. Jiang Shiyu then realized that she had lost her composure a little bit, was too sensitive, and subconsciously entered a fighting stance. In fact, if you think about it carefully, many regular customers of the pharmaceutical factory know that I like to eat. No, I like to visit stores. Mr. Su, please stay. I agree with your request. Don't get me wrong. Your profile just now looked a lot like a friend of mine, and I was a little distracted. Well. Su Yunzhou froze for a moment, and said speechlessly, can you be a little more perfunctory? Jiang Shiyu smiled kindly and said, Mr. Su, I was just joking with you. You are a good Chinese man, you wouldn't get angry with a little girl. As expected, she is the bar owner. These few words are full of power. Su Yunzhou sat down again for the sake of the system. Jiang Shiyu poured a cup of tea for the other party and said, I have a straightforward personality and like to joke around, so don't mind. Seeing the other party nodded without saying anything. She continued, then it's happily decided. I'll take you to explore the store as a reward. If you have time, come to my store and make a guest appearance. Su Yunzhou looked at the woman whose expression changed like turning pages of a book, and realized that the young woman chosen by the system this time was of hell difficulty. But for the money. Just roll up your sleeves and get to work. Su Yunzhou nodded and said, that's settled, but I'll decide the time for the store visit. Can. Jiang Shiyue's beautiful eyes turned and said, do you have time today? I know there is a very famous teppanyaki restaurant nearby. Face this temptation. Su Yunzhou thought that his favorability had already dropped to the lowest point, so he decided to ignore it for now and try to make up for it first. I have an appointment tonight. Wait for my notification next time. Speaking of. He stood up again and said, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. Jiang Shiyu was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Seeing Su Yunzhou taking a few steps forward, he shouted hurriedly. Well, at least we can leave contact information first. Su Yunzhou almost stumbled and turned around expressionlessly to open the QR code on his phone. After adding successfully, he left the private room in a somewhat aloof manner. After confirming that the other party has left, a silver bell-like laughter came from the private room. Fortunately, the sound insulation is good. Otherwise, Su Yunzhou would definitely. Jian Shan was waiting in the hall. When I saw Mr. Su coming out, I immediately followed him and pressed the elevator button. He was actually very curious, but he didn't ask anything. After sending Mr. Su to the 18th floor and confirming that no service was required, he respectfully left. Lying on the comfortable single sofa, I recalled the meeting just now. Su Yunzhou sighed. Hey. We were completely defeated in the first encounter. This place is too difficult to conquer, so I can only put it aside for now. Turn on your phone. Taksu Exunmei sent another friend request. Who is this? Why are you so persistent? When asked her name, she wouldn't tell me. Reject. Slide your finger. Miao Miao sent a greeting message as usual. Society is so realistic. The person you love doesn't love you, and the person who loves you ignore. To hold this huge fish. Su Yunzhou would still reply to messages occasionally. I'm a bit busy these days, I'll call you when I'm free. The other party replied immediately. Little brother Tilder. Miao Miao is waiting for you Tilder. Su Yunzhou replied with an "oh" in a cold tone. Miao Miao looked at her phone, hesitated for a moment, found a vaguely private photo in the album and sent it over. Then. Start the countdown. 10 seconds. 38 seconds. 90 seconds. Click withdraw. No response in the dialog box. This made Miao Miao a little discouraged. I don't know if the little brother really didn't see it, or if he really wasn't interested in me. No. Can't give up. No success is accidental, it is the result of persistent persistence. In order to achieve class crossing, no matter how hard or tiring it is worth waiting. Su Yunzhou opened the little blue book and started chatting with Liu Yi. Time flies. It was 6:30 in the evening. Su Yunzhou picked up the gift that he had prepared long ago and walked towards Yujing Bay. Liu waved excitedly when she saw him appear. Today she dressed up carefully, with long hair draped over her shoulders, cheeks as white as jade, and a graceful figure. She wore a tight short-sleeved top with a very textured feel, and the cross-body strap of her LV handbag was just placed between her proud curves. She wore a little black skirt that just reached above her knees, and her long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings added to her charm. For a while, Yunzhou was almost dazed by what he saw. Seeing this scene, Liu was secretly delighted. It's worth it that I spent so much time dressing up after getting home from get off work. She smiled beautifully, walked over and took his arm. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Yunzhou felt the softness of the unintentional touch on his arm, and looking at the charming woman in black stockings in front of him, he felt his body burning with an urge to do something. This is the first time I see you dressed like this. You are so beautiful. I was mesmerized by you right away. Liu saw the light in his eyes, nervous and expectant, and smiled even brighter. Let's go. Didn't you say you would take me out for dinner and a movie? Yunzhou handed over a bag and said, please accept this gift that I have prepared for a long time. There was a hint of confusion and surprise on Liu's pretty face. After unpacking the box and seeing the mango phone, she couldn't stop smiling. Even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were filled with joy. Thank you, Tilda. Yunzhou held her sweaty hand and said meaningfully, it's finally delivered. Favorability +1. Liu giggled. Of course she knew what this, finally, meant. Her heart was filled with sweetness and joy. The two of them staggered, walking arm in arm under the night lights, chatting casually, saying whatever they thought without any other concerns. This long-lost relaxation made Liu very fascinated, and this was also the most charming moment at the beginning of a relationship. Suemoto Western Restaurant. Although this is the second time I have eaten this, the taste and the dishes are still as delicious and refreshing as before. The two of them sat on one side during the meal, and the little interactions at the table were even more interesting. Gentlemen, remember when dining with a beautiful woman, never sit face to face. The chef even prepared a dessert specifically for the two of them, and Liu, who originally didn't want to eat too much for fear of gaining weight, couldn't resist the temptation. After eating, the two went to a nearby garden-style cinema. The cinema used to be a factory area, covering a large area, like a small park. The screening room is a former warehouse, which has become very artistic after modern renovations. You can imagine what it's like to watch a movie in a place like this. Of course it's expensive. But this is not a problem for Yunzhou, who is not short of money. That's not a big deal. Yunzhou actually doesn't care what kind of movie he watches, he just likes the feeling of two people snuggling together. Liu spent a long time choosing and was surprised to find an old movie, Scent of a Woman. And it starts in exactly 10 minutes. Yunzhou agreed. The two of them entered the theater carrying popcorn and soda. Why not drink the Fat House happy water? This is also what's interesting about women. Because they think drinking happy water will definitely make them fat, but eating popcorn may not. Because they bought the tickets late, their seats were relatively back. Yunzhou was quite satisfied. He sat in the back row, just right, tilde. Certainly. He was just thinking about it, and he would like to advise all the decent people that cinemas are equipped with high-definition night vision cameras. Don't ask me how I know. Anyway, don't do anything extreme. The charm of old movies lies in their ability to truly transcend time and showcase the diversity and richness of life. Especially the tango that is enough to go down in history just one step away. It's simply brilliant. After watching the movie, the two walked out of the theater hand in hand. Liu was still immersed in the plot. I don't know what he was thinking about, but he looked a little sad. Yunzhou whispered, what happened to E? Liu paused and said, I'm still thinking about the plot of the movie. The ending is indeed inspiring, but I think it's just a temporary change. Life is still meaningless. Why? Yunzhou asked. Liu continued, Charlie made the right choice, but facing this troubled world in the future, can he really keep his heart pure? And that Lieutenant Colonel Svalin, he seems to have returned to his family, but can he really return? Hearing this, Yunzhou was silent for a moment and said after pondering for a moment. When you feel that life is meaningless, think about those porn movies. Even the parts you skipped, someone carefully added subtitles. Puff tilde. Liu Yi looked at Su Yunju, who was talking nonsense seriously, and laughed out loud, then asked back. Do you often watch porn? Well. Chapter 31 set a small goal. Final. Su Yunju chose to answer that slightly embarrassing question with practical actions. There is nothing more joyful than putting theory into practice. Su Yunju has always believed that sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. With his unremitting efforts, Liu Yi began to snore softly and curled up in his arms like an overly tired kitten. Maybe because he slept too long during the day, he no longer felt sleepy. Now, the night is like water. A ray of moonlight poured in from the corner of the curtain, creating a unique beauty. Su Yunju's thoughts were churning. In fact, the question that Liu Yi asked before has been lingering in his mind. What is the meaning of life? I used to work very hard just to find the house that belonged to me among thousands of houses. To make money. He went from being a carefree teenager to a person who constantly gave up his bottom line. Sometimes he knows that what he does is wrong, but he can't stop trying to please his boss, his colleagues who are impatient, and the bills that seem to be endless to pay every month. Let him have to do so. In addition, the ex-girlfriend also talked about what kind of man this friend met and how many things he bought for her. Which friend married a certain kind of husband? Their wine spent at the wedding all started at 1573. It made Su Yunju feel as if everyone was living a very good life. Only I am struggling in the quagmire of hard days. He couldn't remember when he stopped caring about his image as much as before. He cut his hair short, wore ordinary commuting clothes, blended into the crowd, and became a hard-working person among many oxen and horses. After breaking up, the system dropped from the sky. In a short period of time, he acquired wealth that he had to work hard for half his lifetime to earn, and he also met so many beautiful women. But where should I go? Su Yunju was immersed in his own thoughts and didn't notice that Liu Yi in his arms had woken up. What's the matter? Liu Yi asked. Su Yunju looked at the charming beauty in his arms, and suddenly a thought came to his mind as if obscured by hazy glass. It's okay. Maybe I slept too long during the day. There was a hint of doubt in Liu Yi's eyes, but she didn't continue to ask, she just held his hands even tighter. Su Yunju kissed her forehead lightly and smiled with relief. Why think so much? It is better to enjoy life and live in the present moment. Brave people enjoy the world first. Wrong. Only rich people can enjoy the world. I only have a few dollars in my pocket. It's just a waste of time. It's not too late to consider these things after completing a small goal. After the thought becomes clear, Su Yunju just felt refreshed. With such a beautiful woman in his arms, how could he not fight? He had an idea and leaned over to whisper. His warm breath made Liu Yi's face blush. Hate. I knew it. Humph. If I had known I wouldn't have worn it. Although Liu Yi said this, she still agreed to give it a try. Tear tilde. Bang tilde. Tilde slow down tilde. In the next few days, Su Yunju lived a simple and happy life. Although Liu Yi's favorability was stuck at 89 points and could not be raised, the two of them developed a tacit understanding after a few days of getting along. Liu Yi did not make their relationship public, so her best friend Li Ying did not know that they had had in-depth communications many times. The weekend came in a blink of an eye. Liu Yi said that her best friend's training was over and she was going to come to her house to play for 2 days. Su Yunju naturally understood, and it was also like giving his little brother 2 days off. Saturday was a rare good day. The sky is clear. Su Yunju sent a message to Jiang Shiyu, who had asked several times. Are you free today? Not long after, Jiang Shiyu called. The two agreed to meet at 6 in the evening. We met at a shop with a strange name. Bali is a barbecue restaurant. Su Yunju is a punctual person. At 5:50 in the afternoon, he walked out of an alley and came to the barbecue restaurant. The road is being repaired in this old neighborhood, so luxury cars can't drive in. If there is no detailed address. Who would have thought that in such a cramped old neighborhood, there is such a Western barbecue restaurant? The decoration style of the entire store, in today's internet jargon, is the ultimate in rusticity is trendy. The door head is in the popular color scheme. It is wrapped with red, white and blue striped cloth which costs 5 yuan per meter in the vegetable market. The shop sign was written in black regular script in Chinese and English in a very capricious way. The entire store's hardware is amazing. All adopt cement woven bag style. The walls around the store are all decorated with Barley is Home posters designed by the owner himself. Take a closer look. It really feels a bit trendy. There were many trendy dressed men and women waiting for a seat at the door. So Yunzhou took a look and found Jiang Shiyu, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Now. She lowered her head and looked unhappy. She was wearing a pure white sun protection suit with a black tank top underneath. Unfortunately, this kind of vague visual effect was not quite right when placed on a pair of shirts. The lower body is a pair of tightly fitting light-colored jeans and a pair of classic bright yellow Timberland shoes. There is really no floor in this pair of legs, they are slender and straight. If they were to be paired with a proper Parisian style, it would be amazing. Bang tilde. So Yunzhou walked forward and tapped the table lightly, attracting Jiang Shiyu's attention. You're here. Jiang Shiyu looked up and forced a smile. So Yunzhou looked at her obviously forced smile and thought to himself that this was not good. He might not be able to improve her favorability today. Immediately. Asked weakly. What's wrong? Looking at your expression, who has offended you? Jiang Shiyu sighed and pointed at someone with her slender jade finger. So Yunzhou was confused. What's wrong with me? Jiang Shiyu showed a distressed look on her face. It's because I invited you to dinner, so I thought about coming here early to queue up, but the road ahead was under construction and cars were not allowed to enter, so I parked outside to get a number first. Maybe it was because she was a little excited and her voice was a little loud. Several male diners nearby listened to the beautiful woman's speech in silence. Especially when I heard that beautiful ladies were lining up, I felt so jealous. A spirited young man wearing a motorcycle helmet was still complaining in his heart, I don't know how this person-like thing is better than me. But why don't I have such a beautiful girlfriend? And those legs are absolutely amazing. Using them to make milk tea would be so delicious, wow. Next second. He knew where the gap was. After understanding the situation, Su Yunzhou knew that the other party was worried about her beloved motorcycle. But how expensive can a motorcycle be? It's probably only around $10,000. What's the big deal? There is indeed a reason why I lost myself a little bit. How about I bring you a new one? Jiang Shiyu was stunned. But I only bought my Kawasaki Ninja 650 for less than a month. That's perfect. Let's buy another one and take turns riding too. Su Yunzhou said casually. At this time, the energetic young man next to him couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was really too pretentious. He had to save the beautiful legged girl night. Dude, do you know what Kawasaki Ninja 650 means? Su Yunzhou shook his head and said he really didn't know. The spirited young man held the helmet, with an inexplicable sacredness on his face, and said to the beautiful legged girl night. Each car is a soulmate for road riders, and Kawasaki Ninja is very difficult to order. Do you know how long you have to wait for a new car? How much does it cost? Su Yunzhou looked at the energetic young man, and although he felt a little puzzled, he still asked. How much? The energetic young man said, the official price of Ninja 650 is 75,000, and it will cost at least 80,000 after all the parts are done. You just said you would compensate me for one machine. Can you afford it? Yo tilde. Hear the price. Su Yunzhou was a little surprised. Are motorcycles so expensive nowadays? 80,000 yuan. Buy a motorcycle? It's indeed not cheap. Before the super rich system came out, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, 80,000 yuan is just a small matter. Su Yunzhou glanced at the smug and energetic young man, then turned his gaze to Jiang Shiyu. Do you think I can afford the compensation? Chapter 32, There is a barbecue in the dam. Jiang Shiyu looked at the other person's serious eyes and suddenly realized that he seemed to really intend to compensate her with one. She knew that the other party was a wealthy man. But the education she received since childhood prevented her from accepting a motorcycle from the other party because of this matter. She actually just wanted to take the opportunity to let him sing a few more songs at their pharmaceutical factory. Jiang Shiyu's beautiful legs swayed gently, and the energetic young man's eyes swayed along with them. This humble man is even worse than Su Yunzhou. I know you have money, but I didn't ask you to pay for it. I'm just very angry. Hearing this, the energetic young man looked embarrassed. This guy, who was only slightly more handsome than him, was not pretending to be cool, but was really rich. Then I am forcing myself to slap myself in the face. Isn't that a bit of a thing? For a while, he didn't know whether to leave or not, and for some reason he thought of a song. Most afraid. The air suddenly became quiet. Most afraid of. Number 29. Are you there? The waitress's shout made the energetic young man feel as if he had been granted amnesty. He put on some oil and rushed in. Jiang Shiyu found it a little funny that these men were all peacocks who loved to spread their tails. Then she thought of her beloved motorcycle. Hey Tilda, I was angry because that person was so uncultured. He just ran away after getting on my car. Even if he got off to take a look, I would feel better. Hearing this, Yunzhou smiled slightly. You're still laughing. Jiang Shiyu glared at him unhappily. Although this was only the second time Yunzhou had come into contact with this bound object, including today, he had a rough idea of the other party's character. This woman is very straight, not only in her figure but also in her personality. Never hide your inner thoughts, say whatever you want to say and do whatever you want to do. Get along with such people. It will be very tiring to follow her lively personality, but it will be much easier once you find the trick. Yunzhou said faintly, this principle is very simple. Your car was scratched, and he pretended not to know and walked away. Even if he was caught by the traffic police, he would just pretend he didn't know anything. But if the other party gets out of the car to look, and doesn't want to pay and leaves, that's called making trouble and fleeing. This explanation immediately attracted Jiang Shiyue's attention. Is there such a saying? You think so? Yunzhou continued, you know the situation of this old street well. Seeing that your motorcycle is probably more expensive than his car, how could he dare to get off the motorcycle? Jiang Shiyu nodded slightly. What the other party said makes some sense. Etc. What the hell is this? Think of this. She said unhappily, let me reiterate, my little ninja is called Kawasaki Ninja 650, okay. Okay, Tilda. Yunzhou also got used to this way of speaking. It is actually very difficult for adults to have such straightforward communication, without any flattery or need to hide their emotions. They can express their personal ideas clearly, saying they like something if they like it and not like something if they don't like it. This sentence seems simple. In fact, there are only a few people who can do it. The two chatted for a while, but it was like a conversation between a chicken and a duck. Tilda. The wording is somewhat inappropriate. After chatting for a while, we got into a mess. Well, it seems even worse than the previous one. Never mind. That's roughly what it means. The favorability inexplicably increased by 1 point. It looks like the favorability has turned into 2 points again. Yunzhou deeply felt how difficult it was to conquer hell. It feels like I am a level 3 seafood hunter, and when I walk out of the novice village, I encounter a full level clam spirit. It is really difficult to find the insertion point. Number 30. Are you there, Tilda? The waitress yelled at the top of her lungs. Jiang Shiyu responded, stood up and walked towards the store. The earthy atmosphere in the restaurant, coupled with the diners eating heartily, creates a picture with a strong sense of the everyday world. It was already getting late. Yunzhou smelled the fragrance and his stomach started to swell with greed. The two good-looking people naturally attracted a lot of attention when they entered. The energetic young man huddled in a corner to eat like an ostrich, as obedient as a child who had just learned to use chopsticks. Please scan the QR code to order your meal. Yunzhou waved his hand and said, don't bother with that. Just bring 2 plates of each of the most expensive dishes in the restaurant. Don't listen to him, I'll take the order. Jiang Shiyu glanced at him unhappily, swiped open her phone, scanned the code, and started choosing carefully. Yunzhou pursed his lips. After a while, the waiter brought plates of exquisite grilled meats and various strange snacks. There's no need to say much about the barbecue, as they are all pretty much the same, except that this restaurant uses some secret sauce to coat the meat. But snacks are more interesting. Cigar-like spring rolls. Fried dumpling ice cream. Mini burgers grilled on skewers. No wonder so many young ladies come here to take photos and eat. The actions of the two people eating also attracted the attention of people around them. Most men and women talk and laugh while eating, and use the meal as an opportunity to get to know every little thing about each other. But it seems that these two people are just eating dry rice, no. Dried meat. Jiang Shiyu is a person who only cares about eating. Besides, they ate and chatted, saliva flew everywhere, and occasionally the food was sprayed into the plate. How disgusting. Favorability +1. Because of the inexplicable increase in his favorability, Su Yunzhou guessed that the other party might be the kind of person who only eats and doesn't talk. So I just focused on eating. I have to say, it tastes really good. The pork belly is grilled over low heat and is sizzling with a piece of lettuce. Absolutely. They both ate heartily. Jiang Shiyue's height is not in vain, her appetite is much bigger than expected. She also did not try to hide her cute little bulging belly. He enjoyed the meal so much that he took off his sun protection jacket, stretched out his white arms, and kept eating all kinds of meat. The only pity is that the camisole is plain and not very good looking. But her sincere and unpretentious way of eating, coupled with her outstanding appearance, attracted a lot of people's attention. A handsome guy with curly hair and exquisite clothes came up to chat with her, but she rejected him with "Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Hiccup tilde. After finishing the last piece of roasted dry pork belly, Jiang Shiyu burped without caring about her image. Check the time. When we go back, it happens to be the time when the store is busiest. Su Yunzhou waved his hand. The waiter pays the bill. Here I come tilde. The phrase "pay the bill" has an invisible magic in any restaurant. The waiter can always accurately locate the person who is paying the bill amid the hustle and bustle. The waiter brought the bill and said to the handsome guy who was drinking coconut milk, "Sir, Chenghui is 306 yuan. I'll just round off the change to 300 yuan. Su Yunzhou sipped his straw and said casually, "She pays, and there's no need for a discount." R tilde. The waiter was stunned for 2 seconds, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he was worried about what to say. The beautiful woman with legs so beautiful that even she, a woman, envied her actually stood up. She took out her cell phone and said, "What are you standing there for? Turn the sign over." The words fell. Su Yunzhou seemed to hear a lot of heartbreaking sounds. A young woman spends 300 yuan on you, her favorability is 3 points, and she gets a cashback of 900 yuan. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. It's not easy to earn these 900 yuan. Su Yunzhou stood up and complained to the waiter. "You said no discounts, you don't meet the needs of customers at all." The waitress looked helpless and wanted to fight back, but she held back and could only complain wildly in her heart. I was wrong even though I was kind enough to make up for it. And let the woman pay the bill. The man below tilde. Jiang Shiyu also rolled her eyes and walked outside with her long beautiful legs. After they leave, the atmosphere in the store became much more lively. There was a table full of monks. Fuck. This guy is a role model for my generation. That tall beauty was completely subdued by him. Yeah. When will I be able to be so domineering and let my girlfriend pay for it? Oh, probably when you broke up. Of course, there are many discerning girls among these diners. One of them was an intern at the magazine, and she recognized that the seemingly ordinary clothes on the man were this season's new Zegna style. She had seen it in a fashion magazine in the morning and was still complaining about who would buy such simple and stylish clothes. Unexpectedly, she saw it in the evening. What a low-key rich man. And at this moment. However, this rich man encountered a very ridiculous thing. Chapter 33, Ruffian. A few minutes ago, after the two left the dam, there was a barbecue restaurant. Accompanied Jiang Shiyu to pick up the car. After her car was hitchhiked before, she was reluctant to park on the side of the road again. There was no parking lot nearby, so she had an idea and parked at the entrance of an alley in an old residential area. When they found the handsome black Ninjago, they were speechless to discover that the front wheels of the car were locked. Hello tilde. Who locked my car? Anyone there? After Jiang Shiyu shouted a few words, a middle-aged man in a vest, shorts and slippers pushed open the security door on the street side of the alley and walked out. He looked to be about 50 years old, with a bald head and rosacea, which made him look unpleasant. I could smell the pungent smell of white wine before I even got close. What are you arguing about? I locked the car. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Shiyue's figure unscrupulously, with a look of disgust in his eyes. Su Yunzhou looked at Jiang Shiyu, whose brows were furrowed, and took a step forward and said, "Then please open the lock." "Unlock it." The middle-aged man said unhappily when his view was blocked, You parked your car randomly and blocked my door. I can open the lock, but I'll give you 500 bucks. The words haven't finished yet. Jiang Shiyu couldn't bear it any longer. Are you sure? I didn't block your door. You locked my car for no reason and asked for 500 yuan. You might as well rob it. The middle-aged man glared at the two men fiercely, waved his hand and said, "This road from here to here belongs to my house. You should pay me if you park in front of my house." No. Jiang Shiyu also got angry. Why? I want to call the police. When he heard that the other party was going to call the police, Rosasayer became even more arrogant. Okay. It's better if the police come. You are blocking someone's door and you are right. The quarrel here naturally attracted the attention of nearby neighbors. Several families upstairs opened their windows and looked down. Everyone couldn't help but frown when they saw the man with Rosasayer. This guy was a well-known deadbeat who was idle on weekdays. After he beat his wife and children away, he became even more lawless. There was not a single neighbor in the neighborhood who didn't hate him. But this is how society is. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. People with Rosasayer like to bully the weak and fear the strong. Some people have called the police, but he doesn't care. He is detained for a few days and then released to continue his bad behavior. It looks like these two young men are going to be in trouble. Meet this kind of scoundrel. Only by giving up money can you avoid disaster. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the security door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Two equally disgusting and rough men came out of the house, still muttering about what they were doing and why they hadn't come back for so long. Rosasayer explained the situation in a few words. One of them said loudly, "There must be a fee for unlocking the door. 500 yuan is too little." The other man's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Shiyu. He licked his lips and said, "This little girl is pretty, but she's a little small. But it must be very pleasant to have those legs clamped tightly around me." Hearing these dirty words, Jiang Shiyu's face turned pale with anger. After arguing for a few words, the other party smiled even more obscenely. See this situation. Su Yunzhou protected her behind him. "I'll take care of this matter." Good. Jiang Shiyu really couldn't handle this kind of situation. She had encountered customers who made trouble in the store before, but this was the first time she had seen such unreasonable and nonsensical customers. Su Yunzhou was not at all flustered when facing the three people. He took another step forward and stood directly in front of the man with red nose. "Open the lock. I'll transfer 500 yuan to you." The middle-aged man showed a triumphant smile on his face. "That was the price just now. Now I want 700 yuan. Can?" Su Yunzhou nodded nonchalantly. Seeing that the other party agreed so readily, he paused and continued to raise the price. "I just slipped up. I just said 1,000. Su Yunzhou stared straight into the other person's triangular eyes. 1,000 is 1,000, but my patience is limited." Jiang Shiyu wanted to say something, but Su Yunzhou stopped her with a look. He simply took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. I heard the sound of 1,000 yuan being credited into my account. Rosasayer happily took the key and unlocked the motorcycle. Several residents were watching from upstairs. Seeing this scene, I can only sigh. This kid is rich. He gave me $1,000 without blinking an eye. But it's a bit strange. Would such a rich man be afraid of that scoundrel? This is not called fear. For rich people, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. After Rosasayer opened the lock, Jiang Shiyu started the car angrily. What happened tonight was really terrible. And Su Yunzhou is too. She just turned around and found two other rough men blocking the car. One of them grinned with a mouth full of yellow teeth, looking very obscene. "Don't leave in such a hurry, little girl. We two brothers have also built this road. We don't want the money. How about coming in and having a couple of drinks with us?" Jiang Shiyu was an impatient person to begin with, and at this moment, she could no longer hold back and started cursing. Instead, the two of them laughed even more excitedly. "Swearing is so nice, I don't know how to do it in bed." Tilde. A hard slap. Let that disgusting sound stop abruptly. The rough man covered his hot cheeks and looked at the man who was obviously easy to talk to with some disbelief. "You dare to hit me? I told you my patience is limited. This is my last warning. Take the money and get out of here. Su Yunzhou said this coldly. The three men looked at each other, rushed over cursing, and it seemed that they had turned a deaf ear to someone's warning. Hey Tilda. Su Yunzhou sighed quietly, without any panic in his eyes. He just realized something was wrong and didn't see any other skills, so he spent 8 skill points to exchange for a basic Bajikan. I regretted it after I exchanged it. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? There are 8 levels of martial arts that can determine the outcome of a person's life. Only after learning this skill will I know that it is no joke. Big loss. Seeing the man with red nose waving his hands and rushing towards him with the turtle punch used by hooligans, Su Yunzhou stepped back and stomped his feet to avoid the attack, while bending his right elbow and thrusting it forward fiercely. If a martial arts enthusiast who practices Bajikan sees this, he will definitely say, "This elbow strike is beautifully done." Ouch Tilda. Rosa Sayer was pushed back repeatedly and sat down on the ground, feeling severe pain in his chest. Fuck, this kid seems to have practiced before, let's go together and kill him, kill him. The other 2 rough guys rushed over upon hearing this. Su Yunzhou dodged and moved while using the techniques of Bajikan. Bang Tilda bang Tilda. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed throughout the alley. Su Yunzhou was fighting 1 against 3 and had the upper hand, but because he had no experience in actual combat, he lost strength and hit the wall. A set of Bajikan should have the effect of Qishanquan. It hurts so much. Jiang Shiyu, who was standing nearby, was extremely worried and wanted to help, but she could do nothing. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. However, the favorability level is rising rapidly. Favorability +2. Favorability +3. Chapter 34, Riding on the Beloved Motorcycle. Gan en Iliang. Bang. Ouch Tilda, it hurts Tilda. The noise in the alley became quieter and quieter. Final. Su Yunzhou won. Just a minor injury. However, compared with the 3 people with bruised faces and noses, his injury was negligible. The scene of bare fist fighting shocked the residents upstairs. Oh, this rich guy is so fierce. With this skill, I'm really not afraid. This time they hit a wall. Su Yunzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked fiercely at the 3 people who were slumped on the ground. I was going to give you 1,000 yuan for unlocking the door, but now I don't know if 1,000 yuan is enough for the medical expenses. Rosa Sayer is a person who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He was also a little drunk, so he sobered up after the beating. He endured the great pain in his body and babbled, "Brother, stop hitting me, we are just joking." Are you guys just joking? Su Yunzhou sneered, then let's continue playing. Next to him was a rough man with a face as swollen as a pig's head. He shook his head like a rattle and spoke indistinctly. Pot, don't hit it, it's a dirty club, it's all a dirty club. This guy was the one with the worst mouth before. Another rough man, holding his swollen and painful wrist, begged for mercy with a terrified look. "Gua, please be magnanimous. This is really a misunderstanding. Please let us go." Su Yunzhou snorted coldly, turned around and walked towards Jiang Shiyu, who was stunned. The hero saving the beauty tactic really works. Jiang Shiyu's favorability, 18 points. After this fight, the favorability rating increased 6-fold. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Oh Tilda. Jiang Shiyu came to her senses and followed with the cart. The 3 men with Rosa Sayer got up from the ground cursing after seeing the boy taking the woman away. I had really bad luck today. I only made $1,000 and still got beaten up by society. When Su Yunzhou and the other person walked to a place where the street lights were bright, Jiang Shiyu then discovered that there were scratches on the back of the other person's left arm, and there were spots of blood on his cuffs. Wait Tilda. Jiang Shiyu grabbed Su Yunzhou's arm and looked at him under the street light. What are you doing? I saw a scratch on your arm. Jiang Shiyu was so excited that she moved a little too much, causing the scratch to break open again. Su Yunzhou was speechless. Thank you Tilda. Jiang Shiyu replied weakly, let's go to the hospital. I remember this place is not far from the provincial hospital. Su Yunzhou looked at the small wound. Is it necessary? If I go there with this kind of injury, I'll probably be laughed at by the doctor. Jiang Shiyu said seriously. It's necessary. I'm not going. After a moment, Jiang Shiyu's persistence won the victory. Where is your car parked? Let's drive your car there. Su Yunju shrugged and said, "No car." Jiang Shiyu hesitated for a moment, but thinking about what happened tonight, she had no choice but to compromise. "Then let me take you there in my little ninja." "Oh Tilda." Su Yunju looked at the long-legged beauty on the motorcycle. Although he really wanted to ride from behind, he finally shook his head. "Still no. I'm a little scared. If he falls down, he'll be really hurt." Jiang Shiyu rolled her eyes at him angrily, with a hint of firmness in her tone. "You're a grown man, stop dithering. Get in the car." "No Tilda. Hurry up. Do you know how many people want to sit in my back seat but never get the chance?" Su Yunju had a desperate expression. Okay. I'll do it. Jiang Shiyu started the car, put on her helmet, and lightly nodded her pretty chin, the meaning of which was self-evident. "Tilda." Su Yunju took a deep breath and climbed into the back seat of the car. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose, making him intoxicated involuntarily. Sure enough, the sweat of beautiful women is fragrant. "You, take your claws away Tilda." Jiang Shiyue's angry voice came from under the helmet. Su Yunju reluctantly took his hand back. "You asked me to come up, but now you don't want me to help you. Are you really planning to seriously injure me?" "Par Tilda." Jiang Shiyu patted the two grips on the fuel tank. "Help here. Then why didn't you say it earlier?" Su Yunju put his hands across her slender waist and supported himself on the fuel tank. Jiang Shiyu felt like her hair was about to explode. "Step on the accelerator." Boom. Feeling the tension brought by the flesh wrapped in iron, Su Yunju couldn't help but reminded, "Actually, I get carsick easily, so please ride a little slower." The little ninja Kawasaki roared and left. At the beginning, Jiang Shiyue's speed was still relatively slow, but after she walked out of the old city and onto the main road, she immediately showed the demeanor of a female knight. Su Yunju was dizzy and frightened by the bumpy ride. Fortunately, there was not much traffic at night. Otherwise I'm really afraid of not seeing the sun tomorrow. 2 people on 1 horse. I arrived at the provincial hospital safely. After getting off the bus, Su Yunju moved his thighs awkwardly. The car was going too fast and he was afraid that if he moved too much, the car would flip over and he would be on the headlines tomorrow, so he kept the same posture until now, when his inner thigh cramped. Jiang Shiyu felt both angry and amused when she saw the other party's action of advancing the file. Hey Tilda. Can you be more polite Tilda? If I didn't know, I would think there was something wrong with you." Su Yunju continued to make weird relaxation movements. "What do you care? It's because you rode." An elegant cell phone ringtone rang. Jiang Shiyu swiped the screen and said, "Aunt, we're at the hospital." "Oh. Then I'll take him straight to the emergency room." Okay. It wasn't from a bike fall. Don't worry. I'll hang up first. Later. The two went to the emergency department. There are still many patients at night, most of them are in emergency, some are injured by falls, some have diarrhea and fever, some are bitten by snakes, insects, rats and ants. It can be seen that Jiang Shiyue's aunt still has something in the hospital. The two of them took the green channel embarrassedly. However, since it was indeed a minor injury, not much public resources were wasted. In the debridement room, Su Yunju received a system reminder. Young mature woman spent 219 yuan on you, her favorability was 17 points, and she got a cashback of 3,723 yuan. I put in so much effort tonight, but only gained this much. Just a few days ago, I made a great ambition to complete 2 small goals. Fortunately, I can cast a wide net, otherwise, at this rate, I don't know when I can complete it. When Su Yunju came out after bandaging his wound, it was almost midnight. After chatting for a few words, the two parted ways. Jiang Shiyu ruffled her messy hair, put on a helmet, turned over and rode on the motorcycle, revealing a perfect butt that made people imagine a lot, and disappeared into the night in a chic manner. Su Yunju took a luxury car back to Qinfu Holiday Hotel. Wake up. The sun is shining brightly on my butt. Turn on your phone. Liang sent some exciting news. Mr. Su, your car will be delivered to the Chengnan Porsche Center early this morning. We will hold a car delivery ceremony for you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. May I? Chapter 35, Overslept. Busy day. For every worker who struggles for a living, it means a new beginning of a week, a small cycle of life as an ox or a horse, and a day further away from the dream. Certainly. For people who don't work, Monday is just Monday, an ordinary day. Yunzhou yawned and sat up from the bed with difficulty. His head was a little confused at this moment. He picked up the phone habitually, and there were several missed calls from Li Yang on it. I looked at the time and it was 9:35. Well. What time is the car pickup ceremony? He called back immediately. A moment later, Li Yang's excited voice came from the receiver. Mr. Su, you finally answered the phone. I was so worried. Yunzhou explained a few words, promised that he would definitely come, then hung up the phone and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, Yunzhou felt like he was half alive. The other half can only be made up slowly. The reason for being so tired. All you decent gentlemen understand. Yesterday evening, after seeing her best friend off, Liu Yi came to their hotel to visit Yunzhou. She also specially picked out a high-waisted satin battle robe. But when she arrived at the hotel and found that Yunzhou had a minor injury on his arm, she became very nervous. Especially after understanding the whole story, I felt even more distressed when I heard that the boss of the pharmaceutical factory was a woman. So in order to comfort Yunzhou's injured body and mind, she tried her best to comfort him. Yunzhou naturally noticed that the other party's concern was mixed with a bit of jealousy, so he also let go and worked hard. Result. That night, CG almost made a fortune. Liu Yi's alarm clock rang when she was half asleep in the morning. He vaguely heard the other party reminding him that he had to go to his best friend's house to pick up the car today. But I'm really sleepy. I have been sleeping till now. Hey Tilder. As expected, there was no land that was damaged by plowing. Only exhausted. Change your clothes. Yunzhou dragged his tired body out of the door, sat on the sofa, and browsed the system all in his mind. The best solution to the current situation is their Shimizu can peak physical strength, but the 30 skill points are daunting. How long will it take to save up for everything to go smoothly? Porsche Center South. Li Yang came out of the store manager's office, and her rising and falling breasts finally stabilized. Mr. Su actually overslept at such an important moment. This, maybe it's not that important to others. Just buying a car. But for a dairy cow like her who was busy making a living, she was so nervous that she couldn't get in touch with her father all morning that her underwear was soaked with sweat several times. Hatilda. She exhaled a breath, walked gracefully, and returned to the sales office. Her colleagues also came to watch the fun. After listening to her story, a colleague grumbled with envy, "This is the simple life of the rich. If I were to pick up a Panamera today, and the executive lengthened platinum edition, I would probably be so excited that I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight." Another female colleague said with a bitter face, "Sister Yang, can the time be confirmed? I originally planned to book a car delivery ceremony for that big brother at 11 o'clock, but he was very unhappy when I told him to postpone it." Li Yang felt helpless when she heard this. If they could contact Mr. Su earlier to confirm that he would be late, they could move up the time for another client. But because he couldn't get in touch with them, and because of the unpleasant incident that happened at the center before, Mr. Su said at the time that he would settle the bill when he picked up the car, so. Li Yang said apologetically, "I'm sorry, how about we go and explain it to the client? I still have some small benefits to give out this month." The female colleague hesitated for a moment and nodded. The two discussed their words and then left. Luxuriously decorated customer reception room. Zhang Ming, who is about to become a distinguished Porsche owner, is in a very unhappy mood. Yesterday, Zhang Ming received the information that he could pick up the car today. The beautiful saleswoman also specifically mentioned that there would be a car pickup ceremony, so he arrived at the Porsche Center early. For this moment, he dressed it up carefully. "I got my hair permed last night, and the slightly sparse hair on top of my head became thicker." Morning. He changed into an Armani suit that he seldom wore in his wardrobe, and took a carefully selected female companion with him. A little internet celebrity who was rewarded with a large sum of money a few days ago is going to show off today and have some fun in the evening, to end a happy, fulfilling day. The little internet celebrity is called Nana. As her name suggests, she has a graceful figure and two long snow-white legs that are hard to resist. Her hair is casually draped over her shoulders, making her look like a blooming flower bud, so beautiful and tempting. And the most charming thing is that her tongue is particularly long. When speaking, A soft pout every now and then looks very tempting on the lips. She was good at talking. While comforting the rich sponsor, she also shared the whole process of picking up the car with her fake sisters. Meow meow, I just realized that there are so many ceremonies involved in becoming a Porsche owner. Wow tilde, the snacks in the store are so delicious tilde. Her fake bestie Meow Meow is currently in her apartment matching a skirt for her evening live broadcast. She lost in a game last time, and agreed to wear a blind box of clothing sent by a sponsor. But that pervert directly sent a set of sexy bunny girls, and it looked like they were of very poor quality. He tried it on first, and found that it didn't cover anything that should be covered, and there were some pieces of rags at places that shouldn't be covered. If you dare to wear this outfit during live broadcast, it is estimated that he will be banned by the super administrator in an instant. So she had to ensure that she did not violate the rules while also being creative in skirting the line. The phone was buzzing and vibrating. Meow Meow pouted and reluctantly opened her mango phone. Look at the boasting revealed between the lines of the other party's words. She even accompanied her in acting against her will. Wow! It looks delicious. Sisters, please pack up. She had to do this because the other party was the top sister in the guild, while she herself was not very stable in her position as the 6th, 7th or 8th sister in the guild. Less than 2 minutes passed. Nana sent another message. Porsche's service is so good. 2 female salesmen just came over and said they were very sorry for the delay in the car pickup ceremony. They gave us several maintenance services and several souvenirs. Meow Meow snorted and curled her lips. It's all about us now, as if you were the one picking up the Porsche. She didn't reply. After waiting for a few minutes, the phone started vibrating again. Is this ever going to end? So annoying. Complaints are complaints. Meow Meow picked up her phone and prepared to reply, sorry, I was busy preparing for the live broadcast. Meow Meow, I tell you this is incredible. It's true that comparing yourself to others can make you feel pissed off. It turns out that Brother Zhang delayed the delivery of the car because the previous owner was delayed by something and just arrived. Brother Zhang was a little unconvinced at first, saying he wanted to go see a big cigarette that couldn't be put out, but when he heard that others had paid in full for a Panamera with executive extensions and all that, he became as depressed as an eggplant hit by frost. I don't know what kind of rich person is so powerful. Next second. Nana seemed to hear her thoughts. Sent a secretly taken photo. A secretly taken photo of the rich man was also attached. He was a handsome young man, standing in the middle of the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars, with a half smile on his face, looking so elegant. R tilde. Meow Meow exclaimed, and her fingers kept zooming in on the screen, finally stopping at the handsome guy's face, her pretty face full of shock and joy. Isn't this the guy who lives in Chinfu Holiday Hotel that I have never been able to date? A few points of information from this sentence. This is enough to judge how fresh Meow Meow's memory of Su Yunzhou is. She hurriedly found Su Yunzhou's WeChat, pressed buttons with her hands for a long time, and finally deleted the edited text from the dialog box. Meow Meow, don't panic, don't be impulsive. The other day the little brother said, I'll call you when I'm done. There must be a chance for us to meet. We should not be impulsive now, but should be well prepared. Once we meet, we must seize the opportunity and get it right away. Chapter 36, Becoming a Distinguished Panamera Owner. The so-called car delivery ceremony. To Su Yunzhou, it was just like the Truman Show. Everyone brings false blessings. The purpose is clear, and the extravagant performance is dedicated to this joy. Although Su Yunzhou was the protagonist of this grand banquet. But he suddenly felt that it was meaningless. This feeling only improved slightly when he paid the balance and various handling fees and took over the keys to the Porsche. To be honest, no one doesn't like luxury cars. This black warrior-like Panamera will definitely attract a lot of attention when you drive it on the road. And maybe the ratio of men to women could be the same. Li Yang sat in the passenger seat and waited quietly. He has served many car owners. I know the joy at the last moment of car delivery, just like a child encountering an interesting toy. It's just that this big toy can only be enjoyed by the best kids. Looking at Su Yunzhou's manly profile, she gradually regained her composure. Li Yang said softly, Mr. Su, our store manager would like to invite you to meet alone. Is that convenient? Oh tilde. Su Yunzhou responded. Li Yang told the truth, because of the unpleasant service last time, our store manager was severely criticized by the leader, and that slutty fox also had her bonus deducted. When you came to pick up the car today, the store manager was more nervous than I was this morning. He was afraid that you would get angry and vent your anger on him. Speaking of which. He tilde. Li Yang laughed and moved her body so much that she created a turbulent performance. Yunzhou had good eyesight and confirmed that the other person was wearing a black lace bra under her white shirt. Good. Very tasteful. It matches my car very well. Li Yang naturally noticed the other person's eyes, and her pretty face blushed and said, Mr. Su, I suggest you go meet him. The store manager should have prepared some benefits for you. Yunzhou nodded and asked, do you have any clients to meet this afternoon? Li Yang shook her head in confusion, no. Yunzhou pulled lightly, the handsome electric suction door opened, and he got out of the car. Let him come over. A moment later. The store manager who received Li Yang's message showed agility that was inconsistent with his body size. When he saw Yunzhou, he behaved very respectfully. Li Yang walked sensibly to a nearby place. Looking at the bowing store manager and the calm Yunzhou, I felt that money makes the world go round. I don't know what we talked about. The store manager looked visibly more relaxed. He bowed slightly and walked towards Li Yang. Pack up and get out. You'll be out on duty this afternoon. Good. Li Yang responded and guessed that it must be Mr. Su who said something. The store manager continued, by the way. I'll try to treat Mr. Su to dinner tonight. He said he might consider buying another KN. Favorability +1. Li Yang was delighted and asked weakly, is the meal plan ready? Last time I spent 9,800 yuan on a meal. Although the store manager didn't say it explicitly, his face was very dark. Hearing this, the store manager sighed and said, let's see what Mr. Su wants to eat later, but try not to exceed the standard of last time. Li Yang said, I understand. Go change your clothes quickly. Don't keep Mr. Su waiting anxiously. The manager urged. Li Yang responded and walked towards the locker room. And just after she walked away, the store manager looked at the plump figure with an envious smile. This woman seems to be getting more and more attractive. He had tried diving before. But the other party was as unyielding as green beans, and in the end he had no choice but to give up and move to another target. Yunzhou leaned against the car and played with his cell phone. I originally wanted to take a selfie and post it on WeChat Moments to show off. But I also feel that it seems a bit rustic. But isn't he that what the nouveau riche do? Just at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the field of vision, and her voice was as sweet as her appearance. Hello, little brother. My name is Nana. Can I ask you a question? Yunzhou looked at the shy girl in confusion. What's the matter? Nana stuck out her cute little tongue, looked at the face in front of her which was countless times more handsome than Zhang Ming, and began to talk nonsense shyly. I am accompanying an elder in my family to look at cars. He prefers SUVs, but I really like your model. Just at this moment, Zhang Ming's somewhat unhappy voice came from not far away. Nana, we're ready to go. Nana was a little annoyed when her name was suddenly called. Didn't he say he had to go and handle some procedures which would take more than 10 minutes? How come he came back so soon? She had just laid the groundwork and hadn't even started asking for his contact information. As a well-known internet celebrity, Nana is naturally smart. She responded, smiled at Yunzhou, and opened a friend adding code. Little brother, my family doesn't allow me to chat with boys, so I'm going back first. After saying. She shook the phone again, but the other party remained indifferent. Nana. This voice clearly contained a hint of anger. Not far away. The man who looked like a successful man had a slightly gloomy expression on his face. MD. It's okay if you just steal my limelight. Even my woman wants to snatch it. Where is justice? This is intolerable. What else is intolerable, but I can endure it. As a partner of a small and medium-sized enterprise, Zhang Ming once naively believed that he could create a world for himself with his passion. But the cruel reality dealt him a heavy blow. No matter how good your product is or how strong your ability is, it cannot compare to others having a good father or having a wealthy and powerful family background. This seemingly harmonious society is essentially a game where man eats man. It's just that now the three words man eats man have become an optimized word. All in all, The truth is that 80% of ordinary people serve the 20% of rich people. While these 20% of wealthy people seem free, there is a clear class hierarchy among them. After experiencing bankruptcy, Zhang Ming met a noble man, and with his help he finally stepped half a foot into this 20% circle. Su Yunzhou's behavior made him mistakenly believe that the other party was from this circle. So there is no need to offend a superior whose true strength is unknown just because of a woman who can be played with as long as you spend money. Nana walked back with some regret. Since she couldn't catch the big fish, she naturally couldn't give up on the small fish. Although the other party was a little angry, she was confident that she could save the situation. She started the show. Brother Zhang, seeing you look angry, Nana seems a little happy, which means you really care about me. That rich second-generation guy is a scumbag. He dumped my best friend. I just went to ask him why he did that. Listen to this explanation. Zhang Ming's face looked better. He actually doesn't care whether what the other person says is true or false, he just needs a step sometimes. Let's go. Nana took his arm obediently and followed him away with a smile, using her tenderness to dissolve the other's anger from time to time. What are you looking at? Li Yang's voice came from behind. Su Yunzhou turned around and looked at the beauty in front of him and said to himself, wow. She was wearing a dark, fitted crop top with a 2D pattern on her chest that was stretched into a 3D shape. She wore a denim skirt with a khaki belt tied around her waist, which outlined a beautiful curve of her slender waist and highlighted her proud assets. The white and fleshy legs are stepped on a pair of Converse canvas shoes. The overall look gives people a simple yet sexy visual feeling. Su Yunzhou said casually, the girl said that her family didn't agree to buy a Panamera, so she came to ask me about my experience. Li Yang asked, do you believe it? Of course I believe it since I'm so naive. Su Yunzhou said seriously. Li Yang looked at the other person and joked. That's right. Godfather is also a father. She is indeed a family member.